I will now call to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. This is a work session and special called meeting. It is Monday, May 3rd, 2021. I'll note for the record that all members of the board are present along with Dr. Grimacy. At this time, I'll entertain a motion for the approval of the agenda.
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion
Madam
by,
Chairman, I move to amend the agenda.
yes, sir?
I move to amend the agenda by deleting item 2. In my opinion, the recriminations, the ad hominem attacks, whatever they are, defense or whatever, stops here. There is no more. It's time to get down to work, and the time to talk about such things as we were talking about pro or con in the last session. That time is ended.
Madam Chair, I second. Okay, we don't need a second on that one. Wait a minute. Let's see. So we had a motion and a second. This was just comment. So are you amending the motion, or are you just making the comment about it?
No, I'm amending the
The agenda.
agenda to delete item 2,
Okay,
which, Roman numeral 2.
Right.
Which is board
Board
comments
comments.
at the beginning, not the
Yes,
board
sir.
comments at the end.
okay.
Because that's normal procedure.
Okay, and that motion has been made and seconded by Mr. Holmes. Are there other comments on the amendment to the agenda? All right, seeing none, do you would call the question? All right, we are voting now on the amendment to the agenda, which is to eliminate the first board comment session, section number 2, on the agenda. All those in favor, say aye.
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 All those opposed? The motion carries. And I'm not sure that I have the actual count on that. Ms. Thompson, how did you vote on that?
Aye.
Aye.
Mhm.
Okay, all right, so by 7-0, the motion carries. All right, I now entertain a motion to approve the amended agenda.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Dennison, second by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries 7-0. All right, then we are now ready to move into board action.
Pledge of allegiance, Madam Chair.
Yes, sir?
Pledge of allegiance.
Oh, yes. Jeepers, I'm sorry. Yeah, I always have trouble with those first 3 things. Yes, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I ask Ms. Thompson to lead us in a moment of silence.
Sure. If we would just take a moment for silence, please. Thank you.
All right, then we can now move to board action items. I think I'm always afraid I'll forget the Pledge of Allegiance when I get up there and my voice is the one that gets heard.
We'll remind you that.
I appreciate that support. All right, Dr. Grimacy, we are ready for the report, elementary and secondary school emergency relief 2 and 3 funding plans.
Madam Chair, thank you. It's my privilege to invite back Dr. Locklear and Mr. Cox in particular, with assistance as needed from Mr. Barath and Ms. Dixon. I appreciate the board receiving the staff's proposal on funding, how we would go about spending our ESSER 2 and 3 money last Tuesday. Input from the board, questions raised by the board. As promised, we have a briefer presentation today, which is intended to focus on those areas that the board had requested additional information. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Locklear, who'll be presenting again from his office. And he'll just sort of go through the presentation quickly. The whole thing is there, but he's going to kind of speed through that to those slides that address the questions and suggestions that board members have had offered last week and since then, in a couple of emails that we received since then. So, Dr. Locklear, if you're prepared, I'll let you and the team sort of walk us through the follow-up that staff has conducted since Tuesday.
Yes, sir. Good morning, Dr. Gramercy, Madam Chair, board members. I'll just turn it immediately over to Mr. Cox, who's going to do a brief review, as you noted, Dr. Gramercy, and then we're going to, again, discuss the additional questions and feedback that we got from the board and how we added a little bit more information in the presentation to address that. So, Andrew?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear, Dr. Gramercy, Madam Chair, other board members. Laura, if you will click on ESSER 2 and 3 funding plans and open up. Yep, perfect. Thank you. I'm just going to do a real quick overview of what it is, and then turn it over to Dr. Locklear, as he said, to fill in more detail in response to questions and comments that we received through the board work session on April 27th. So just a reminder of what this is, we're bringing to you the plan for how Moore County Schools plans to spend their ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding. ESSER 2 funding, we're expected to receive $7.8 million. We do have to apply by the end of this week. It is funding that will expire on September 30th for ESSER 2. On ESSER 3, that funding is anticipated to be $17.5 million. We had to apply again for this one on the end of this week, and it is one-time funding that expires on September 30th. The one difference between ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 is there is a minimum of 20% that has to be spent to address learning recovery. And again, just the timeline there, due date, if you go on to the next one. Just as a reminder, there are 3 overarching questions that you have to ask when determining how to spend these funds. And we've got some broad categories there that they outlined for us, which we've talked about before. But the 3 overarching questions are, is what we're trying to do preparing for, is it responding to, and or is it preventing or reducing the spread of COVID-19? And as we said, if you can answer yes to those questions, then there's a good chance that funding will be allowed for that expenditure. So at this time, I'll go ahead and turn it back over to Dr. Locklear to talk a little more and respond to some of the questions and feedback that we received during the April 27th work session.
Thank you, Andrew. As Andrew noted, that essential question, our planning budget was built off of that essential question. Is it responding to, preparing for, preventing the spread of COVID-19? So that drove into these overarching planning priorities that we shared with you last week. Is it responding to learning recovery through evidence-based interventions that respond to students' academic, social, and emotional needs? And then from that essential question, is it addressing capital needs that are appropriate for preparing for, responding to, and preventing COVID-19? If we go to the next slide, this is the same information that we shared with you last week, but board members did ask that we note in our slides, in our planning budget, which items are linked or connected in some way of supporting learning loss. And so that bolded dark burgundy L denotes any item that's connected to supporting learning loss in any way. So that you can see all of the items under mental health, sexual ed are noted that way. You'll also see a hashtag for many items that we used another funding source previously to provide for that item. I believe Mr. Hensley discussed that and asked that question last week. What items were connected or were funded in another way, and how do we would fund those moving forward? But the Panorama Education Survey Platform was funded previously from other federal sources. This is something that we plan to be funding after the grant, so we'd have to identify a source in fiscal year 25 to continue funding that moving forward. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the same type of additional information included in the planning budget there, and L in any place is connected to supporting learning loss in any way, and a hashtag in any item that was funded in a different way previously. And you see that included in several items in our educational technology, as we noted last week. The first, Chromebook refresh, is noted. That would have been funded through our digital learning fund from the county. We noted last week that this is an item, by having an outright purchase from ESSER funds, we're then able to extend how we're using our digital learning from the county to include some of our lower grades. Mr. Eklund and Dr. Metcalf are going to go in a little more detail about that at our meeting in June. when we bring the contract, if these funds are endorsed and approved, we'll bring the contract for Chromebook Refresh. Device protection bags, there's another item that would be in the digital learning fund in the past, but we're utilizing these to help that digital learning fund to go further. The other items are ones that would have been funded from last year from COVID relief funds. Some of these items were funded there, or from state technology funds or local technology funds. And post the grant, we would have to look at finding an additional source or identifying that source of funding again, or not moving forward with this software or these items. You go to the next slide, providing principles and resources. Again, AL denotes any items that support learning loss in any way. There was a question last week from the board around how those funds for athletics and performing arts are going to be distributed. And below the planning budget chart is a chart that denotes how those funds are being distributed at each of our high schools in those categories. We move to the next slide, addressing learning loss. Again, the L denoting anything that support of learning loss. Of course, this whole slide is in support of that. There's one hashtag noted here on the universal screener. Moving into this year, we utilized state textbook funds to provide for our universal screener. By using ESSER funds, we're able to accrue those state textbook funds over those 3 years. And so when we come out of the grant, we would have accrued additional funds that were able us to continue on with providing for a universal screener for our students. There were a couple questions as to, in our planning budget, why we did not include pre-K, and there were also some feedback from the board to look at a couple other areas. So we wanted to note why the staff did not recommend pre-K in the planning budget. In working with Dr. Bullard in our Central Children's Department, noting that the estimated cost to open up a pre-K program in an available classroom, meaning a classroom that currently meets the code for pre-K, would be about $170,000 in the first year. That includes staffing and supplies. And then thereafter, about $155,000 each year. That's an approximate impact to the ESSER planning, but if we were to include this, of about $470,000. That cost would increase significantly if facility modifications would be needed to meet the requirements of a pre-K classroom. And so if we were to include this, an additional funding source would need to be secured post-ESSER funding, or we would need to eliminate the program. So this would be creating a funding gap if we were to create this. Additionally, if we were to include this, we'd have to eliminate something else from the planning budget. The next slide, we had a question as to the idea of including an IEP support teacher, somebody who would support our IEP development. That's individual education plans that's required by federal law for our Central Children's students. So someone that would support that at our schools, support and be a line of communication with parents. And so working with Dr. Bullard, we looked at what that would require if we were to include this into our budget. And in order to make an appropriate impact and serve as an appropriate support with about 1,500 Central Children's students we have, it's estimated that the district would need a minimum of 7 IEP support teachers. That's a yearly cost of approximately $490,000. So this would have a budget impact of about $1,470,000 over the 3 fiscal years of the ESSER grant. And so we would either have to find an additional funding source past the grant, or we would need to eliminate this position. So again, this would create a pretty significant funding cliff if we were to add this. And if we were to add this, we would have to eliminate 1.5 from the current plans of the ESSER grants. Then lastly, we had some questions about what specific support are we providing for low performing and restart schools, and certainly anything that's included in this planning budget supports all our schools, including those schools. It's worth noting that restart budget flexibilities already allow for additional support for those restart schools. If we were to put something into the budget, an alternative budget item would be to allot an additional 13 teacher assistants for 2 fiscal years at budget impact of $988,000. The thinking behind this would be to extend teacher assistants in the 3rd grade for our low performing elementary schools and a teacher assistant for each grade level at our middle schools. But if we were to include this, this would result in eliminating funding for other recommended items like hotspot service contracts or device protection bags. So an alternative funding source would have to be found for those items if we were to cut those out of the budget. So that would be an alternative planning budget item. Staff doesn't recommend that at this time, but that is, I wanted to include that because that question was asked. It's also worth noting as we continue to work through this grant, there may be items that end up not costing as much as we estimate, and then we're able to redistribute those funds to another item within the budget, or potentially add something else in the budget as we move forward. So down the line, there may be an opportunity to do some additional things for Loper Foreman and restart schools, or move additional funding to capital. Speaking of capital, I'll turn it over to John so he can walk through the additional information he's providing.
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. Good morning, everybody. As a follow-up to the last presentation, the board had asked that we identify projects specifically that would be supplemented through these funds. So what we have done in this case is taken the same information presented, and in blue will indicate those projects that have a supplement from the ESSER funds for the capital needs. So on this first slide, you can see that every project on here indicated in blue does just that. In the second slide, slide 15, again, everything on that page denotes that it, again, is supplemented by the ESSER funds. Going to the next slide is where you start seeing some changes. And these are changes, only 2 items at Carthage Elementary and Elisa Middle School, where this sheet represents the county's one-time supplemental allotment for capital projects of $2.136 million. So of that, these 2 projects would be qualified for the ESSER funds and then make those funds available for other. The next slide indicates that the projects on this one were not ever planned because these were not on the 18-month board approved, nor on the $2.136 million supplement from the county commissioners. These items up to the activity buses were on the extended priority needs that has been presented to the board. So none of these had previously had a plan for funding for these projects. The next slide is same information that's presented last time, but there are 2 additional items. So I draw your attention to the 4th square bullet, about halfway down the page. Board Member Levy requested regarding the 6 gymnasium projects, what would be the approximate cost for the roofing related to those? And so doing a quick brief analysis of the details, approximately 15% of the overall $12.7 million is attributed to the roof replacement. 20% of that total budget is relative to the air conditioning for those places. The other additional item on the sheet is the very last bullet. I thought it was worth pointing out that I might mention it briefly in our discussion, but again, the focus on these projects is looking at those that would qualify for response to the COVID. And the limitation is that we did not consider any projects that are 4 years and further out. The reason for that is anything that is forecasted for 4, 5, 6+ years is still in good working order. There's no urgent need to replace it. And as you're already well aware, we have been behind on addressing our deferred needs at all our schools. And so these funds were focused on those and most critical. So that is a very brief update on the changes that were presented from Tuesday today on these slides. And if there's a pause here, see if there's any questions regarding those before I turn it back over to Dr. Locklear.
Okay, Mr. Levy, see, did your questions get answered that you put out there before?
Well, I just wanted to follow up. The roofs on the gymnasiums, you said, would cost about 20% of the $12 million. Am I right? Is that what you're saying?
The roofs are approximately 15%.
15%. And I was just about to figure 0.15 times 12.
You can think of it as just under $2 million.
Under $2 million. So that's a significant amount of money. Any hope of reprogramming some of the other maintenance items so that we can use the federal funds to get these air conditioners in? I mean, I certainly don't want to go through that track thing again, but it would seem eight gyms of air conditioning for about the cost of a track is an interesting idea, but maybe that's not something we want to revisit. Is there something else, or is there some other way?
If I could, Madam Chair, Mr. Levy, with your permission?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I would offer, well, I wouldn't recommend that, and let me explain why I wouldn't recommend that. I think we might solve that problem another way.
Okay.
Later today, we're going to end on what I hope is a positive presentation by Mr. Barath, where the money that is supplanted here, and normally supplant is a bad word, but with the ESSER funding, supplant is a good word. We can use federal dollars to supplant money that we've already committed. And later on, we're going to come back to a topic we ended on last week, which was you're going to have in the neighborhood of about $5.7 million that is going to be unappropriated, local dollars that will be unappropriated if you approve this plan today. And we're going to have some interesting conversation about that, where one of the concepts for using that money could be that we sit down with the commissioners, talk about the bond premium money that is left over, and we may be able to look at all of these gyms, not just the roofs, not just the HVAC, but the package that's needed at each of those buildings to make sure that when we do put the HVAC in, that they'll have that energy efficiency capability of ensuring that the HVAC system is running most efficiently. In other words, modernizing each one of these gyms. More detail on that later in the day, but that's a concept that's there. Well, let's say at the end of the day, the board feels as though they want to go a different direction on the concept. You've got money in this budget that we've mentioned on several occasions that we have to have in the budget as of today, this foundation budget that we're going to send to the state. But there's money in this budget that may not be needed, and you will know that by this fall even. You know, so, like for example, the $1.2 million in the second and third year that we have there just for stabilization. You may find by November of this year that you may not need part or all of that money. If we don't already have a plan by November to address these gyms, that would be money that would be available to come back to precisely what you're talking about. So I think that all of the options are on the table. The approval of this foundation plan is merely enables the staff to move forward with this particular plan. That doesn't mean that's the final word. This board is going to get regular reports as you do with your capital money every month. You'll continue to get reports on this and as additional funds are available. So I'm only explaining why the superintendent would not recommend that, but I remain open and will defer to the board in further discussions. So appreciate your indulgence.
I would probably defer to your offices on that, because you certainly have the idea in hand. The other thing that I was very concerned about was this IEP ombudsman, so to speak. That was my suggestion. We had a very, very brief discussion not too long ago about whether poor students are getting the benefit of IEPs and 504s, and whether, as I've read in the literature, that a lot of that these go to a lot of the people who have the knowledge and understanding of the 504 and the IEP system. And oftentimes, especially in our in our schools where English is not the main language of the children at home. And with our poorer students, the parents find it very, very difficult to navigate the IEP system. More than that, what I've also found, both doing teaching and just listening to people, is that IEPs and 504s, excuse me, are very much a pain for teachers and principals alike, excuse me. Not that they are not in favor of them, they are, and they want to make sure that all the kids get their 504s and their IEPs. But it takes a lot of time and a lot of energy because a lot of people don't know that for an IEP at least, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Cremasy, you have to put about 4 or 5 people in one room, okay? Which means we've got to take a principal away from the school. We've got to take a teacher out of class. We've got to take maybe several teachers out of class, a psychologist out of class, and the like. And somebody has to coordinate all of this, and that oftentimes, correct me if I'm wrong, falls on the principal. And the principal has a lot of other things that they're doing, and so what happens is we have this backlog of IEPs. And what does that do? Well, I'm going to bet that if we look at our underperforming schools, we're going to find out that if we had more IEPs and more attention to underperforming students, student by student, IEP by IEP, we would get better performance out of the overall schools, or at least it would be better for the poorer children or the less fortunate children. So I would hope, and I understand that we would have to take money away from something, but I would hope that this idea of a IEP coordinator, to coordinate all IEPs, and to be an ombudsman for parents, especially those parents who don't speak English, who never heard of a 504, who never heard of an IEP and didn't know what it's about, that they could get information for their child, because I don't want to belabor this, but sometimes we in the majority community think that the only cliff, the only mountain that an ESL student has to mount is the English language. Well, within the ESL groups, there are children who need IEPs and who have learning disabilities in addition to their language problems. So with all of this, I think that we need to look at streamlining our IEP setups so that we can make them more user-friendly, especially to the people who don't know how to navigate the system. And that I think if we look at money that can be repurposed, that's one of the things it should be repurposed for. And if we have to get rid of it, it becomes a physical cliff, and we have to get rid of it. Nobody seems to worry about the 2-year problem with the aids, but maybe this would be a great pilot project to see at the end of the 2 years whether it was worthy enough to also keep beyond that time, especially as we go more into the budget and we look billet by billet in the budget. Maybe we can find room for these people. But I just definitely believe that one way to solve some of the underperforming schools and their problems is to make the IEP and the 504 program more user-friendly, especially to not just our ESL students, but our ESL parents. So that's my belief.
Madam Chair, I'm going to accept Mr. Levy's proposal. Staff has already given a fundamental reason why we wouldn't go forward, but rather than the superintendent take up a lot of the board's time, I think Mr. Levy's, because certainly there's not going to be disagreement
No, I
on
don't think anyone would
pre-K
disagree with that.
or support for our special needs children or any of these. There's no reason not to do these things except the general trade-off. And so barring any curiosity on the part of the staff for me to go through any of that, I'm going to let it rest and just respect Mr. Levy's position on that.
But I think we can add, this would be something worth it sometime visiting with Dr. Kim Bullard, because I know that there is a hierarchy of helpers available, maybe not enough, but interpreters are provided, and having sat through a lot of IEP conferences myself as a teacher on duty and having had a child myself on a 504 plan, I know there are support systems there, but as Mr. Levy said, you got to know how to take advantage of them and to make sure that they're put into effect properly. But I imagine that Dr. Bullard already has support systems available to help parents. I have to, don't want to jump in with Mr. Levy here, to go back to repurposings of money and a way that we could help our lower achieving students and Mr. Dennison's concern with the restart is I do hope that if additional funds are freed up in the course of doing purposing the ESSER money, that we would consider additional teacher assistance, because that is one way that our lower achieving students are often helped. The child who's on a 504 plan who needs to have more read aloud time, or who needs a test read aloud to them, or who needs additional services in learning to count, whatever it might be, those are often helped by having a teacher assistant in one of those lower grades. So if we can see in any way, it doesn't have to be the full total of them, but even floating teacher assistants spread among a whole third grade assortment of teachers can make a difference. And I would love to see any funding that is freed up possibly used in that direction. Mr. Dennison.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just want to say, I appreciate the information on the additional help for restart and the pre-K. I know we can't do everything. People keep saying, well, we get more money and we need anyway. Well, this is a perfect example. That's absolutely not true. I don't have the answer to it, but I think it would be beneficial if all the board members received a program from Kim just on what we are doing and where we do stand and where we need additional help if we do. Let's listen to the experts and what they need to do their job rather than try to dictate something we're not sure that there may be better ways even than that. Thank you.
Mr. Hensley.
Before I start, just a quick question. I'm not sure if Mr. Cox will answer this or Dr. Grimacy, but what's the planning factor for teacher assistants? I know for teachers it's $70,000 a year.
I'll defer to Mr. Cox. The
Mr.
average,
Hensley, it's approximately $38,000 to $40,000.
and that's fully loaded. That includes salary and all related costs.
Correct.
That's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay, so I think that we have the money, and I appreciate first of all, let me back up a little bit. As I said in the special session last week, I lose track of time, last week, I think this is an exceptional plan. I think a lot of work went into it. I think that it hits all the priorities and equitably distributes the money among the competing priorities. I appreciate you all going in and putting pound signs, or for those of you under 30, hashtags, annotating the money that is actually previously budgeted. And I did a quick math here, and that comes to about $3.6 million. And I'm going to ask in a minute, what's the plan? On the capital side, we displaced $5.7 million worth of previously board-approved money. And then, as Dr. Grimacy said, we're going to have the opportunity to discuss what we're going to, notionally what we're going to do with that later today. Well, it appears, just if my math is correct, we've got about $3.7 million worth of operational funds that have been displaced, that have previously been budgeted, that it appears to me are freed up. And just quick math, to what everyone's talked about today, to Mr. Dittison's point, both at the last meeting and today, using money for Restart Schools, to what Ms. Carter said and Mr. Levy, it appears to me now, you can't always, some of it's federal money, different buckets, but, depending on how we can spend it, it's 17 teachers a year and it's 30 teaching assistants a year. That's per year. From this money that's freed up. Now, there's some strings attached to some of it, but I would like to know what the administration's plan is for that $3.7 million.
Okay, well, let me start, and then we may bring Dr. Locklear in particular. Let me see if I can help at the treetop level, and then we'll decide how deep into the forest we want to go. Dr. Locklear did touch on this, and Laura, if you would go back to the budget sheets, and one of the areas that had the highest number of pound signs on it, since I am over 30. Okay, and I think it was technology that had the most number of pound signs. It may not be the most number of dollars, but it certainly had the most pound signs on it. No, going to stay right there where you were, Laura. Thank you. If we stay right here. If we look at you've got a mix on this page. If you look at the Chromebook refresh, what you're doing here is deferring a local investment. So similar to capital, if we take the very first one, you've got $1.3 million there. That $1.3 million supplants a $1.3 million in your accrued digital fund. And so that $1.3 million is not going away. So there's about 1/3 of that 3-point-something million, Mr. Hensley, that you noticed. That money's not going anywhere. It's staying right there. The next time there's a refresh out in FY25, it's still there. The question is, in this case, is that with all of the original CARES Act and original, there's been 3 different names that we've had here for COVID money. We went out and purchased a digital device for every child K through 5 who previously did not have a personal digital device. So we've expanded that cost already. That risk that you're describing relative to this 1.3 million cost, that risk already exists. It's your ESSER fund pushes the cliff out farther. It does not respond to the cliff that was created by the original investment last year that was literally required as a precondition of the money that we had available. It funneled through the state. Andrew can make sure that I've got the right buckets. So that particular issue does not mean that you're going to lose teachers and teacher assistants. It just is going to impact the flow of your digital fund. And you're going to have to eventually make it, we, not just you, all of us are going to have to eventually make up our minds on to what extent are we going to continue to make sure that every K through 5 student has a digital device. We've already had preliminary conversations even at the board level. K1 and possibly 2 are not likely to continue to have individualized digital devices beyond 2020, the life of the ones they currently have. Well, you've already started to recoup. You've already started to recoup your loss on that one. So about 33% of your question is answered somewhat by what I just said. You've got this 1.3 million that's a matter of just deciding how many students are going to continue to have digital devices. And you've got a couple of years to work on that because there is a legitimate conversation to be had about students in grade 5, grade 4, grade 3, and maybe grade 2. And it has always been the board's discussion about whether or not to do that. So there's 1/3 of it. Dr. Locklear, well, let me just stop. Do you want us to go through each? We can go through each item and show that, but it's not a pure trade-off of teachers and teachers' assistants versus 3-point-something million. Each one of these has its own story.
Right. I don't see any need to go laboriously through it. I just kind of notionally wanted to throw out that there's $3.7 million being
Yes.
displaced. And, you know, that money needs to go somewhere, whether it sits in a reserve account for the digital fund, or maybe we can convert some of it to teachers and teachers' assistants.
Yes, and you'll get no argument from staff, sir. You won't. And the fact that we've got pound signs on all of them will allow the board to track that as we report back to you on the progression of our use of these funds.
Right. And then my only other comment, it actually pertains to this slide. And by the way, if I didn't say this, I fully support this plan.
Thank you.
But the other issue is on line 3 of this slide, and that is the hotspots. You know, obviously that's linear. I assume that's to support remote learners. You know, obviously I would expect that to tailor off over time. And hopefully, I don't know what the contract for these hotspots look like. I don't know if you pay a year at a time or it's month to month. You know, there could be all kinds of scenarios, but hopefully someone's keeping an eye on those. And if it's month to month, as they stop being used, they get turned off, because it's roughly $250 a year per device.
And I think given the size of that, I think that one warrants clarification now. So Dr. Locklear, what is the status of that particular line given the size of it? That one does have a little bit more weighty urgency to it.
I think Mr. Hensley's point is exactly right. I think there is likelihood that certainly by the end of this grant, we will see that the need for the number of hotspots be reduced. This is the number we currently have in service. This line item allows us to pay that. So it could be in the following fiscal year, since we're paying this on a yearly basis, this may be reduced and we're able to redistribute those funds to something else.
So 268,872 may be the high water mark for that expense, and we may actually see that diminish over the next year to 3. Is that correct, Dr. Locklear?
Correct. This could be an item that you'd see that would be diminished, and certainly by the end of the grant, I think you would no longer see that total 806 moving forward, 268 moving forward. You would see that reduced.
This reflects expense at the time of the submission of the foundation grant for this funding. I think that's a good point for the board and the public to understand. Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Good questions. Yep, to be continued.
Are there other questions? Other comments? It's a hopefully once in a lifetime situation that we're in, that we won't be facing pandemic funding again and be playing such of what we know may be catch up with our students. But I agree with Mr. Hensley. There's a lot of thought and a lot of effort that's gone into this planning so far. And I think that we have very, very knowledgeable senior staff who are going to see that it's carried through. I'm delighted that we can take care of so many capital needs. Just hope we can find the workers, the companies that can carry through on all that on a timely basis, because that seems to be a real challenge for all types of construction and renovation within our community. So hopefully with some of these larger jobs, we'll be able to actually get them underway. Yes, Mr. Dennison.
Madam Chair, I move that the board approve the ESSER2 and ESSER3 funding plans as presented.
I second.
All right, is there further discussion?
I would just like to mention, Madam Chair, that I too agree with Mr. Hensley's comments about our additional funds. I had already looked, as we received our information, back over our priority capital items to check off all the things that Mr. Barath had shown on our slides today. And it appears that about out of 37 of those items that we have at least 20 of those that are going to our SR dollars, which is awesome. And trying to figure and come up with the additional dollars for our air conditioning of our gyms is extremely important, and can't wait to hear the information later on today as to how we can try to get that accomplished.
All right, any further comments or questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the question. The motion was to approve the ESSER 2 and ESSER 3 funding plans as presented. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion carries 7-0. Good things ahead. All right, that would technically end our business meeting, I suppose, and we are now back to work session.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Madam Chair, with your permission, item 3A, appointment to the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees, is a board-only item.
Yes, sir, thank you. Not everyone may know that we actually have the gift of appointing 4 members to the Sand Hills Community College Board of Trustees. These are done on a rotating basis, and on the executive summary that you were provided, you'll see those who are currently in office representing the Moore County Schools. George Little, who will serve through June of 2022, Art Blue, who serves through June of 2023, Connie Lovell, who will serve through June of 2024, and currently Gary Evans, who is serving through the end of June 2021. It is Mr. Evans' position which is up at this time, in which we will be seeking a replacement. Do you have questions about this? It's an unusual situation where a school system gets to appoint members to the community college board, but it is great from the standpoint of our schools because our relationship with Sand Hills Community College is of exceptional caliber, and obviously our Moore County students go on to benefit time after time after time from our strengthening that relationship and allowing them to take courses there, to receive years of college studies there, and to feel like we are truly backing up our CTE and other technical programs through connection with Sand Hills as well. So, Mr. Hensley.
Madam Chair, you asked if somebody has questions. I have a question.
Okay.
So my question is the process that we're going to use to solicit applicants and to screen applicants and then have them appear before the board and then we vote on them. So what exactly is the process we're going to use to fill this seat?
Right. The simple process would be that we would accept at the next meeting, would accept the nominations. And upon those nominations, we would vote, and simply, we've not ever gone through an interview process. Nominees would be contacted to be sure that they are interested in serving. So if you have someone you would hope to nominate for this, I would ask that you contact them ahead of time to make sure they are interested in serving on the board and assuming the responsibilities that went with it. But we would proceed at the next meeting, next Monday, to actually entertain nominations and to proceed to choose one.
I would suggest that that's not enough time, and I would like to see a committee formed, and the committee solicit nominations, and they review applications, and they interview the applicants, and then they report back to the board as a whole, and then we vote on what the committee finds and recommends.
All right, let me-
I just, and here's why. I mean, this just came out Friday, and in 1 week, we're supposed to go out and find the best and brightest in Moore County, and then we're going to be voting on it a week from today. That's just not a reasonable timeframe.
Point taken.
If I might,
Ma-
Madam Chair, if I might just point of administration. The term of this individual does not begin until July 1. So the board does in fact have another month to consider this. And the formalization of the process has never been discussed in
That's exactly
my
right.
7 years as superintendent. So you do have some time, Madam Chair. That's all I'd offer.
Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Thompson?
I just wanted to share and make a comment that I actually know Gary Evans. And as his term is coming up for renewal, I worked with him during the years that I served as trustee for Sand Hills Community College. Gary actually reached out to me and told me that he was interested and the board renewing his reappointment. I tried to reach George Little. I wasn't able to connect with him just to get his perspective. but I was not able to connect. I just wanted to share that information. And I would be willing to nominate Gary for reappointment.
Okay.
I put some thought in this over the weekend, and just here's my initial thoughts. One is, it would be nice to have a search committee, but as I reviewed these names, I see a person that lives in Pinehurst number 9. I see someone that lives in Forest Creek Country Club. I see someone that lives in Country Club of North Carolina, and I see someone that lives near Lake Pinehurst. I'd like to remind this board, well, I'd like to see more diversity on the Sandhills Community College board. I'd like to remind this board that Sandhills Community College is a county college. It's not a country club college, and I'd like to see representation from the rest of Moore rather than the country club. And secondly, and then my final point is this, and the chair hit on it. Sandhills Community College is a very important part of Moore County Schools' VOTEC program. And, I see an insurance salesman, I see a realtor, and I see an attorney, and I don't know what Mr. Evans does. I would like to see someone from the trades represented on Sandhills Community College board. Maybe a successful tradesman who started out as a whatever, car repair person, a HVAC person, and then graduated and started their own company and became a successful entrepreneur. So we can bring a tradesman view. Personally, I think we need that on this board as well. But again, there's so many talents. There's so many talented people in Moore County. I think we need to cast a wide net and see what applicants we get rather than just reappoint the current person.
Mr. Dennison.
Madam Chair, I have absolutely no problem with David's recommendation, but we would have to be able to make a decision prior to July 1. And with the understanding too that I don't know who's going to make up the committee, but with an understanding the board will still be the one to make the decision, not necessarily follow the recommendation of the committee.
Well, it doesn't mean there couldn't be more than one nomination coming before the board. It would have been helpful, and I think for Mr. Hensley and the rest of us as well, to have seen the full board listing. Because now that you've have brought up that point about a tradesman, it would be interesting to see what the makeup of the full board is and their locales and, what areas we are actually pulling from. This was left, there's no superintendent's recommendation on this because it wouldn't come from the superintendent, this comes from the board. So if someone would like to suggest that we open our request or a search for interested parties and set a certain length of time such that applications can be received, say between now and, excuse me, May 20th, the board would be taking the names of interested parties seeking to serve on the Sandhills Community College Board. And then it would allow us a little time between, say, the 20th of May and the meetings in June to talk with them, to follow up on what their interests are and what background they might have. And then we'd be ready to be able to present a name or names to the board at the meeting in June. Mr. Hensley, would that be something that would meet the needs of what you're suggesting?
Yes, and again, whether they appear before a committee or they appear before the board as a whole, I just think it's important that there be some sort of interview process. They send in their resume or their curriculum vitae, whatever you want to call it, and then there's some sort of interview process, and there's a recommendation.
Okay.
I have a question. Do they get paid for this? So it's purely volunteer people.
Yeah.
That's just, I don't know, kind of weird to get an application or a resume for someone who's volunteering their time to do it. I like your idea, but I think that if anyone wants to do it, if they all come up to the board, then that might be a suggestion that, they're all kind of nominated and we discuss it as a whole versus getting applications and discussing that. That's just my
Ms.
point.
Thompson, having served on the Sandhills board before, how does this seem to you?
I don't know that personally that we would have a lot of different applications, we may. That's obviously something new. Typically, I was appointed to the board, Sandhills by the Board of Education, served on there for 4 years. We do have a bit of diversity. Vincent Garden is a trustee. He's appointed by the governor and is a minority. I'm not opposed to reaching out to see if we get other nominations. But I just know that Gary is very interested in being reappointed.
Okay, I'm not exactly sure what the parliamentary procedure for this would be, but what I'd like to ask is that you allow me to return to you next week with an item to establish procedural rules to solicit interested parties and/or nominations from the board, such that we will not be taking action on an appointment next Monday, but that we would be taking action to set up a time slot to receive names and allow for that contact. And then in June, we would then proceed to select a nominee.
Madam Chair, let me just add a comment that we had a list of questions, I think, that we did develop when we were looking for board members to fill vacancies. And we posted those, and we had interested individuals from the community who did submit answers and responses to the questions. So if we come up with a list of questions, maybe to post and then post it for a certain amount of time to see if we get any applicants through that process, it may be an easier way, just a suggestion.
Okay.
Madam Chairman,
Yes, sir.
one of the two things that you may decide to consider in terms of parliamentary procedure is you can either appoint a committee, you can either appoint an ad hoc committee, or you can move to dissolve the board into what is called a committee of the whole. And if you want to talk to the attorney about that, those are two possible things you can deal with.
Mr.
Dennison.
Madam Chair, to give you some perspective, when we appointed new board members, we gave the questions to the public for them to answer in response to their applications. All the board members received copies of the applications from everyone that was submitted. I personally interviewed several. I interviewed Libby, I interviewed Stacy, and many other people, well, not many other, maybe 10 or so, that I felt were the top ones. I don't know how many people the other board members interviewed. That we did not have a committee per se, but we all got the applications. And if we want to speak to them personally, fine to find out. But that's the way we made the decision. Then we whittled it down to a certain few, the top ones that we as a board felt, and then went from there.
And that's certainly an acceptable process too. I don't want to dictate the process. I would just like to see a process. And one other final point I'd make is this is in no way a slam, if I could use that term, on Mr. Evans. I don't know him. I don't know of him. We may end up reappointing him. He may be the best person, but at a minimum, I'd like to see his resume, right? Know who I'm voting for. But I think we owe it to the people to cast a wide net and see what applicants we can draw.
Okay. All right. So,
Administrative suggestion, Madam Chair?
please.
That when you set up, when the board members agree to your agenda under item 3L, that you cite item A as a board action item instead of a consent item,
Okay.
and that the chair work with the clerk and with the clerk's counterpart at the community college to determine what, if anything, this process should entail, what types of questions we should ask. And then we go from there. We look at some way of coming back to the board at its June work session with perhaps a slate of interested individuals and a set, some criteria that the college is looking for from a trustee, a job description, maybe a little bit more information about the trustees and the job description, okay? And then what, if any, submissions we get from some advertisement? We put it out for a week to 10 days. I think some procedure that could at least formalize the process a little bit. Again, this is not the superintendent's venue, so to speak, but I would offer our services to assist with that. So the only thing the board would vote on next week under board action would be a process. Between now and next week, the chair works with the superintendent and the clerk and Sand Hills Community College to come back with a process.
Right.
And Libby, I suggest that we send all the board members the process we did use several years ago in appointing a new board member, in addition to the questions that were asked, so that the board will have an opportunity to review those questions before we actually discuss them.
Okay.
Well, those questions would need to be adapted to the
To the
community
executives,
college.
yeah.
And that's
Yeah.
where our,
Correct.
yeah, that's where our engagement with the community college would be
Right.
important.
But
right.
since we don't have one of those, at least they can see what we use for the
Mm-hmm.
board members.
All right, I will be back with you next week, and so we will put that appointment to the community college on as an action item to create the method that we will follow.
Ms. Carter, I just wanted to let you know, Mr. Holmes had to leave for an emergency,
Oh,
just for the record.
okay. I'm sorry, I did not notice him leaving. I was not looking in that direction. Okay, so Mr. Holmes left the meeting at 10.
He left right before we started talking about the community college stuff.
Okay, thank you. Somewhere slightly
Be
prior to 10.
9:45, Madam Chair.
All right, we can move on now to the standard day schedule. Dr. Grimacy?
Yes, Madam Chair, defer to Dr. Metcalf.
Good morning, Dr. Grimacy, Madam Chair, members of the board. Each year, we review and update the school's standard day schedule. The school day schedule must consist of no less than 6 hours of actual instructional time and 8-hour workday for staff. Included on the school standard day schedule is the student and teacher start and end times for each school, the beginning and end time of lunch rotations, and the estimated bus unloading and bus route completion times. Very few changes from last year. I did note those changes in red so that you'd be able to pick them out easily. One of the questions that we often get is about the lunch time, the lunch rotating period of time. There are just a number of factors that impact that, from the number of students or the number of groups that have to be rotated through the lunch. I think at West End, I was talking to Principal Krensicki, he's got 23 groups that he has to rotate through that time. The number of staff that the lunch program can maintain at a particular site impacts it, the size of the cafeteria, and they're all trying to maintain integrity of their schedules as well. Our schools really want to make sure they have block instructional time. That's important to them, so they try to maintain that instructional schedule, and so they try to limit the number of groups which would have lunch in the middle of a block of instructional time that might be disruptive. And simply the number of workers' hours. They're there from the morning to prepare breakfast to the end of the day or the end of the lunch period when they need to do the cleanup and take down. So that impacts that window in which we can do the lunch too. And I know that's often a question that we get. So we bring this forward for your endorsement.
Are there any questions about this? This is a matter of, a rather routine matter based upon bus routes and cafeteria service and the very, very good educational offerings that are going on during the day, so.
I just have one question, Dr. Metcalf. I was curious on why the different start time for the community students at versus the high school students. I was just curious.
The Community Learning Center,
Yes.
it has to do with transportation.
Okay.
Their buses go all around the county to pick up
Okay.
their students.
Okay, thank you.
All right, any other questions? Okay,
Madam Chair, before we move on, I just would like to, as a parting word with this, invite board members each year, when you read this chart, start from the right and work to the left, and make sure that all students are getting the same amount of instruction, and that all teachers are working the same number of hours. That was not the case in 2014, because we didn't have a chart like this, and we weren't thinking systemically. And so early on in my teacher advisory committee meetings, I found out that teachers had there was a contract day, but everybody was working different lengths of days, and simply because we weren't talking to each other and being transparent and accountable. So this chart each year is actually intended to get to those last two columns on the right to make sure that students are getting the same amount of instruction, no matter where you live in Moore County, and that teachers are working the same number of hours every day, at least under the contract. Okay.
Thank you. Mr. Hensley, do you have a question?
No, I'll bring it up at a different time. It has nothing, it's just tangentially related to this.
Okay. All righty, thank you. All right, any other questions about the standard operating day schedule? All right, thank you. We will move on then to revisions in the Code of Cooperation. As a result of our ethics training and planning session held on March 23rd, the Policy Committee revisited the Code of Cooperation and operating procedures, and we worked through Mr. Levy with the Policy Committee, so I'm going to allow him to assist me with this. Yeah, there it comes up on the screen.
There's some confusion. The Code of Cooperation, we went through.
Right, and that's the only part we have to actually vote on.
Okay, because the operating procedure, if the chair remembers, we were wondering why it was there. And depending on how we change the Code of Cooperation, the operating procedure may change in and of itself. So the only thing that I think should be before us is that number 6 change for the Code of Cooperation. And I can explain that if you want me to.
Yes, let me just add, before you start there, yes, that was it is only the Code of Cooperation that has to be adopted. The operating procedures stood fairly well as they were, and although we did review them, we were not exactly sure what changes we had anticipated making.
It looks to me like it's essentially an operating manual. And depending on how we're going to change some of this, and then maybe we need to revisit the operating procedures. I don't know, but I just want to make clear that on our documents, which are attached to our agenda, the only thing that the committee passed and was recommending is the change in the Code of Cooperation, which is number 6, which has the mark out and the additional wording.
So we did, with our attachment, we had both the Code of Cooperation as well as Board Operating Procedures, that we had additional items in red that appeared that was a change.
We did not, the committee did not approve or even actually consider the changes in the operating procedure because we weren't really sure where that was going. And we really weren't sure, it's not a policy. It's effectively, it's part of a policy manual. So in any rate, some of that may change, by the way. For instance, when we consider the change in our policy on public comment, the operating manual on public comment will change, because the answer to that question will change. So the only thing that the committee has brought before the board, at least for the committee to propose, is the change in number 6 to the Code of Cooperation.
Agreed.
Just to clarify that. I think I'm correct,
Yeah,
Madam Chairman.
my understanding was when we talked about, we made our change in number 6 to
Right.
recommend to the board, and that as we reviewed the additional items under the board operating procedures, we didn't sense a need to change any of them since they were tied to policy as it currently stood. And so when a change in the policy occurs, then there would be need to make a change in one of these operating procedures. And as you just noted, if we're changing the public comment policy, then there would be a change that would then occur in the operating procedures. but that these were very limited, that otherwise we saw no reason to make changes to to anything on the operating procedures at that time.
And I'm also not sure whether what's in red is a change of the operating procedure.
I think those were the ones we were just supposed to look into.
Okay, so that was my question. I had the assumption that the red was actually a revision or a change because we had several items that were listed there. And those were the ones that I didn't know if they were revised based upon the comments we had at that time, when we were talking about this and going through that. I felt like maybe they had been changed or revised to reflect our conversation. So I just wasn't clear.
Just to make it clear, the committee took no action
Okay.
on the
okay.
operating procedures. We may decide to take action on the operating procedures later on.
Okay.
Because I think we're gonna be changing some of our policies.
Okay.
And some recommended policies, and that will change the operating procedure.
So what we're going to be, what we are going to be actually voting on is simply the part at the top.
Number 6.
And it's only one change, which is number 6, where it has been reworded, endeavor to always act in the best interest of Moore County school students, their parents and guardians, and the residents of Moore County.
Yes, that's the simple change.
Okay.
It's more of a subtle change, I think, than anything else, but I think it reflects a little bit, gives a little bit of freedom to speak and also helps to clarify what we're trying to do.
And then it would also stand that the list of board operating procedures that are posted, then below that will stand until a policy changes, and then that would necessitate a change in the operating procedures, which would come back to the policy committee.
Anything stands that is not amended, I guess is the best way to put it. Not necessarily, I don't want to say that there are a couple of these operating procedures that I don't necessarily agree with, but we did not
Make any
take
change.
those up in the committee meeting, and I would be disingenuous to say that we did.
Okay. All right, are there questions? Mr. Hensley, do you have a question?
So other than item number 6, everything else in red's not going to be addressed until some future time, and if it comes up in a policy meeting, is that correct?
That is correct, Mr.
Okay,
Hensley, yes.
all right, very good, thank you.
Madam Chair, if I could, just to clarify, I also had questions as to why things were in red and there was no markings, and so now that explains, there was no change to these. Could the clerk please be given permission to get rid of the red lettering?
Once we finish with it.
For final, well, but for, this is a public document for next week's meeting, be it on consent or board action. When you take action on number 6, this red lettering already appears to have created some confusion. There can be a working document that the policy committee has where this is in red, but the public doesn't need this red indicator here that suggests that there's been a change until there is.
As a matter of fact, Dr. Grimacy, I would prefer that in our board agenda for the actual meeting, that we just put in the code of cooperation.
Fine.
That we just
Yeah, I agree with
eliminate the
that.
bottom line.
Okay.
Because I do agree that it actually confused me. So,
Okay. All right.
We started out confused in the committee.
Right,
And
that's,
we've-
the
we've
actually-
committee was confused, which is one of the reasons why we didn't take any action on it.
I'll be delighted to, at the policy committee's request, but the chair and the clerk are not going to make changes when things come back from the policy committee. We don't, unless I've got a question, I'll come to the policy committee meetings. But, so we will eliminate, from the document that will be posted next week, we will just have the code of cooperation and not the procedures.
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay,
Okay.
consider it done.
Other questions about this?
Let me,
Mr.
just
Hensley?
for information, the code, what we received for the operating procedures at the committee meeting was exactly the same as we had before. But I do have some comments after further thought on item 6. I can understand why Bob doesn't really, I understand why he wants to take out the first sentence for embarrassment, but I can't understand why we're not interested always to act in the best interest of our students. You know, I think it's important that the public understand that we will do that. But this message is not that we will always act, it's just that we will endeavor to. So I don't know what that means. That means that, well, maybe sometimes we will and sometimes we won't. But I do not like the message that is giving our public that that's what we're going to do. So I would recommend, and I probably will recommend when this comes up for vote next week, to leave the first sentence deleted, but to delete the endeavor to. Thanks.
And if I could explain to Mr. Dennison, one of the things that you want to do in something like a code of cooperation is to not say, oh, you violated that, to say you didn't act in the best interest, because you and I may have a difference of opinion as to what the best interests are, and that's a fair thing. That's a good thing. So I wouldn't want someone to say, if I disagreed with you, and I'm not saying I do, that you didn't act along the lines of the code of cooperation because you didn't act in the best interest of the students. Now, I think what we all need to do is to think, and I totally believe, and even though, heaven knows, I've had some disagreements with some members on this board, perhaps almost all of them, in fact, all of them. But I don't doubt that everyone is endeavoring to act in the best interests of the students, regardless of whether I think that they're acting in the best interests of the students or not. And that's the reason why I put it there. So just by way of explanation, that it's sort of like, I have faith in you and I have faith in everyone here that they are doing their best, even if they disagree with me, that they're all doing their best to act in the best interest of the students. That's the reason.
Yeah, well, I personally have no problem if someone would want to question me about my doing something that wasn't the best interest of the student.
No one is saying that you ever would, and as a matter of fact, this is saying that you always will. This is my faith.
What does endeavor to say?
It means you'll do your best.
Now, what does do your best mean?
Well, to quote President Lyndon Johnson, when he took the oath of office after the death of President Kennedy, I will do my best. That is all I can do. I ask for your help and that of God. And that's a direct quote from Lyndon Johnson. That is probably the best explanation of the term endeavor that I can come up with.
Well, would the board members be disturbed or upset if when a board member does something that I personally ask them, and maybe ask them here, did you do this? And is that really, how do you consider that to be the best interest of our students?
And his response or her response would probably be, I really thought that I was acting in the best interest of the students, and I would take that on good faith, even if I personally believed that the board member didn't. I would take that on good faith. Or alternatively, the board member might even say, well, I tried to do my best, but I found out that it didn't work out and it wasn't in the best interest of the children. But in either case, the board member did not violate the code of cooperation. The board member did his or her best, and that's all we're asking here. Not to actually, we're actually asking you to do your best, not putting some litmus test, did you accomplish it?
Okay, so you're saying that if you did your best and you found out later that what you did was not the best, you would be able to acknowledge that to the other board members?
Well, I would hope that the person would, but all I'm saying is that that would not violate the code of cooperation.
So you're saying really you can do whatever you want to do?
No, I'm saying
You all-
that you do your best, that is all I can do. And that is what President Johnson said, and that's what I believe, but I would
Okay,
leave it
well,
at that.
I got my point across.
Okay,
I think we're doing too many things that aren't in the best interest of our students. I think we're doing too many things that are in best interest of the public and the taxpayer. And we're not here for the public or the taxpayer, we're here for the student. So that's all I'll say.
well, then,
Thanks.
then that, Mr. Dennison, is a difference of opinion, which you and I have, because I believe that.
We don't have to argue about it, Bob. I'm
do
just
it
telling
all.
you, that's the way I
But
feel.
you
and
are
that's it.
still endeavoring to do the best for the students. I know you are,
I'm convinced I will do the best.
and I know you are. I know you are.
Right. Mr. Dennison, are you interested in suggesting a change to that wording prior to next week?
Well, I am suggesting it, but I can wait the next week and make the change and see how the other board members feel about it.
All right. Any other comments or questions? Mr. Hensley?
If we could scroll to the bottom of this document, please, of the Code of Conduct.
To the very end? or
Yes,
the-
ma'am. So, I mentioned this back when we had our work session at the Senior Enrichment Center, gosh, a month or so ago. And I was just looking up the policies on my phone related to numbers 32 and 36. And here's my point. I think that we need to address not just number 6 at the top, but some of these others. For example, number 36 at the bottom, policy 1419 is actually the code of ethics for this board. And it says nothing in there, doesn't even allude to the role of the individual board member at a public forum is to listen. That is simply not substantiated in our policy, because anyone can go read, as I just did while Mr. Levy and Dennison were discussing things. I looked up policy 1419, and 1419 doesn't even allude to that. That is just someone's opinion that the role of an individual board member at a public forum is to listen. Personally, I think that a role of a board member at a public forum is to inform the public of their views and opinions on relevant topics. But the bigger point is policy 1419 in no way supports item number 36. And same thing with item number 32. I just looked up policy 1700. And really, all 1700 says is that the chair is the official spokesman for the board. And okay, great, but I think we have a duty to talk to the media. I think we have a duty to inform the public of our personal opinions so that they know who's representing them. So my point is, there are some items in here that I believe, in addition to be unconstitutional restriction of free speech, are not supported by our policy. So I think as a board, we need to revisit not just the one item at the top, we need to revisit all the items highlighted in red.
Mr. Levy, I'm going to
Well,
refer that to you and a return to the operating procedures in the policy committee. And maybe it was Mr. Hensley that had us highlight all those in red when we went through the first meeting.
Correct, it was.
And then that didn't come through with Mr. Levy to the policy committee. That's what we were supposed to do with them, so.
I agree, because I believe the policy committee was confused just as, and it's by no means a criticism of whoever decided to type it in red, but because they clearly wanted us to look at it. What I'm going to do, Mr. Hensley, is we're going to have a policy committee meeting again, because we have a series of policies, I understand.
Coming through.
Which are coming through, and among them, one of the things that we did on the policy committee, I had a proposed policy on teachers advocating for particular political positions. And my understanding is that the State School Boards Association has a similar policy on that. And I spoke with Dr. Alpenfels, and she was last week, she was almost finished going over those. So this is what I'm going to promise to you, Mr. Hensley, is we will revisit these at the next policy meeting. And I personally agree with you that this whole idea on the media and things like that, this what I call the policy manual, probably needs to be revised.
Well, whether the policy manual needs to be revised is a separate question from the fact that those two items I pointed out in the code of conduct aren't supported by the policy.
No, that's,
That's a separate issue. You know, if they're not supported by the policy, they should just be stricken. Or maybe not a policy reference there because they're not supported by the policy.
All right, let's take that under advisement, Mr. Levy, and as we schedule.
Just want to tell you, this is coming up at the next policy meeting. It will come up.
And please
And
note
your
that
point is not just sort of well taken, is very well taken.
all that we will be voting on next week will be the Code of Cooperation, which is the top section of the first page, okay, which is changed through the policy committee. So anything below that will be still sitting in policy. Correct, Mr. Levy?
Well, no, I don't, that's not policy.
Well,
That's
to-
the
for review
that's the
by the
point.
policy
It's
committee.
the policy manual, and it's there. The answer is, it's there, and it's in this thing
Until it-
until we change it. That's a tautology.
All right, let's see if we can, I think we've settled that one, though. Remember, you're only looking at the top portion of the page, and that will be all that will be attached to the executive summary. The next item on here is the first reading of new and revised policies. Back to you, Mr. Levy.
Yes, let me go to that. Excuse me here.
Actually, Madam Chair, in this case, this would be Dr. Alpenfels on behalf of the committee unless Mr. Levy chooses to approach it otherwise in this case.
Is she with us?
With your permission, Mr. Levy?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Alpenfels, item 3D.
Good morning, Ms. Carter, board members, Dr. Grimsey. You will see before you 4 policies that the policy committee recommends for revision. Interestingly, nearly every one of these revisions are tied to your previous conversation about the Code of Cooperation and the board's operating procedures. And I know that Mr. Levy may have some remarks, so Mr. Levy.
Yes, if you look, first of all, 1321, there was a discussion, so to speak, as to how you actually bring something before the board. And there was discussion of, well, that if you request something to be brought before the board in the agenda, it may be brought before the board. What this says is it shall be brought before the board. And it basically says, if you have an item that you want to be placed on the agenda, you simply send it to the chairperson and the superintendent. And upon timely request, such an item shall be placed on the agenda. So that's very, very important. And let me move on down. The second thing is that we had a discussion, especially during COVID, of only having a certain number of people here in the boardroom. Although I'll have to say that I see absolutely no reason why we're all sitting here, all have had a chance to be vaccinated or not be vaccinated, as you decide. I've been vaccinated fully. And we could have a whole bunch of people here, but that is what's occurring. So this allows people to telephone in their comments, technology being available. So the person doesn't have to come before the board, come into the room if they, given our lack of availability. And also, some people did complain that they can't drive or can't be at the board session or whatever, this gives them the ability to say what they will at the board meeting. Technology being available, which is, I assume is available. We've done it before, but I didn't want to pre-guess our technical abilities. Pardon me, I have a mask fogging incident here.
Laura, do you think you could just scroll down so that, there we go, thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is number 14 is, and I'm looking at, do you have that? Have you scrolled down to 14?
Item number 14.
Item number 14, actively,
Keep scrolling, Laura, down to the next page, and then you'll see number, there we go.
it's the next
Where
red,
Back up a little bit.
Code of ethics.
Right there.
right. Basically, there has been some discussion in saying that our job is simply to listen when we go to public meetings. I differ with this. I think Mr. Hensley has said that he differs with this, and I agree. So we've changed this to say that we're going to endeavor to state the most accurate information while all the time making clear that only the chair and the superintendent may officially speak for the board as a whole. So it presumes that we will be in meetings and that we will not just listen, but we'll give our opinion and the like. But we want to make sure that, especially when I talk to the media or when I make sure that I say, look, I'm a board member and I speak for myself as a board member, but I do not speak for the board. Although I think the media understands this. In another county, there was some discussion about that. And it should be clear in our policies that that's the case. Going to 1700. Yes.
I don't understand what this is the specification. All right, we've said they're not the official spokesperson, speaks to the public.
I don't think your mic's on. Your mic?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Mr. Levy.
Yes, sir.
Where
Yes,
we,
ma'am.
where we noted the person is not an official spokesperson, but speaks to the public in an official or unofficial capacity. I'm a little bit confused about that. If they're not the official spokesperson, then when are they in an official capacity?
Well, actually, if you, in a legal sort of a thing, whenever we speak about board things, we're members of the board and we're acting in our official capacity, so that, I hate to say it, should we, whatever we do in public, we're acting, and we say we're a board member, we're acting in our official capacity, and we're liable or whatever as a board member. That's what the public entrusts us to be. But you can't really say, I'm just a private citizen. No, you're speaking as a board member, but you're not speaking for the board.
And I know that's what the intent was. I'm just wondering if we really need the words in an official or unofficial capacity. If we're, because doesn't it carry the message that when a board member who is not an official spokesman speaks to the public, it should be made clear the person can only speak as an individual. But, I mean, it's nitpicky.
It's an individual board member, but I don't want us to believe that we can't say, I'm a board member and I believe X, Y, and Z. But please remember, I don't speak for the board.
Right.
But I don't want to say, my name is Robert Levy and I believe. I might want to say, my name is Robert Levy, I'm a member of the board, and I say this. Or you're a member of the board, or I take that back. You are the official spokesman.
Sometimes.
Well, all the time, actually. But someone else wants to say, I'm a member of the board and I speak, and I say this. Actually, in terms of liability, whenever we speak, whatever we do, we are in our official capacity, whether that is giving an
Absolutely.
address at a high school. We don't, by the way, we don't address high schools. Well, maybe with high school class. We're in official capacity. Like it or not, if we say something in a classroom that shouldn't be said, we're going to get sued, and we're in our official capacity. You know,
I understand. And I'm just was
Okay,
questioning whether
yes, ma'am.
those words were actually needed or not. I think the point behind it is very clear.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's fine with me.
All right, but moving right along, now let me see. Well, this, in speaking for the board, going down to 1700, I think that's the next one. Am I right?
Yeah, that's it then.
Did I skip something?
Mr. Levy,
No,
if you
no.
look at the screen, it's on the screen,
Yeah.
so you don't have to look at your phone.
Well, actually, as you grow older, Mr. Hensley, it's much easier to look at the screen, which is closer to you.
Whichever you prefer.
That is,
Mr.
that
This
is
the
something,
final
that is
policy
something
the
that you'll
policy
learn
committee
later on in
was
life, and I hope
recommending.
you don't learn it.
Dr. Appenfeld, did you want to add something?
No, I was just letting Mr. Levy know 1700 was the last one.
Okay, yes. Basically, it formally said that, that when we speak in public, we're supposed to speak from the standpoint of the school board, and we're supposed to give effectively the school board line, and not as a representative serving his own personal ideas and feelings. My belief is that is exactly what we do. That oftentimes I will differ with the board and with what the board does. And perhaps other people will differ with what the board does. And the only thing is that we need to give, it should be made clear that the person can only speak that the person can only speak as an individual on behalf of their constituents, as an individual, and not on behalf of the board, but are free to speak about all issues as may concern them or their constituents, excluding confidential information. So it basically says, it basically frees us up to talk about what we want, so long as we make everyone understand that we're talking as an individual. I think it's important because we need diversity on the board and we need to speak to the public. So for instance, someone who says, I can say, I differ with the board on the mask mandate here in this room, but that is the board's position. But I'm going to tell the public how I differ with it. The public's entitled to know how I differ with that. But of course, while I'm here, I'll always obey the rules. Thank you. That should be it.
All right, any other comments or questions on those policies? This would be a first reading, so at next week's meeting would be the second reading, and we would take a vote on these items. All right, moving on, we now can move on, well, you want to take a quick, a 5-minute break?
We need to vote on it.
We don't vote on it yet,
I thought we vote
Next
one
Monday.
reading today
and then
one
next
reading
week is technically the
next time.
second reading, and then we can vote.
You don't have to vote on it.
Oh, okay, you don't vote on the reading itself. I
Right,
see. Okay, all right.
Let's
Then I
take
understand.
about a 5-minute stretch break before we move into the next item. Mr. Eklund, if you can post that we are All right, we'll now call the meeting back to order. We're moving on to item number E, supplemental addition to school board policy recommended by Board Member Levy. Mr. Levy, we'll turn this back over to you.
Yes. Excuse me. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is a policy which I drafted on critical race theory. It directs the school to not allow critical race theory as a basis for education. First thing it does is let me say that this is a separate policy from the committee because it was not passed out of committee. So the committee members did not approve it, so I am proposing it to the board. Hopefully the committee members who are sitting here will have rethought this. The first thing that I thought was necessary to do was to define critical race theory. There's been a lot of things that are talked about with critical race theory, but unless you define it, you don't really know what you're talking about. So you can't just simply say, we're not going to have critical race theory. And I decided in drafting this to go to an independent source, as independent as I could possibly find. Not a political source to define critical race theory. So I went to the Encyclopedia Britannica. And as a good student, I gave the Encyclopedia Britannica credit and if not a footnote, a note within the text stating that that is where I got it from. And when you look at it and when you read it, it is not something that we want in our school system. It is the view that the law and legal institutions are inherently racist, and that race itself, instead of being biologically grounded and natural, is a socially constructed concept that is used by white people to further their economic and political interest at the expense of people of color. And since it's the Encyclopedia Britannica, it's spelled color, well, we say the wrong way, but I decided to put a sick in there and to show that that is the way they spelled it, so I left it spelled that way. The bottom line is that we don't want this anywhere in our schools. It seems to be the new woke idea, which is running through a lot of school systems, especially school systems like Fairfax County, Virginia, all over California. A lot of people say Wake County. I will leave it to those people to the other people to say how badly it's within that system. The bottom line is, in our system, we look to our motto in this country, which is e pluribus unum, from many one, not e unum pluribus, from one many. The idea of critical race theory is that everything comes from race, that you first have to look at a person and you have to look at their race, and then you decide from which community they come from, and then you decide, you try to teach what has been the experience of that community, so that what people are learning is, the first thing you're teaching a child is whether, to identify themselves by their particular race, and to look at all life and history and civics based on that concept. Our job, I believe, is to create a colorblind society, and that is to evaluate, to teach children that it is the content of their character, not the color of their skin, to quote Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. with regard to this. So the bottom line here is that this policy will forbid the teaching of critical race theory, but it will not forbid teaching about critical race theory. One of the things that I wanted to make sure of is that our teachers are free to teach about various things that we may disagree with. Our teachers may teach about Marxism, communism, and I know they're teaching about capitalism and the like. And we can have brisk discussions about those sorts of things, especially in the upper grades, where those things are debated, and they should be debated vigorously in the schools. But, as the policy states, they need to be balanced in discussion by teaching by teaching of a balanced discussion of competing notions, such as that all persons shall be treated equally, regardless of race. So I would hope that in this era of woke liberalism and out of control ideas, that we put the brakes on this sort of a thing, and that we teach our children e pluribus unum, that we teach them that they are all part of one nation. And I think it is necessary to enact this as policy, as a guide to our superintendent and to our teachers, to say that critical race theory will not be a part of Moore County Schools. Submit.
Okay, do we have questions or comments for Mr. Levy?
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Before I make a comment, Mr. Levy, you had indicated that this was presented during the policy committee review, and it was voted down.
That's right.
And I would like to get, if I could, possibly perspective as to why it was voted down. If I could get comments. I would just like to hear the difference of opinion as to why it was voted down.
I'll defer to those people who had a difference of opinion.
Mr. Dennison, you want to speak?
I will. Here's why, here are my comments about this. The letters and emails I received told me that the Moore County schools would do the following with the new state standards for social studies. Teach our students that white skin automatically means you are racist. Would distribute worksheets where students are asked to declare their privilege or socioeconomic status, gender, religion, nationality, and what modern utilities their family owns. Teach our students their country is evil. Beginning in kindergarten, teach our children to believe conservatives, religious people, and white people are deserving of hatred. And our public schools will now be indoctrinating children as young as 5 years old with self-hatred. I respond to them that I would not allow this to happen in Moore County schools, and that I will not support the critical race theory. But I have some good news too, after further investigation and other decisions being made, that the critical race theory is not included in the new state standards for social studies. It will not be included in the Moore County Schools curriculum for social studies. It is based on a theory of what people think will happen, not what would happen. Therefore, to me, it makes no sense to have a policy that is a theory that is not included in the state standards and will not be used in Moore County schools.
Thanks, Ed.
But I want to make it clear, I'm against the critical race theory, but I don't think we need a policy on it.
And of course, and I'm also a member of the committee, and as we discuss this, yes, I think there's great concern on the part of everyone with indoctrination of our children. But there's a difference between indoctrinating our children and teaching our children and allowing them to explore something. So we have to keep that one in mind. I think the bigger question might be is why is this a policy issue? Because as I examined policies, there's no policy against Marxism. There's no policy against socialism. There's no policy against evolutionism. We could keep on and make a list because those are not items that normally would be put into policy. It is a matter of great concern, and I'm with Mr. Dennison and Mr. Levy. I am not a proponent of critical race theory, and I don't think that it is something that we want to have as a part of our school system. But I think that we need to find a way to know that that it is not a part of policy, but might be elsewhere. It is a very vague concept, and Mr. Levy, I'm going to go back to you because Encyclopedia Britannica has changed their definition in April of 2021, and so I have that one for you. It now references it as an intellectual movement and loosely organized framework of legal analysis based on the premise that race is not a natural, biologically grounded feature of physically distinct subgroups of human beings, but a socially constructed, culturally invented category that is used to express and exploit people of color. Still spelling color with that extra U, since they haven't changed that one. But before we proceed, perhaps it's worthy of looking at why they changed their definition of what it actually is. But I just think that critical race theory and any other theory is an odd thing to put to restrict it within our policy. And that's what I said at the policy committee meeting. I just don't know that this is a policy issue. It's almost like we're creating a solution while we search for the problem, because in no place and at no time have I ever heard Dr. Grimacy or Dr. Locklear or any other Moore County school teacher or representative say, oh yes, we need to teach critical race theory. We're going to be putting that into our curriculums. Or we're already teaching critical race theory. It isn't there. It is not a problem. And if it is not included in our social studies curriculum, it should not continue and would not become a problem. So it's almost like we're saying, we're trying to create a problem that doesn't exist.
Madam Chair, I agree with your comments. And as I looked at the proposed outline, and that was my question, and I wanted to hear some of the comments and conversations that the committee had, because I just wanted to understand why we needed to approve or develop this policy specifically for this subject matter. And then I thought about our curriculum specialist and Dr. Locklear, Dr. Metcalf, and all of our wonderful teachers, educators who, they're professionals. And they are experts to the subject matter that they teach. And they teach the children about the curriculum. However, they don't try to instill their beliefs, their individual beliefs, to children. That's left up to the parents. So I just don't think that we need to approve this policy as it stands. And Dr. Grimacy, I didn't go back and look on our policies, but I'm sure that we have specific guidelines, maybe guidelines, procedures of how curriculum and instruction is to be delivered. to our children. I know that it should be without discrimination. And so I just don't believe that we need to approve this policy.
I have to add too, that it's almost like opening a slippery slope. You know, if we approve this one, which like I say, I support the basic ideas, does it then open the door for us needing to approve more and more policies to prohibit radical trans exclusionary feminism or fascism or the flat earth theory or QAnon? I mean, is there something, where do we stop if we open this door? Where do we go after we begin to do these things? Mr. Hensley?
I can answer that question. You know, I've been sitting here thoughtfully listening and contemplating. I believe, so let me ask this question. So I heard Mr. Dennison, and well, I've heard everyone say they oppose critical race theory, and then ask, well, why should we have a policy against it? We don't have a policy against Marxism or cannibalism, as an example. Well, I'll explain the difference. There is not an active political movement there's not a serious political movement trying to get Marxism permeated throughout our curriculum. Well, actually there is. They're using critical race theory to do it. Let me use another example. We're all against cannibalism. So the question would be, why would we do what the slippery slope? Next thing you know, we're doing a policy against cannibalism. Well, the fact of the matter is there's not a serious threat and a serious political movement to start basing our curriculum on cannibalism in our schools. But the difference is there is a political movement led by the current president of the United States to instill critical race theory in our public schools. And it has no place, and we all agree on it. So what's the harm in having a policy against something that we all oppose? And I believe it's a Pollyannish view of the world to believe that it's not already here in Moore County schools, because I can point to, I go back to the Innovation Project. And, you know, if you look at some of the sponsors of the Innovation Project, some of the corporations and foundations that support it, they're hip deep in critical race theory. So, you know, if they're providing funding and guidance or whatever, it is a very Pollyannish view of the world to believe that critical race theory is not already permeating our schools. And we owe it as a board to provide the guidance, as Mr. Levy said, to the superintendent and everyone who works in Moore County schools that it's not acceptable. So in summary, the difference is between the slippery slope isn't there until there becomes a serious political movement trying to implement something in our school system that we as a board find repugnant and that our constituents find repugnant. So therein lies the difference. Thank you.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I am against critical race theory, but I still don't believe it's a policy. So that's.
Yeah, I guess I have to add that I have great faith in Mark Robinson and Catherine Truitt, that this is something that's going to be handled on the state level as they are working with our social studies standards and content to send down to the state and local through the state to the local level. And
I'm sorry to interrupt. That was another point I meant to make, is critical race theory is a separate issue from the implementation of the new social studies standards. It is a separate and distinct issue.
I don't know whether I agree with that or not, because I think that's how we got so focused on it. But whatever it may be. Mr. Levy?
Yes. Well, first of all, when we look at the new state standards, I do agree with Mr. Hensley that there is a difference between critical race theory and the new state standards, but I would argue against what I'm sure the administrators are going to try to tell us, that critical race theory has no part in the new state standards. People like to say, well, doesn't say critical race theory in the new state standards. Well, I wouldn't expect the standards to say this is based on critical race theory, but let me give you an example. The new state standards talk about communities. And for instance, in the first grade, okay, the new state standards say, we're going to teach children how to change their classroom, how to bring change to their school, and how to bring change to their communities, all right? First of all, we're teaching them, number one, supposedly how they're going to, I suppose, go out and tell members of the community that they're doing things all wrong, that they've got to change their community. This is in first grade. In first grade, children need to learn what the community does. They need to know the basic building blocks of knowledge. You don't ask children to change things that they don't know anything about, all right? That is part of it. So that is part of separating the children from their parents and community and say, no, here in the schools, we're going to show you how to change things in your community. Kids in the first grade shouldn't necessarily think that anything is necessarily wrong because they don't know probably how the president is elected, much less if they want to change the way the president is elected or something like that. Even if you talk about recycling, they don't know the pros and cons of recycling, which, by the way, there are pros and cons to recycling, especially the cost of recycling and the fact that recycling oftentimes goes directly into a landfill because of the excess costs. That's another thing. But secondly, that's the only time it talks about the community, because after that, as the grades go on, it talks about resources to different communities. And it says, you will learn how resources have been developed among different communities. Well, who are the communities? It's not e pluribus unum. It is no longer one community. It is, well, the people of this category were given these resources. The people of this category, whether it's the Caucasians, were given these resources. The indigenous people were given these resources. The people of color were given these resources. And you can see, therefore, how race plays a part in the development of what occurs down through history. And I'm not saying that those aren't valid things that we look at, but the new state standards are based on that. They are based on the idea not that we are one nation, but that we are different communities. And that has brought down many a country. That has brought down, when you start dividing people into Hutus and Tutsis, when you start dividing people in Ireland into Catholics and Protestants, when you start dividing people in the United States into, there's the black community here, there's the white community here, there's the there is the LGBT community here, and we have to study how these communities, and the basis of our entire civics project is to see how these communities interact. And of course, the conclusion you're supposed to reach, the intended conclusion, is that the majority race has oppressed the minority race, which is, even in your new definition, that is exploiting people of color. I believe that's a quote from your new definition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Now, how does this work for our school system. We may have to implement the new standards. We may have to do that. We may be told that the law says we have to do it. But we have the curriculum that we have full control over. Somebody has to guide our professionals in the curriculum. That's why we're here. That's why we are the Board of Education. That is why we are elected by the people. That unfortunately, our educational system, what the people have said, especially in electing us new board members, is that the professionals, and I'm not talking about anybody particular in Moore County, I want to make sure that you understand that the professionals are guiding our students in a particular way, and they are guiding them toward critical race theory, and the people are saying, no, we want you to have a policy which tells these professionals, e pluribus unum, that tells these people that we are going to look at pride in our country, and we are going to have an idea of a colorblind society. That is what our people are telling us. So do we need it in policy? Of course we need it in policy. And why? Because we're going to be asked to implement standards, but we don't even have a curriculum yet. I'm going to be suggesting that we postpone our standards for a year until we get our curriculum. And in developing our curriculum, I want to make sure that critical race theory is not part of that curriculum. And so that whatever critical race theory the standards are based on, we can negate that through our curriculum. In other words, I don't want to learn what's in the bill after passing it, as Speaker Pelosi might say. So do we need it in policy? Yes, we need it in policy, because the people who elected us, each and every one of us, expects that to be in policy. And if you think it's not a problem, you don't have any problem with the policy. Because if it's not a problem, the policy won't change anything. But I rather think that there is a problem and that it needs to be addressed. And we need to do a clear signal of our curriculum to the people who develop our curriculum. And if you're against critical race theory, then vote for this. Or tell me how else you're going to prevent it. Because you haven't said that, or no one has said that. But I believe it should be in policy, and I believe that if you really are against critical race theory, that you will vote for this policy. Submit.
Might we return to your first grade example?
Yes.
The one where you said there you're going to coach children in how to change their school, their community. I'm not sure how far it went. So you envision that as something that would be racially motivated. We're going to teach small children of varying backgrounds how to cause an issue.
No, that actually goes closer to the upper grades. In the lower grades, you're going to be teaching children how to do what is called in civics, it's called civic engagement. And what it is essentially is to do anything from go out and protest to
run for
telling
office,
telling their parents, this is not the way the community should be organized. It should be organized in a different fashion. That is part of the action portion that critical race theory supports. It is not in particular critical race theory, but if you believe in critical race theory, you have to believe in social action to support the goals of critical race theory, which is, and what you are teaching children at the first grade, mind you, the first grade. is to go out and say, I'm not satisfied with the way our community is organized. In the first grade. Tell me they're
Well, but
gonna do it
that's a
in the
little
10th
bit
grade or the
far-fetched.
11th grade. Then
Very far-fetched.
then I think you might have something.
Yeah, in my mind, what you've got is a group of first graders who don't like muscadine grape juice, which has been, you get that reference, which has been forced upon them. And so what you are going to be teaching them is the proper response to not liking your breakfast cart serving is not going into the hallway and tipping over the breakfast trays such that no one gets breakfast. The proper response to that is possible letters to our senators or our representatives who have forced muscadine grape onto the carts and in the breakfast, where that is the way you are changing your community or your school, which
But
is,
in first grade, children, if muscadine grape juice is on the menu and their parents believe that they ought to drink muscadine grape juice, it is not their position to do social protest. They're going to have to learn that muscadine grape juice is on the menu. And we're not going to be leading a group of first graders into social action protest. That's not what you do. You have to give students, give them a break, give them a chance to learn the building blocks of your community, what the community rules are. Don't tell a kid in first grade, we're going to tear down whatever those, even if it's
I
just
don't believe that's
muscadine
what
grape.
that says. I
Can you,
think it,
can you say what what it exactly says, clarify objective?
I do not, Mr. Lee,
Do you have that?
Mr.
It's
Right, the
it's
first
in
grade.
our, it's in our presentation. It says,
Probably not till we get to K then.
yeah, it's in our presentation. It says, kindergarten, its goal is to change your classroom and your school. And then in first grade, it goes to change classroom, school, and community. It's part of the presentation here.
Well, I'll hold my comments because I think we're kind of digging deep into K. But I taught first grade for over 10 years. And what you're talking about, that's why I wanted to know the objective, because the old ones, we did half of the stuff that you were naming, but we didn't do it racially. So for instance, for the objective for what you're talking about, it was explain how and why neighbors and communities change over time. So we went into that, but it wasn't anything down deep of a racist thing. So what you're talking about, we're teaching it now. It's in our social studies now. It's just not what critical race theory is all about. We're not honing on to those sections of what you're saying. But I would love, no, it's fine. Just would love to know what the objective, like what it clearly says. Does it say explain how, or, like the wording of it? I don't have, my phone won't bring it up, but, yeah. It brought up the other stuff. It won't bring up that for some reason, but, anyhow. So I'll just go into that when we get to there, but,
And to Mr. Levy, some of his points regarding differences of community and differences of living, some of those things are real life for us today that we have lived, or that I have lived through. I'll give you a good example of some of the things that you mentioned was different. We sit here on this campus, and across from us is a white building of our old school back years and years and years ago. That school came from a black community, and you notice that it is made with boards. It's not brick and mortar. That is real life. That's a difference. There was a difference. Absolutely, Dr. Martin Luther King said that people should be judged by the content of their character and not color of their skin. And that's because there was a difference. Black people should be able to go along pathways of other people to get the education, which they are doing, but to not have to be singled out and to not have some of the same opportunities. That is real life today. And so to try to not, and not indoctrinating, but teaching of slavery, teaching of evolution, teaching of all those subject matters that we were taught, it is real life for so many across the country today. So I just don't agree with some of the things that you are saying that is impacted by the critical race theory.
I would tell you that I want to make sure that everyone understands. I'm not saying don't teach about slavery. I'm not saying don't teach about the first coming of racial slavery into the United States at a particular time. What I am saying is that our entire social studies curriculum should not be based as if Brown versus Board of Education never took place. That the fact that there were lesser opportunities for African Americans in this country for eons it's terrible. It's a disgrace. But the triumph is, as Dr. King said, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments, and I'm paraphrasing here, they were a note that is owed to the nation. And
Madam Chair, point of order.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Levy, but I think as several board members have pointed out, we are confusing, we are commingling the current action item, critical race theory, with item K, social studies standards. And I think we have a separate time in this meeting. It's all worthy discussion and it's all very good points that everyone's brought up. But we've gone far beyond the discussion of critical race theory. Now we're discussing the social studies standards. So I would suggest that we stick to the agenda item, whichever one we're on, E.
E. Yeah.
And then we save the social studies discussion until item K.
Point well taken.
I think the point is well taken. Let me just wrap up by saying, because I think a lot of it's been said, and I respect everyone's opinion on this. I believe that I don't think anyone here has said that they believe in critical race theory. I'm just saying to the board, let's tell the public that we don't believe in it. Let's put it in our policy that we don't believe in it. Let's send a signal to our professionals that when they do the curriculums, they're not going to put it in there, and that Moore County stands full and 100% against critical race theory by having the guts and having the fortitude to place this in our policy. I'll submit.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? What?
If we can move on, that'd be great.
Okay, all right. This would then be considered as an action or action item or consent on the consent agenda, either one or for further study. All right, let us move on now to item F, which is the amended budget resolution for third quarter.
Mr. Cox, are you ready?
Yes, sir, I am.
Please proceed with item 3F.
Thank you, Dr. Grimson, Madam Chair, board members. This is the amended budget resolution for the third quarter. You see here in the executive summary is a detail of all the changes by program report code I will note the majority of the increase for state funds surrounds additional monies received for summer reading camps, stock alarm cameras for buses, and additional funding for the exceptional children in the special state reserve, and then additional funding for school connectivity for our wireless access network there. No overall change for local funds. If you scroll down, Laura, to the second page, yeah, no overall change for local funds. Then in the federal programs, I'll note the majority of the increase there is related to PRCs 165 through 170, which is the state reserve held at DPI for ESSER funds. And these are similar to the coronavirus relief funds. They're given to us for specific items. 165, 166, and 167. And then for PRC 169 and 170 are the governor's emergency education relief funds for student health and additional funding for exceptional children in that PRC 170. No change in local capital fund, no change in school nutrition fund. And then we see a couple additional grants, additional funding received there, and the local operations fund or Fund 8. Total increase of $1,007,742 for a total amended budget, $135,905,839. I'm happy to take any questions around the amended budget resolution for third quarter.
Any questions? Mr. Dennison?
Andrew, I have one question on the state public school fund. For the
Yes, sir.
decrease in PRC 1 classroom teachers due to North Carolina virtual public school tuition. Is that for our students that are attending the North Carolina virtual school?
Yes, sir. How that works, at the beginning of the year, they do a reduction to that PRC based on estimated use. And then during February, they come back and true up to actual use throughout the year. So this is an adjustment for actual use for our students for classes in North Carolina Virtual Public School.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Cox.
Madam Chair, with your
We'll move
permission.
on to Mr. Cox.
Item 3G is also Mr. Cox.
All right, Mr. Cox, you're on again.
Thank you, Dr. Gramercy, Madam Chair, and board members. We're bringing this to you. This is the audit contract for the year ending June 30th, 2021. Based on North Carolina Statute 115-447, each local school administrative unit shall have its accounts audited by a certified public accountant after the close of each fiscal year. Our school system has been using the firm of Dixon Hughes Goodman, and they have offices located in Pinehurst. We've used them for the last few years. They provided great service to the district. This year, the audit fee and financial statement fees are $40,500 and $5,500 respectively. This represents a $500 or 1% increase over the fiscal year 20 audit. And I will note that they typically start their field work in May. And then once the year end close out, they will do the remainder of their field work. So a portion of the contract will pay for the work they do before the year is closed out in their initial field work where they're starting to gather things, work with us. And then the remaining portion will be paid out after the close of the year and after they complete the audit in fiscal year 22. But it's the audit for year ending June 30th, 2021. I'm happy to take any questions around it.
Any questions for Mr. Cox? Mr. Hensley?
Yes, actually, this comment is not for Mr. Cox. This comment is for the editorial board of the Pilot newspaper. First of all, I think that the Dixon Hughes and Goodman did an excellent job on their audit, and the fees are fair. That's actually less than I pay to have an audit done for one of my companies. However, there's a misunderstanding on the part of the editorial board of the Pilot as to what's contained in that report. And I was given the report. It was about 1.5 inches thick. And I went through and I read every single page. And the audit talks about compliance with laws. It talks about balance sheets, and it talks about the financials. The pilot alluded to the fact that I should know where every penny of Moore County Schools funding is spent because I'm on the budget committee. And oh, by the way, there was this giant audit, and that shows where every penny's spent. No, it's not. No, it doesn't. The audit talks about compliance. It talks about, again, big blue sweeping arrows. It does not, as the pilot editorial board asserted, show where the money's being spent in Moore County Schools.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from Mr. Cox? All right, then we may move on.
Madam Chair, at this time, I'll bring forward Mr. Barath. Mr. Barath, are you prepared for item 3H?
Yes, sir.
All right. Mr. Barath, Madam Chair, for the board's information, will present items H, I, and J. So if, Madam Chair, with your permission, we'll just let Mr. Barath roll.
Thank you, Mr. Barath.
Very good. The first item here is new to some of you board members, and I just want to take a moment to go through it because it relates to child nutrition, a little unique operation here at the school district. Back in 2019, the Child Nutrition Department issued invitations for bids for many of the commodities and items that they sell and prepare for meals throughout the days. This one is specific to the milk and ice cream. So back in 2019, bids were opened for milk and ice cream. And in July of 2019, a recommendation was made to the board to award the milk to Mayola local dairies, and for the milk, and then the ice cream to Hershey's. One of the things about the bid process is included within the received bids is up to 4 additional one-year terms. Now, in order to qualify for an extension for each year of the potential 4 years, all parties must agree that the bid price per unit or less. So in this case, both Mayola and Hershey have agreed to maintain their current bid price from 2019. When the bids are issued, they are issued with a average use or consumption for the products. We are not held to that number. That is a basis of the bid. The department is only held to the actual number of items that are purchased. So, for example, when we faced the change to remote learning and there wasn't a lot of distribution in the school, we were not held to an unreasonable number of purchases for milk and for ice cream, just on what was purchased to help with the distribution of meals remotely at that time. And so both of these vendors have agreed to continue their bid rates at which they submitted back in 2019. So it will be recommended to the superintendent that the board consider a motion to extend for 1 year the rates for both of these vendors, and just give you the board a heads up at your next meetings in June. The department will bring forth renewals or bid quotes for groceries, produce, beverages, supplies, and chemicals. So there'll be more to come in the next month ahead. This just represents the milk and the ice cream. And thank you for allowing me that discussion to inform all board members. And if there's any questions.
Any questions? Mr. Hensley?
Does Moore County Schools have chocolate milk in our cafeterias?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe we do.
Yes,
In
we
the
do.
back
Yes,
of
we
my
do.
head,
Okay.
The
So-
answer seems to be yes.
So,
I just can't say with 100% certainty at this moment. I
I
apologize.
can, John, with 100% certainty. Mr. Hensley.
so here's why I ask is I think Moore County Schools should, in the name of food quality, do everything we can to reduce high fructose corn syrup in our students' diet. And if you look at chocolate milk, more often than not, well, cheap, inexpensive chocolate milk has high fructose corn syrup, where better quality healthier chocolate, if I could use that term, chocolate milk is flavored with sugar. So no action required, but I think in future milk contracts, we should require sugar in our chocolate milk, vice man-made high fructose corn syrup. And I think that our nutritionists need to look at reducing high fructose corn syrup in the diet of our students.
These are chocolate cows, so you don't have no worry about it.
The chocolate cows, perfect.
Yep, so you're good.
You know, our food service personnel are so restricted by what can be served, thanks to healthy guidelines, that I imagine that milk has already been taken care of. But I can't say that for certain, but
I will say, if you don't mind, and this is kind of off topic, but it's just real quick, that when we went to go visit a school, it was during lunchtime, and they had Doritos. I was like, oh, that's very unhealthy. So I looked on the back, and it was the healthiest Dorito that I've ever had that I actually wanted to buy at the store, because it had like 8 grams of fiber. I mean, it was a great Dorito. So anyhow, my point taken is that they have to follow certain guidelines to have a certain nutrition in their bags of chips and stuff like that,
Yeah.
which I wish they would sell publicly, because
it's whole wheat bread, not white bread. It's, you know, a lot of guidelines were put in through the Obama era, I believe. And a lot of our food sales were cut back too, because the food became so healthy.
For the purpose of facilitating the board's business, Mr. Brath, could Ms. Lovelady put together something for the school board, the May edition of the school board monthly update, to address chocolate milk and maybe other related matters?
Healthy food.
Yes, sir. And what we'll do is we'll present the requirements, because everyone in their statements has been correct. For example, that was given by Stacy Caldwell, that Doritos are different. They are, as well as many other food items. And so we'll be happy to provide the board greater level of detail in the next update.
Yes, we already have a very full June agenda, so if we could get that in the school board monthly update. Also, just for the record, want to note that our students are aware that those aren't the same Doritos they get in the stores, and they have told me that they are unhappy about that, so.
I thought they tasted good.
And I've heard that many times,
So, well, and let me chime in here. Look, food, there's been many complaints about the new standards and the food not good. And I'm not trying to open this up to a full, let's review all the food. I know a bit about that. But again, high fructose corn syrup, vice sugar flavored milk, it's night and day. And my guess is we're going to find that our chocolate milk is ridden with high fructose corn syrup. And the sugar's tastier anyway, so it's a rare opportunity where you can have healthier milk and it tastes better.
And that makes it most attractive, but definitely, Mr. Brath, if you'll make sure that we come back with that in the board monthly update, I'd appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
And chocolate milk is very popular. I saw them run out of it in Robbins when the breakfast meals were being handed out the other day. Everybody wanted the chocolate, not the white.
Very unhappy customers when that happens. Madam Chair, with your
All
permission.
right, let's move on.
Item 3I, Mr. Barath.
Thank you, Dr. Grimacy. This is regarding Union Pines High School and the water line replacement inside the building. Many of you recall, as part of our capital needs at the school, we have had an issue with the water lines at the school being installed under the slab. That shortens their life cycle, especially if you have fittings or sections that begin to fail. Trying to find it underneath a concrete slab and stone becomes very difficult and very destructive and disruptive to the school. So as part of the capital allotment through the county, the $2.136 million, one of the projects identified was a replacement of those lines with overhead serviceable lines. Bids were issued and opened April 22nd. We had 2 bidders respond to the request: SCM Plumbing and Home Services and Fields Plumbing and Heating for the prices noted. The apparent lone responsive bidder is SCM Plumbing. They have performed work at many places around the region, as well as previously at Union Pines High School. It is our recommendation, the superintendent, that they be awarded the amount of work for $118,620. And again, this is within the budgeted amount of $129,700 identified in the $2.1 million capital outlay by the commissioners. Are there any questions regarding this?
Just one small question. What's alternate one and alternate two?
The extensions of areas between the locker room for the gymnasium and the CTE areas.
Okay. So
And one of the
is it-
responses, in case it gets asked, that the bidders did have is they had seen over the past series of months a 25% increase in materials.
But are we, is the bid for 118 plus 120 plus 81? Or is
No,
it
it-
for?
No,
I'm
sir,
just
it's for the
confused.
118,620. Should funds be available through anything remaining from the $2.1 million allotment, we do have the option to address those other areas.
Oh, okay, now I understand. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Baraff, this is, this schedule for this to take place, is it during this summer months?
Yes, it is during the summer.
Okay, for this year, correct?
Yes, this summer
Okay.
to be completed
Okay.
in August.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Let us move on.
Mr. Barath, item J.
All right, next topic is regarding the sale of the old Aberdeen Elementary School. The board will recall that back in February, it was requested that Chair Carter and Member Hensley and myself do meet with the town of Aberdeen to discuss what it is their vision for the property and potential marketing opportunities would be. On March 16th, Chair Carter, Member Hensley, and myself met with Mayor Farrell, the town manager, Paul Savston, and their planning director, Justin Westbrook, to discuss the property and their vision for it. It was during that meeting that the town representatives did say that they were very interested in the property, and following the meeting, they confirmed their interest in a letter to Chair Carter that is attached to the executive summary. After that, Chair Carter and I did meet with Aberdeen Town Commissioners, Mayor Farrell, Mr. Savston, and some other town employees to conduct a tour of the school and the campus on April 23rd. Following that meeting, the town issued a second letter expressing their interest and desire to work with the Board of Education to submit an offer for the property. I want to remind the board that just as the experience they recently had with the disposal of the old Southern Pines Elementary and sale to Moore Montessori, the board is permitted to negotiate directly with a government entity. They are not required to, but they are permitted to. And so this is an exemption to going through a competitive process, but again, the same requirement holds fast as long as the sale represents the fair market value. This is just a brief update of the process on where we are at this time. Both letters from the town of Aberdeen are attached to the executive summary. And I will leave the superintendent to comment on their potential recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Barath. As indicated under superintendent's recommendation on the executive summary, the board action would be required if the board chose to change its approach. There is standing authorization that restricts the staff's activities to the upset bid approach for the disposal of the old Aberdeen Elementary School. And should the board prefer to proceed with direct negotiations with the town, that would require action on the part of the board and a motion. Superintendent has no position on that, but stands ready to facilitate the board's interests.
Madam Chair, I just had a question on the attachment. There was indication that the town of Aberdeen, the council requested a due diligence period for a certain amount of time. Did they give any kind of indication to you or Mr. Hensley as to what that time period consists of? I mean, they are familiar with the building. They, have, I think you guys, I don't know if you were involved with the tour or, So I was just curious on why that timeframe for them to have a due diligence period to consider.
On the last tour, Mr. Hensley was unable to attend because you were out of town. And so I did the walkthrough with them along with Mr. Barath. And my understanding, because they requested a 6-month due diligence
Right.
starting in July, would be to allow them time to assess the property, to determine how much of it they would keep and use for town business, and then to talk with local developers about the potential partnership with someone
Okay.
to develop the remainder of the property. Mr. Hensley?
And that is absolutely correct. That's my recollection of the meeting that we had with them in their offices. But probably as important is that they volunteered to, if they did this extended due diligence period, it's really not, I don't know if you can call it due diligence, because I
That's
don't
what they
think they're
called it, yeah.
expecting to put a contract in place and then have a due diligence. I think they want to have due diligence, then maybe do a contract. But here's the important point, is if I understood them correctly, and I believe I did, is they made an offer during that period, they will maintain everything. So they'll maintain the grounds, they'll, have their police patrol it and all that. And quite frankly, if they do that, I think we could go a step further and let them use the ball fields and stuff and just kind of let them get acquainted with the property. So I think an important part of any 6-month, well, I have here are my 2 points on this whole thing. One is, if we're going to do the due diligence, then they're going to maintain it, and they're going to do all the yard work and this and that, and provide security. And secondly, the price is the price. It's a screaming good deal at the price that it's appraised at. So, with that line in the sand and their willingness to maintain the property during their extended due diligence, then I see no downside to this.
I would love to see Aberdeen purchase it and take ownership of it.
Well, I think through some suggestions Mr. Hensley's made to them and through the continued walkthroughs, that property holds an incredible amount of potential. And as you said, it is a good deal at 1.3, which is what the appraised value was. So our question comes down to what kind of step forward do we want to make? Do we want to allow staff to go ahead and negotiate with them from the standpoint of
And that
their,
would be legal counsel as well.
and legal counsel, right? That's part of staff, I guess I'm thinking, but to negotiate with them to begin to maneuver to the price, the acceptance of the appraised value, the
Terms and conditions.
terms and conditions that would go with it, the maintenance of the property, what access they would have to it, the ability to use it during that 6 months? Or do we want to say, we're sorry, you can either put some money on the line and make an offer for it, and then we'll allow you the appropriate due diligence time, which is exactly what we did with the Montessori school. Or we can say, we're sorry, this board had already voted to do an upset bid process. We intend to reopen the bidding and proceed with an upset bid. So the superintendent is asking for directives today as to what procedure we would put onto the agenda for next week so that we will know how to proceed. So Mr. Hensley, would you want to put thought to that? You've been involved with it all along.
I obviously, it's a board decision. My recommendation to my fellow board members would be subject to the 2 conditions that I said. If they want to take 6 months to decide what they want to do, I think we all understand the sometimes glacial pace that things like this happen when you're on a board. So I would be inclined to recommend that the board accept that. But the price is the price, and you guys are going to maintain the grounds and this and that. And then there's all kinds of terms and conditions surrounding that could be negotiated.
Other comments or questions? Mr. Dennison gives us that a thumbs up.
I agree.
I
agree.
actually have issues.
Okay.
All right.
Just because 6 months is a long time, so after 6 months, they can say, no, forget it, we're done, we don't want that. Is that correct?
Depending on what sort of
Yes, that's what they're suggesting.
agreement we
So
worked out
we're
with them.
still having to pay the light bill, we're still having to
No.
pay?
And that was Mr. Hensley's
But he's saying
comment.
upkeep like grass and stuff, but is it electricity,
Well, and that's a
water?
good point, Ms. Caldwell. And we could extend that, okay, you know, uptake includes paying the power bill and this and that, and that's a very good point.
And that
So,
would be
so if,
something to be
I guess
worked
what
out.
I'm hearing is during that 6-month period, we wanted there to be no expenses to
To
Moore
us,
County schools.
right.
Yeah, if we're gonna hold this for them, so to speak, then, but that we would leave to our attorney and Mr. Barath's office and what to work out what those expenses actually were. You know, what is it costing us for that building to wait? And to meet with the Aberdeen town officials to work that part of it out.
And then, John, have we had any other interest besides the town?
At this time, no. Discussions with the broker, all the developers that they've been interacting with have gone silent. So right now, the discussion we're having today is the only one relative to that. And so as the town stated in their letter on April 29th, they anticipate submitting an offer for the property in July here, and then requesting a 6-month due diligence following that. And every comment that's been made so far can be addressed in the offer that is made in the stipulations and requirements during due diligence. So how the requests that I'm hearing from the board seems to be that the board would recommend not using the upset process for this disposal of Old Aberdeen Elementary and negotiate directly with the town of Aberdeen for fair market value. Is that correct?
Actually, Mr. Barath, if I could interrupt for a
Yes.
moment to offer the board a suggestion. Madam Chair, Town of Aberdeen has requested 6 months to, whether they call it due diligence or whatever they call it, they've asked for 6 months. The first month of that can be used in discussions between the Town of Aberdeen and the school district and our respective legal counsels to come up with an agreement to bring back to this board in June. And whatever the Town of Aberdeen wants to do in the coming month, in addition to that, assuming the board gives us authorization, we can let them do that. So there's month one, but at the end of that month, we bring back to this board something to actually look at, that you can decide what's going to be done during those 6 months. That would address, you know, concretely, are they going to mow the grass or not? Are they going to pay the light bill or not? What are the expenses? We can come back with more information. The only thing, I'm trying to help the board not to overcomplicate the matter at hand. You have a friendly request from the town of Aberdeen. It requires some additional work, so the board knows what it's acting on. And with the board's permission, the town of Aberdeen can do whatever due diligence it wants over the course of the next month while we're working out those details. So the only thing, if I were given the opportunity to, I would make a recommendation that the board authorize the staff and legal counsel to engage with the town of Aberdeen to develop some sort of working agreement or a memorandum of agreement or some form of formal agreement for this due diligence period of time, and to cooperate with the town of Aberdeen and bring back to the board a proposed agreement that would govern the next 6 months, and then you could make a formal decision about formal negotiations at your June meeting.
Okay,
One additional thing, I hate to be a lone voice in the wilderness, but, which I think I probably am. This school represents land which we will not be able to get again. As much as I disagree with the Biden administration, and they are looking at an expanded pre-K program, probably for 2022. If we have given Moore Montessori an advantage in pre-K, we have. That's probably a good thing, but for the district, but not a great thing for us, because what's going to happen is Moore Montessori, for instance, has a lot of excess capacity right now, and I would expect them to bring in pre-K. Well, I would expect that those pre-K students will then go on to the Moore Montessori program in elementary school. They are going to be, let's call them lead-in students, which we will not get when it comes time for kindergarten and first grade. We have to look at our capacity and our ability to implement pre-K. And our properties, such as they are, and I'm going to eliminate Aberdeen Primary, because I think Aberdeen Primary is not in the greatest shape, and it's probably a good idea to keep on doing what we're doing, because we're getting some great upset bids on that. But as for the other schools, that land is very valuable, and the town of Aberdeen wants effectively for us to hold off another 6 months. In case, I know Ms. Caldwell knows this, land prices and the like have gone up and up and up. And with every month, if you think if land prices are only going up 0.5% a month, and I think they're going up more than that, we are losing on interest on the property much money over time by simply waiting out the town of Aberdeen. I don't have any problem with the town of Aberdeen stalling this for 6 months, because I think in 6 months we'll know a little bit more about what pre-K is going to do, or if the federal government is going to do anything. The only thing that I hope we don't do is to give them an option by this. So in other words, I don't want to say to the town of Aberdeen, for $1 point so many million, you can purchase this at the end of the 6 month period. That maybe it would be an agreement to hold it off the market for 6 months if you will do this, that, and the other thing. But I don't want to be obligated to sell it to them, because I believe our needs are changing rapidly, and the landscape for public education is changing rapidly, and these pieces of property may be extremely valuable in gaining back some of the advantage which we've given, and I have no regrets about it, but I just have to be realistic about it. The advantages we have given Moore Montessori, should they decide to go into pre-K, especially as the landscape of public education changes and government supports pre-K more and more. And that not only will go to our schools, but will also probably go to our charter schools.
Okay. Any other questions? Comments? All right. At this point, we've hit our lunch break, and it's probably a good time to stop, because we're just short of going into the social studies curriculum. Right. All right, so unless there's any exception to it, then we're going to take a 30-minute break and then be back in session at about 12:32. call back to order this meeting of the Moore County Board of Education. We are going to proceed on to item number 4K, implementation of new North Carolina Social Studies Standard Course of Study and Curriculum Development Process.
I don't think your mic's on.
Yes, it is.
It is? Oh, I can't hear you.
Oh dear, should I do that again? It's on,
It's like not echoing like it normally
like it does.
Maybe it's just me not hearing you.
It's on.
Sorry.
All right,
I
well, I'll
just thought
just
I couldn't
start.
hear you.
In the event that you didn't hear that, then we'll call this meeting back to order. We're beginning with item number 4K, implementation of new North Carolina Social Studies Standard Course of Study and Curriculum Development Process. And I do really appreciate the efforts that have gone into preparing this this presentation. I spent a lot of time looking it over the weekend and felt so much confidence in our curriculum and development people and the time and effort that's already gone into planning for this. And I think that we will be very pleased to realize that we truly are in good hands when it comes to curriculum development. So Dr. Grimacy, this goes back to you.
Yeah, Madam Chair, yeah, am I being picked up,
I can
Kent?
hear you.
Okay, it's like Ms. Caldwell, it doesn't have the same sound.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think in here, we might not be getting the sound in here. Yeah, yeah, I can hear that. You proceed, Mr. Eklund. Madam Chair, members of the board, I'm going to allow Dr. Locklear and others to make the presentation itself. I just want to note that we've done our best to try to accommodate the board's interest in this presentation today. The board did request that we provide a thorough review of what we know about the new state social studies standards and what the staff's plan of work is in translating those standards into curriculum and determining what training teachers need and how we'll make that next step from curriculum to practice. And so today we are attempting to fulfill the school board's request, and so we'll do the best we can with the presentation and then open it up for questions. Ultimately, I would like the board to consider taking action on the plan of work that is described in this presentation. Ooh,
Whoa, hello.
I think Kent just found the button. Excuse me, everybody. Okay,
There
all
it
right, there
goes.
we go. That's the way it sounds. And excuse me if that hurt anybody's ears out there. So we'll answer any questions, but ultimately, I think that it would appear as it's safe to accept that reasonable people can have different perceptions when we're done with this, and if we do, it would be helpful for the staff to know what the board's position is on the plan of work, because there is a lot of work that needs to be done in these coming months, and that includes the engagement of teachers in curriculum development work over the summer. And so, given that it is the month of May, that work will be done, starting in June, and we'd like to know the board's position as to whether or not we should proceed with that plan of work or not. So, don't want to get too far ahead of myself. There's a lot of material here. I want to present that to the board, open it up for conversation, questions, and then next week, there was a typo in the original recommendation here. It was never intended to be May 3rd. It was always May 10th. That the board would consider a motion to endorse the plan of work for moving forward with implementation of the standards. Okay? All right. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear and his couple of staff members, Ms. Gephardt and Ms. Fay, are going to assist him, and we look forward to the board's questions and discussion. Dr. Locklear.
Thank you, Dr. Grimsey. Appreciate the introduction. Chair Carter, board members. We'll go ahead to the second slide. As Dr. Grimsey noted, our desired outcomes today first is to do a review of the laws, the policies, the evaluation requirements, and processes that provide guardrails, if you will, for learning and teaching and the operationalization of the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. We also would like to give a briefing on the distinction between what standards are versus curriculum resources and supports. Also like to share a briefing on the 2021 North Carolina Standard Course of Study for Social Studies and the big shifts from the 2010 standards. We also look forward to sharing with you a review of how Moore County Schools operationalizes the standards through an ongoing curriculum development cycle. I like to give the analogy of an accordion. We come in the summer, we work with our teachers, our curriculum experts, we develop curriculum resources, pacing guides, and then goes back out to the schools and then comes back in the next summer and we continue to refine. And then lastly, we'd like to share a timeline for the implementation and for the continuous updating on the progress and process moving forward, updating the board and the public. So the first question we want to address is, what are the laws, policies, and practices that provide guardrails for this work? So we'll go ahead to the next couple slides, Laura. First of all, I want to share the North Carolina general statutes that are relevant to the powers and duties for the State Board of Education. General Statute 115C-12-9C, powers and duties of the State Board. It outlines those, including developing standard course study. General Statute 115C-81.5 notes the State Board shall adopt a plan of education and standard course of study. And General Statute 115C-85 notes the State Board shall adopt standards and set forth what subjects shall be taught at each level. Also, general statutes outline the relevant powers and duties of the local board of education. General Statute 115C-81.45B notes local boards of education shall provide for the efficient teaching at appropriate grade levels of all materials in the standard course of study. And General Statute 115C-47, 29CB, local boards of professional school personnel may develop curricular and use materials provided the curricular and materials are aligned with the standard course of study. Now I wanted to share the North Carolina State Board of Education policy that prescribes the process of how standards are reviewed, updated, and approved by North Carolina Department of Public Instruction and State Board of Education. State SCOS-12 is that state board policy. Moore County Schools also have several policies. I've selected some to share with you today that really provide guardrails for our professional staff, for our school-based administrators, for our teachers, and really any employee in Moore County Schools. First and foremost, Moore County Schools Board Policy 3005, Code of Ethics and Standards of Conduct, sets a very high ethical standard for all employees in Moore County Schools, a high level of integrity in all that we do, especially in our interaction with students and with each other. Moore County Schools Board Policy 5020, academic freedom, notes that at times there will be controversial topics that are discussed in the classroom, and this policy protects our teachers' ability to discuss these in a fair and balanced way, but it also protects our students' ability and academic freedom to learn and to express their perspective and opinions in a fair and balanced way. Moore County Schools Board Policy 3250, personnel political activities, certainly notes that all employees are free to be involved in political activities outside of their employment, even run for political office, but it certainly puts guardrails, what's appropriate in the workplace and what's not. Moore County Schools Board Policy 5021, controversial speakers, notes that at times it would be appropriate for a controversial speaker on a topic to be brought into the classroom, but it sets up a clear process for how that's handled, first and foremost being approved by the principal ahead of time, and notes it must be handled in a fair, balanced, and structured way. Moore County Schools Board Policy 3270, evaluations and improvement plans for licensed employees, notes our district's commitment to making sure evaluations are worked through with fidelity with all employees, and notes that when employees need improvement, how that process works for licensed employees. And then lastly, Moore County Schools Board Policy 5100, curriculum development, notes that that responsibility is delegated to the superintendent, he can also work with his professional team and staff to develop curriculum resources for the district based on the standards. These guardrails also connect to the teacher evaluation standards. And our teachers also have 5 standards that they're evaluated on and our school administrators use. And those standards include expectations of growth opportunities in the areas of teacher leadership and ethics, developing positive classroom culture and management of student behavior. The teachers have a knowledge of their content and have a knowledge of learning and teaching strategies and can use those effectively, and that they're a reflective practitioner. So these standards provide our school administrators with a vehicle to provide teacher feedback and to provide support for growth and continuous improvement to our teachers. And we're very fortunate in Moore County Schools to have exceptional staff members, exceptional teachers, professionals, and administrators. But all of these guardrails make it clear what the expectations are to support teaching and learning in a fair, balanced, and a highly ethical way with integrity. We also thought it would be important, as we've heard from the discussion this morning and for previous board meetings, to answer the question of what critical race theory is. We've heard it discussed. We wanted to refer to the literature and define what critical race theory is, or CRT is. And CRT is an academic and legal theory that critiques how social construction of race and institutional racism perpetuate a racial caste system. CRT is based on 4 principles. It notes that race is not biologically real, but is socially constructed and socially significant. It acknowledges that racism is a normal feature of society, is embedded within systems and institutions like the legal system. It rejects popular understanding about racism, such as arguments that combine racism to a few incidents, rather arguing it is systemic and structural. And the last principle, it recognizes the relevance of people's everyday life, the scholarship, and embracing the lived experiences of the people of color. And so then the question to answer is critical race theory included in the new social studies standards, and will it be included in the local curriculum? CRT is not included in the revised North Carolina social studies standards. As noted by North Carolina State Superintendent of Public Instruction, Catherine Truitt, CRT and any references to it was removed from the North Carolina revised social studies standards. Moore County Schools does not plan to incorporate CRT into operationalizing of the new standards or into any of its pacing guides and curriculum resources. However, the new standards and objectives are more explicit and more specific about the groups that are to be discussed, and more specific and more explicit about discussions and specifically about various perspectives throughout history and throughout the social studies strands. And to dive deeper into this and give an overview of the 2021 North Carolina Social Studies Standards and revisions thereof and how we operationalize those, I'd like to turn it over to our Director for Curriculum Instruction, Donna Gephardt, and our Specialist for Advanced Studies and Social Studies, Diane Fay. Donna?
Thank you, Dr. Locklear. We're going to explore the North Carolina Standard Course of Studies, but I want to start with a little bit of an overview. So Laura May, the next slide, please. Dr. Locklear mentioned in one of his key outcomes that he wants us to make sure we understand the difference between standards, curriculum, and instruction. The standards, I'm going to start on the very left-hand column. The standards are the North Carolina Standard Course of Study that are approved by the state board. All curriculum areas have a standard course of study. It is an ongoing cycle that they approve these standards for all school districts to then operationalize into curriculum. Our school district receives these standards and we move to the middle column, which is the development of a curriculum documents to support our teachers. This work is done by our teachers. Our teachers come in the summer and they work to unpack the standards and take a deep dive into how it will be taught here in Moore County schools. As they take a deep dive into their standards and develop these units, they look at task analysis. They look at the standard and they really unpack that and scaffold instruction through the verb in the standard. They also develop learning targets. A learning target will help guide instruction in the classroom. So they have a variety of sample learning targets that are written in student-friendly language and describes what students will be able to learn and be able to do. In addition to all of the work that they are doing, they are really taking a deep dive at what are the primary and secondary sources that our teachers need in order to teach this curriculum. So to teach the standards. So this curriculum development really has a deep look, and our teachers are doing all of this work in the summer to make sure that they are providing resources that are developmentally appropriate for all of our learners. Once we have the curriculum, then it's about the instruction. So the last column there you see is the instruction. And that comes, as Dr. Locklear mentioned, an accordion effect. That instruction, we look at the delivery of the lesson plans. Teachers create rigorous, engaging lesson plans around the social studies standard course of study or any other standard course of study, and they do those through their professional learning teams. So when we look at this chart, we clearly see that curriculum development is so critical. Our teachers, they are essential in the development of this curriculum process. Next slide, Laura, please. I wanted to make sure that we had an understanding of what we do receive as the North Carolina Standard Course of Study. If you will notice the green arrow, you will see standards. So when we get our standards, they have a big overarching broad standard. And then if you look over at the blue arrow, we have objectives. So in the objectives, we teach those 3 specific objectives, and I know they're 3rd grade, because of that 3 at the beginning, and we teach those objectives to support the overarching standard. I do want to just point out across the top, you will see some writing in blue that starts with I is inquiry, B is behavioral science. Those are the strands in which our social studies curriculum is written. This is exactly what our teachers get. But I wanted to point out this important quote that was on all of the K-12 social studies documents. These standards are intended to be just standards and objectives in which all school districts will write their curriculum with. We will work with our teachers this summer, and we will write curriculum units that will help us operationalize these standards, which are just a framework. The social studies standards are very unique in structure, and Diane's going to really talk about this. They are conceptual in nature. There are strands that she's going to really dive into, but more importantly, it is very important for us to understand that the curriculum, we want to, in writing the curriculum, we want to ensure that we are having multiple viewpoints and perspectives and really taking a strong look at what we are going to have in our curriculum guides that are then going to help our teachers in their lesson planning for engaging lessons. So Ms. Fay is going to walk us through the structure of these standards. She's going to walk us through a K-12 scope and sequence of these standards. And then she is going to talk about the big shifts. Dr. Locklear has already mentioned one of the more specific common terminology listed in the standards. So Ms. Fay, I'm going to turn it over to you to tell us about a little bit of conceptual instruction.
Thanks, Donna. So social studies is a little bit unique in that our standards are designed around the work of H. Lynn Erickson, who did work in concept-based instruction. And so our standards are intentionally very broad, as we saw in the earlier example from 3rd grade. And concept-based curriculum development and instruction looks a little bit different from maybe a traditional history class where you get this list of kind of names and dates and facts. We still use those. We still need that content piece. As you can see in the structure of knowledge on the right-hand side there, those facts and those pieces are the foundation of this curriculum development. But the big difference with concept-based instruction is that we really want to highlight big concepts, things that are timeless and broad ideas For example, things like systems or community, citizenship, conflict, change. And the idea is that we want our students to understand and discover how those big concepts work together in relationship. And so we're using that content, the topics and the facts and the skills, to look at the relationships between concepts. And that's really a powerful goal, because when our students learn about those relationships and they can make those connections, they can transfer that knowledge to new situations. They can transfer their understandings even beyond social studies to other content areas. And that's a really deep level of learning that we want our students to achieve. So that broad design of the social studies standards is actually very intentional, and it supports then the curriculum development work that we do. So I want to look at a specific example of this to kind of show how all of our pieces fit together. So we take our objective, which is listed at the top there. This is a 5th grade objective. Explain the relationship between location, physical environment, and human activity in the United States. And a very kind of traditional task that we have 5th grade students do is to memorize the 50 states and capitals, right? Their physical location. And that's still a really important piece that we want our students to know. But if we can layer a concept of region onto that, it helps our students get to a deeper level of understanding. And so knowing that a region is an area where states have a similar characteristics and that we can group our states together into regions helps them as they look at maybe a historic event like the Dust Bowl. So understanding that the states, the physical location of states in the Great Plains had similar characteristics, and it lent them towards agriculture, for example. If they can kind of grasp that conceptual knowledge and then link that and understand the relationship between that knowledge and how humans interact with their environment, they really get to a deep level of understanding as we're looking at a topic like the Dust Bowl. And it really becomes about the questions. So why does the Dust Bowl develop in the Great Plains rather than another agricultural area of the United States? And it's looking at those connections between concepts that gets to a depth of understanding. So that's kind of a broad overview of why our standards and objectives in social studies are written so broadly. And it's really to highlight those concepts and allow us within the curriculum to look for the relationships between those concepts. So that was a shift for us kind of as the previous standards came in. It's one that has continued with the adoption of these new standards. Another thing that was similar, but has kind of been refined, is the use of our strands in social studies. And we've used the term social studies a lot, and that's because our standards encompass more than just history. So in the social studies standards in North Carolina are organized around 5 disciplinary strands and then 1 skill strand. So you can see the 5 disciplinary strands there, starting with civics and government, and those standards and objectives look at things like the structure and the function of different governments, as well as rights and responsibilities of citizens. We have the strand of behavioral sciences, which includes information from some of the other social science fields, so things like sociology and psychology and anthropology. We have the strand of history, which looks at our study of the past and past events. We have geography, which includes the study of location, movement, human environment, interaction, region. And then finally, the disciplinary strand of economics, and that includes both an examination of economic concepts as well as personal financial literacy. And so those are our disciplinary strands in social studies. We also have a skill strand, which is the inquiry strand. And this is one of those big shifts that has occurred within our new standards. And so I want to take a little bit of time to dig into this strand in particular. So the purpose of the inquiry strand is really to take something that previously was in our 8th through 12th grade courses. It was kind of in as a very small piece of the previous social studies standards, and it developed students' historical thinking skills. So how do you analyze primary source documents in particular? And this inquiry strand now is taking that limited scope of historical thinking, and it's really expanded out and broadened the view of that strand. And the purpose of it here now is really to focus in and hone in on that skill of developing critical thinking and improving critical thinking in our students. So it is kind of about the purpose being about providing the questions and getting our students to ask good questions rather than providing an answer. So there's a real intentional focus within the strand on analytical and critical thinking. It is a strand that now stretches kindergarten through high school, and it is divided into grade bands. And it's really intentional about how our teachers now act as facilitators and guides through this skill process, and turning over a lot of kind of that heavy mental lift, the independent thinking that we want to build in our students. And so it's, as I said, it's divided up within the inquiry strand into different pieces. Each of those pieces is unpacked across the grade spans, and it focuses in on things like asking relevant questions and looking at how do we promote that 21st century skill in independent and critical thinking through questions. Laura, if we could flip to the next, perfect, thank you. The second piece of our inquiry strand is gathering and evaluating sources. So looking at the source material and how do we analyze that to use that as evidence. A third piece is then teaching students how to develop claims and use their evidence to support their claims. And then finally, probably the most crucial piece of that is how do you communicate your ideas effectively to a variety of audiences, right? So once you have your claim developed and you've got your evidence to support it, how do you communicate that out to an audience? And so this is really a shift for our teachers. I think we have some who do this already in this focus on building inquiry, but it's nice to see it intentionally included now in our standards and in a scope that it starts foundationally in our kindergarten and builds all the way to graduation. And so I want to take a second to look at what this looks like, because it can sound daunting, I think, and overwhelming to say that our kindergartners our littlest students can do this work, but it really is structured in a way to make it accessible. So you can see there, this is an example from the gathering and evaluating sources piece, and it is broken out in grade spans. So kindergarten through second grade share common standards and objectives, and then third through fifth have a common objective, 6, 8, and 9, 12. And you can see as you look across there through the verb, identify, then to organize, then to analyze and evaluate, that this really grows in complexity as our students mature. So here you can see our K2 students are just asked to identify information about a source. Can you identify who is the author? Who is maybe who would be a potential intended audience for this source? And just really learning how to identify information from that source. Then third through fifth grade, it increases in some complexity. We're asking students to organize relevant information from a source. 6th through 8th grade, they're starting to analyze. And then at the high school, as our students are more mature and they're able to kind of analyze at a deeper level, really evaluating and using multiple sources to compare and contrast. And so that's really a higher level complexity in the critical thinking tasks for our students. We know with this strand, because it is relatively new, that we're going to have to provide some professional development for our teachers on how to incorporate and teach those skill-based objectives along with their content. And so this sample shows you what that may look like, for example, in an elementary. And a typical inquiry lesson is more than one day, but it's smaller than a whole unit of study. So this would be something a teacher would plan 3 to 5 days of focused study around a particular topic. You can see at the top there, a compelling question: was the Dust Bowl a perfect storm? And a compelling question acts as a hook, gets the students really interested in a topic, as well as providing them a platform then to kind of develop and build that claim and that argument that we looked at earlier as a piece of inquiry. So during an inquiry lesson, the teacher would be presenting information about those supporting questions that you see listed below that. And students would have primary and secondary sources that they would read either through small group or maybe a whole group task with the teacher, and really use those sources to determine evidence to help answer those supporting questions. In an inquiry, it's actually okay, and we expect our students to come to different conclusions. And so we may have a student push back and say, well, the Dust Bowl wasn't a perfect storm. And we really want to focus on supporting that answer. And so we want our students to develop different answers, and we want to focus on how we use the evidence then to support those claims and opinions that they are forming and making. We have another example here of a middle school and a high school inquiry, and you can see it's very similar structure. We have that compelling question and supporting questions. I think the big difference and one of the big shifts in this is as we move to middle school and high school, as we read through the standards and the objectives in that inquiry strand, we start to shift the responsibility to our students. And so we're teaching them to look for the texts, and we turn that responsibility to the students of, can you find a text and textual evidence that supports your stance? We even turn it to our students to start posing the questions. So here you can see maybe a teacher poses 3 questions about the Declaration of Independence and how that impacts. But then we would also hopefully see our students maybe posing their own question. And so they may look at this inquiry and work through things that the teachers helped to gather and curate. And then maybe they come up with their own question and ask, so how do declarations of independence from other countries compare to the United States Declaration of Independence? And so that's a step that we want our students to be able to take by high schools to start developing those questions on their own and do that critical thinking piece. So this inquiry strand is a new part of our standards. It is a big amount of the work that we're going to be doing this summer, I think, is really getting our teachers in and uncovering what does this look like within each grade span, and how do we know when our students have mastered these skills so they're prepared to move on. We're going to do a quick kind of high-level overview of the progression of social studies kindergarten through high school. And then we'll look at some of those big shifts that we have mentioned before. So this overview was taken largely from the course descriptions. I think we have said, before, as we get into the standards of objectives of each course, it really refines what the students will know, understand, and be able to do. But in these earliest grade levels, kindergarten and first grade, we're really looking at foundations. So do students have that kind of basic understanding of how they're connected to the world around them? How are they similar to and different from others? How do they connect to their home and their school and their local community? And understand that relationship of us in a bigger world. So these are very basic understandings that we're building, understanding things like change over time, basic economic concepts, needs and wants, supply and demand, the roles of authority figures, be that in your home or in your school, and then things like basic map reading. So this is really a foundational level that we want our students to get into. And these are courses that our teachers have to unpack and understand the standards and objectives and what's developmentally appropriate for the students there. As we move then into our upper elementary grades, this starts kind of what we call an expanding worldview. So they're able to focus more specifically as students on how they're connected to their local community, their state, and their nation. So second grade starts with the foundations of America, really understanding our foundations as a nation. Third grade then broadens out to understand their local community. How do they interact with their local community, and how does that shape their local environment? Fourth grade continues to broaden out their view as we look at the state as a whole. And then fifth grade, kind of going back to some of those foundations and spiraling up through third and fourth, come back to our nation in fifth grade and looking at United States history and geography. That expanding worldview then continues into middle school. Our 6th and 7th grade courses are what I'd call kind of a world history, but broken into 2 courses. And that's to give students kind of some depth of study, because that is usually really new content for students. It's not something they've been exposed to before. And so 6th and 7th grade, they're looking at the various societies and regions, empires that have developed over time on each continent. 8th grade is when our students kind of include some spiral review back. So we're going to foundations of the state and nation that were begun in 2nd and 4th and 5th grade and 3rd grade, and spiraling that up to get to a more kind of complex study of North Carolina and how we fit as a state into our nations in North Carolina and the American history. And then that kind of bridges us into our high school courses. So as we go through our high school courses, I'm going to go through them in the order that Moore County Schools traditionally teaches them. We do have some flexibility from the state in the sequence of high school courses. They have some recommendations, of course. One of them being that they suggest world history as a freshman level course, and the new economics and personal finance course they recommend for upperclassmen. And some of that's the complexity of the standard and the content. Our current sequence focused in on feedback that we got from each of our high school departments, the social studies department, so they had a chance to kind of weigh in on how they felt this sequence flowed best for our students. So you can see there our freshman level course is in world history. That's taking those foundations from 6th and 7th grade and going into some more depth and complexity about our global society. What's the influence of historic events on our modern world? Our sophomores will take a course called Founding Principles of the United States and North Carolina Civic Literacy. This was a course previously known as Civics and Economics, and the change is going to be apparent in a second here when we get to our junior and senior courses. But civic literacy is really going to let our students take a deep dive on that fundamental knowledge and understanding what's the structure and function of our government, and what are our structure and function of civic responsibilities and rights in this nation. So really getting to a deep dive of the political systems of the United States and North Carolina. Our juniors take an American history course. This is going to be a combined course. Previously, American History 1 and 2 were separated, and it's going to be combined to one course now where they're getting into that depth of understanding multiple causation, determining patterns of change, continuity, and multiple perspectives. And then our senior level course is, our new course is Economics and Personal Finance. So looking at some of our economic basics of macro, microeconomics, but also really digging into what are the economic tools and knowledge that make our students financially sound, right? How can they participate in society and be responsible financial consumers? So that's a really practical course, has a lot of practical application. It's exploring things like how does education impact your income and quality of life options. So that's a really kind of fast overview of what this looks like K-12. And we're going to dive a little bit more in depth then into some of our big shifts. So one shift is that we have taken a strand that was previously called culture, and the state has renamed that behavioral sciences. And the intention, I think, is to just expand that from a pure focus on something like cultural anthropology, and instead to be inclusive of some of the other behavioral sciences like psychology and sociology. Another shift was in the clarity of our K-5 courses. And very specifically here, second grade has been clarified. So previously, second grade was very broad, and it kind of lacked a specific focus. You can see from the example there in 2010, provide information about the past. But we had to kind of unpack what that meant, what they meant when they said the past. Now with the clarified scope and sequence, second grade is focusing very specifically on America and the foundations of America. Another shift in elementary has been the scope and sequence for 4th and 5th grade. Previously, both of those courses started pre-colonial and went through the Reconstruction era. And now the scope and sequence for these courses include the time period from pre-colonial to the present. And so that's going to allow us to kind of shift some of our study and include some of the more modern elements that our students have missed previously. And the next shift is probably one where we've heard the most feedback, right? And the most discussion in terms of our local community. And this is that additional clarity within the objectives. So the rewording of standards and objectives in the new standards is very intentionally including some groups that have been left out of the historical narrative in the past. So you remember before when I explained that conceptual design of our standards and objectives, that they are intentionally very broad. And they're sometimes described, our standards are maybe a mile wide and an inch deep, right? So we can see from this example in 5th grade in 2010, exemplify how the interactions of various groups have resulted in borrowing and sharing of traditions and technology. Frequently, I would hear from teachers, what do they mean by various groups, right? Who do I include? And so I think the new standards have taken a kind of an attempt at helping us do some of that unpacking work to the local district as we develop our curriculum, making sure that we're including some specificity. And so you can see the revised standard there explain how the values and beliefs of various indigenous, religious, and racial groups have contributed to the development of American identity. So rewording it has allowed us to include some specific groups to focus in and look at as we develop our curriculum. So we're going to also look at a high school example because our clarity comes within there as well. So world history, evaluate key turning points of the modern era in terms of their lasting impact. That was our previous standard. Lots of things to unpack there as our teachers worked through curriculum. What do they mean by key turning points? Which ones would we include? How do we define lasting impact? And you can see in the revision there, explain the impact, the experiences and achievements of individuals and groups from various indigenous, racial, ethnic, tribal, political, and religious backgrounds have had on historical events and current global issues. There's still a lot of work there for our teachers to do over the summer, right? They still have to unpack which historic events, which global issues, but including some specificity of groups to make sure that we're going in and being intentional as we develop our curriculum, that we're being mindful to include diverse perspectives and narratives. And I think that also helps our students because then they can see themselves reflected in that curriculum and in that instruction in the classroom. So the standards are more specific, and that conceptual design, they're still very broad, but there may be a little, in some ways, in good ways, they're a little less broad to make sure that we look at those multiple perspectives when we develop the curriculum. This high school example really just leads us to the last kind of big shift, which was in high school, House Bill 924, which created economics and personal financial literacy as a separate course. We are still only allowed to have 4 courses in high school for social studies, as much as I would like to maybe include more. We are restricted down to 4, so we do have that world history, civic literacy now, and by separating out economics into its own course, that lets us get into a lot more depth in the civic literacy course as well. But it did mean that we had to combine American History 1 and 2 into a single course. And then the other major shift here is that strand organization that we went through that looked at all the different disciplinary strands, that has only existed in the previous standards in grades kindergarten through 8. So that strand development structure is now coming into our high school courses with these new standards. And so there's going to be a little bit of work there to do with our high school teachers as they adjust to maybe shifting their mindset to include all of those disciplinary strands as they work through the curriculum and instruction development. And that summer work is really going to be crucial. We have a lot of work to do unpacking these standards and unpacking these objectives and determining where we need to go with our curriculum development. So I'm going to actually hand it back to Donna so she can talk about how our summer curriculum process typically works.
Thank you, Ms. Fay. I think you see from Ms. Fay's presentation, the social studies standards are very broad, and even with the clarifying objectives, there's still a lot of work to be done this summer. Moore County Schools has an ongoing cycle that we look at for curriculum development. We always start in the summer with curriculum refinement. It is critical that we come in every summer to work with the curriculums that we have developed and really ask clarifying questions. Is there essential content that needs to be added? Are there things that we need to explore more? Are there resources that we need? So this ongoing cycle is so critical to all of the work. And as you see from Ms. Fay's presentation, our teachers in social studies are in great hands because I can tell you, promise you, Ms. Fay has gone in depth with these standards and has had already a lot of good discussion. But this ongoing cycle, we start in the summer with the curriculum refinement, and then it continues throughout the school year. Again, once we have the curriculum, then it's important to look at the instruction and how we support our teachers for the instructional piece to create those engaging lessons. So through the professional learning teams, we will go in and meet with those teachers in their teams and have discussion, continue to clarify essential content, and really have great dialogue about what it is that students need to know, understand, and be able to do as a result of that standard. Diane also mentioned the professional development, and this will be a year, specifically with the inquiry strand, that we realize we are going to have deliberate professional development in order to help teachers implement that strand within their lessons. Laura May, if you'll go to the next slide, I really want you to see this process that we do for summer work. Is we begin this in January. We start with determining what areas we know based on those professional learning teams do we need to really bring in the summer. We start getting the dates. Then in February through April, we survey teachers. We get them, those that are interested. Diane has about 28 teachers who showed an interest of, I really want to work with the social studies standards and take a deep dive into those this summer with a colleague and have conversation. I always say when we look at curriculum, the importance there is how we communicate and really dive in deep to that standard to make and develop our curriculum. We look in May, and we are in that finalizing the plans right now of making sure we've got all of the teachers that we need. We are very excited that we have teachers from all schools to work on our social studies curriculum this summer. So all of our schools are represented in our work with our teachers.
Hey, Donna.
In June,
Donna, if I
that's
could.
when the magic happens. Our summer curriculum work begins. We will have teachers coming, and for social studies this year, we actually are doing 2 weeks. It was important for us to really take a deep dive into our social studies standards so that we could ensure our teachers had the time and we're not rushed with curriculum development. In July, that gives time for us to review documents and that were created and post them for access. And I'm very excited when you see the, Diane comes in a little bit later with showing what exists now. We're very excited that the work from this summer's curriculum cycle will actually lead us to revising and revamping our curriculum page so that all stakeholders are able to see our curriculum materials.
Donna, if I could, Donna?
Yes, sir?
Yeah, before you move on to the next slide, Mr. Hensley wanted to ask a question at this point. Is that okay?
Yes, yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Hensley.
I just don't recognize the acronym HRMS.
Thank you, Mr. Hensley. That is a form that we fill out for Dr. Appenfeld's department that is work for contracted work in the summer. So it's our human resources form that shows that we're contracting with this teacher and the specific dates that we're contracting so that Dr. Appenfeld knows you're on payroll.
And Donna, that's an old acronym that we all just kind of hang on to. It's really a staff action form. HRMS stands for Human Resources Management System, which we haven't used for a number of years, but we cannot for the life of us let go of the acronym. So forgive us, Mr. Hensley.
We've just assured the board that we've got our administrative T's crossed. All right, thank you.
You're
Go ahead,
welcome.
Donna.
That's a
Yep.
great question, thank you. If we'll go to the next slide, Laura May, I want to show an example of what this work this summer may look like. You will notice, and again, this is the same chart that you saw earlier where we talked about the North Carolina Standard Courses Study. And this is a first grade standard. Explain the various ways people impact the physical environment in different regions around the world. So we have a compelling question of how does changing the environment impact regions? So this summer, a key piece of work that our teachers will be doing is that essential content. What is the essential content to help us operationalize this standard? So one essential content for curriculum that we would have is infrastructure. So our teachers in first grade may use the resource Pops Bridge, which is about building the Golden Gate Bridge and why that was necessary to adapt that environment by building that bridge and the work that went into building that bridge. Another one that our teachers may put in for essential content is changing the environment. We all know that the Great Kopok Tree is about how everything relies on each other. So this is about how deforestation impacts environments and what could happen as we are cutting down the Amazon rainforest. So these are just some examples of essential content that our students may be exposed to in order to fulfill that North Carolina Standard Course of Study objective. What's important here is when we're looking at these objectives, our teachers are those grade level teachers, so they really take a deep dive in what's developmentally appropriate to ensure that we're using really wonderful read alouds that are intriguing and interesting for our learners. The instructional piece, again, are things that will be going on in the classroom, and we know that teacher autonomy is critical. The teachers will create those engaging lessons in the professional learning teams that really focus on the essential content. And we have the essential content to ensure that all of our students have some basic understandings for that standard. On the next slide, you will actually see a high school example, and this is out of civic literacy. And it's to explain how the tensions over power and authority led to the founding fathers to develop a democratic republic. Now you see very, very quickly our essential content is very different for this one. It's about civil disobedience in the American colonial period. And our sources are very different. So you also heard Diane talk about that inquiry strand. So with my compelling question, is the act of civil disobedience ever justified in a democratic society? This is where my instruction would be very different. Students may even be adding additional sources to support their argument and their claim that they are making to justify their answer to yes or no. So you see the sources are very different, and this is where it's so critical that our teachers come in to develop this in the summer, because they are the folks that are with those students and have such a strong content knowledge and are able to really pull together developmentally appropriate materials so that we can impact the instruction that goes on in the classroom. We look at the next slide. This is where Diane is going to share with you some explicit examples of what is currently in our Moore County Schools curriculum guide.
Thanks, Donna. So, Laura, I think you're still going to drive for me, right? Awesome. So we're going to start from the Moore County Schools page, and this is how you would get to that curriculum documents page to see where our curriculum documents are housed. So under academics and curriculum and instruction, we look for task analysis and pacing, which is that breakdown of the standards and objectives. And that big white button takes us to our site. This site right now, as Donna has said earlier, is open to anybody. You can get to the site, you can get to the pacing guides. The links off those pacing guides right now are clickable links that are open to Moore County Schools users, so people with a Moore County Schools email address. But the plan as we work through this summer is actually to turn this site forward facing. And so to design it in a way that it's accessible to anybody who wants to see these documents. And so we're going to look at 5th grade as an example. You can see there it's got the core content areas. You click on the content area you want, and this takes us to your pacing guide. And so the weeks of the quarter are listed across 1 through 9, and then our quarters are down the side. And each unit that's blocked off is to give the teacher kind of a rough idea or estimate of about how long they should take to teach that content. We know teachers flex in and out of that pacing, but it's to give them just kind of an idea of how long they should be planning for a particular unit. There's a couple of important things that are on here that are linked for our teachers. One is the unit guides, and the other is a task analysis document for each standard or objective that we have. So we're going to look at a growing nation westward expansion. You can see 2 standards or objectives listed there. This first link is to the unit guide that our teachers develop. And this is probably the bulk and majority of the work that we work on and refine every summer. So there is an overview there. You can see some of those concept lenses listed at the top to give the teacher an idea of maybe where we think some of the big concepts within that unit are. The standards are listed and some essential vocabulary. And then we really get to the meat of that unit development. So there's the generalizations on the far left, which is some of the links or the relationships between big concepts. We have learning targets, which is that unpacking of what we want students to know, understand, and be able to do within the unit. And then some of that essential content that our teachers have decided this is stuff that we think our students need to have a firm grounding and understanding of. We also put links in for resources. If there is a secondary resource that the district has provided, we make sure that there's a reference there. And then there are some sample lesson plans. And this is where we hope to expand upon those lesson plans and link to some of our inquiry activities that we know our teachers have either already developed or found and refined. Really important for our elementary, we have that chart in the bottom where we recommend some trade books that teachers have used in the past to teach this content, and then some recommended primary or secondary sources that our teachers can go to get some of that further depth of knowledge. So that unit guide is really essential, I think, for our professional learning teams. Our teachers use that to help plan their instruction and to meet and discuss, okay, we've seen this essential content. Now, how do we make this relevant to our students in our classroom? How do we operationalize this content for our students? So that's really the big piece of our pacing guide. The second piece of that is where you see the links for all of the objectives. And so we can take a look at the example there for 5G13. And this is where our teachers have unpacked what does that objective say? What do we think students need to be able to do to master that objective? And so this will be kind of probably the first cycle of work that our teachers engage in as they break the new objectives down for all of that factual content, but then also what do we want our students to understand and be able to do with that objective? And so that'll be kind of a large amount of the work as we dig into these new standards and objectives and see what that looks like. It's a great launching point for our PLTs. It's an incredible amount of work. I'm always impressed when I work with teachers over the summer, just the level of skill and expertise that they bring to this. It is certainly work that I could not do alone. And so I lean heavily on our teachers, and they really drive this process for us. But it is an ongoing process. And so we do this work during the summer, and we return to it every year during the year as I go in and work with teachers and their professional learning teams. We're having discussion about these documents and about this process. And does this still work for you? Is this example still relevant? Is there something you found that's better that we can include? So they're really living, breathing documents, and making sure that that gets revised and refined on an ongoing basis is important for us. So I'm going to turn it over to Donna, and she can talk a little bit more about the rest of that cycle and how this all works together for Moore County.
Thank you, Ms. Veg. So you hear how important the curriculum work in the summer is. We depend on our teachers. They step up. They do a phenomenal job. And you see that from the evidence of that work, of that unit that Ms. Fay shared. That is a unique, rigorous unit that is right there for our teachers. So Diane mentioned that this is an ongoing process because we need to come in and refine our curriculum units every summer. We need to really take a deep dive in what's working, what are things that we need to add. So we do that every summer. But Diane also mentioned another key piece to this cycle, which is professional learning teams and professional development. So Laura May, if you'll go to the next slide, our teachers are critical in that summer work, but it's also the participation that the CNI team has with our teachers all throughout the year. We consistently go in and support them in their professional learning teams. We have great conversations with our teachers about how to operationalize this curriculum unit into the instruction within their classroom. What you saw Diane mentioned, what resources, what book do you want to use? What are we going to pull out from that book? What are questions we're going to have with that book? If we're going to do the inquiry strand, how is that going to look? So our conversations in professional learning teams really set us up for success in the classroom and set our teachers up for success. But again, none of this happens without that critical foundational work in the summer, where those two teachers that come in and work in that specific the standards to develop that curriculum are so essential in supporting all of our teachers in Moore County schools. The other piece that we consistently look at is what professional development, based on what our principals are saying, based on what we're hearing in PLTs and what our teachers are saying, hey, I need professional development on this, then we arrange our professional development to meet the needs of those teachers. We are consistently looking for resources and materials to support the operationalization of these standards. It's important for us to look at what's out there that will help, what book is out there to help our elementary folks, what primary source or secondary source do I need to add. This is, as Diane mentioned, a consistent, continual feedback from teachers. We consistently seek their feedback, and they are critical and essential in this process. Laura May, if we'll go to the next slide. I do want to point out that all school districts will receive some support from the Department of Public Instruction. Currently, right now, the timeline from DPI shares that we will have supporting documents, hopefully from the June State Board meeting. So I just wanted you to see what type of documents that we may get when DPI releases these. So Laura May, the next slide. This is an example of a crosswalk. I know I can see that it's a grade 2 crosswalk, and what a crosswalk means is it shares with me the old standards and how it relates to the new standards. Where have things now fallen? So Laura May, if you'll box around my old standards, you will see that I know from this crosswalk that this previous standard had, in 2010, had 2 standards. Now, Laura May, if you'll hit it again, we'll find in the blue box, this is my new standard. So I've gone from 2 standards to 1. And then we look at the next box that Laura May is going to magically have appear is our yellow box, which gives me my new objectives. So now I know I have 3 new objectives to meet that new standard. I will also then have in the red box, I will see the old objective so that teachers have a frame of reference. But more importantly, I see now where some of the old objectives have now gone down to different grade levels. So for example, if you look at that second one, it says scaffolded down to kindergarten. So that standard, which was currently in our 2nd grade standard, has now gone down to kindergarten. That helps us to be able to look at, do we have any developmentally appropriate materials that we can then move from our 2nd grade classrooms to kindergarten? We're going to look at one more document that we're anticipating on getting in June. And this one is a snapshot of the unpacking document. The unpacking document looks at supporting us by telling us the standard. And then when Laura May clicks, you're going to see the box around the objective. So that green box shows me that this is the objective that all of this information aligns to. The other key piece is Laura May hits the blue box. This looks at the glossary. And the important piece about the glossary is it unifies the terminology K-12 so that whenever we say marginalization lies, all teachers are using the same definition, K-12. Then we look at the next box that's going to appear is what are students going to be able to do as a result of this objective? How are they going to show me they have mastered the understanding? And as we look at the next box, which is my red box, it's going to show me what students will know and be able to understand, and they're able to do this by that understanding. In the purple box, we get example topics. These are examples. Our teachers may look and say, hey, I'm going to use this, this, and this, but they may not use all of these. These are just some sample topics of turning points. Again, it's our teachers are creating the essential content through the work with us this summer. And in that last box, you will see just some examples of formative assessments. Again, the unpacking documents are just to provide us with examples and to help us in our work in the summer. So if we'll go to the next slide, you will see how do we use these DPI support documents. Well, definitely the glossary helps us have a common vocabulary, have a common understanding. The crosswalks really help us to know where things have shifted. So as Ms. Fay and I work with teachers, we can say, okay, these resources, can we use these and move these down? And of course, the unpacking ensures the alignment between the North Carolina Standard Course of Study and our Moore County Schools curriculum. So we use these documents, but our teachers are who we rely on heavily. I think Diane really made a clear statement when she said, it's our teachers who in our classrooms every day who come in and do this work this summer and take a really deep dive in how to impact the instruction and curriculum of Moore County Schools documents. So now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Locklear to share with us a timeline and bring everything together. Dr. Locklear?
Thanks, Donna, Diane. Appreciate all your work and time that you put into this and then putting this together. So thank you. As you've already heard from Donna and Diane, they've really covered many of these items that are on an implementation timeline. But pending approval from the State Board of Education, we'll be reviewing those crosswalks and unpacking documents and glossaries and strand maps, et cetera, that we get from them. And we'll be looking at those with our teachers and determining what is good for us to use from those documents. I mentioned the summer curriculum workshop, which will take place in June, where they'll be updating pacing guides and curriculum resources. They'll be looking at what professional needs we have and what are some of those learning opportunities that we'll put together for them. And then we'll be pushing that out into our professional learning teams, back into our schools in the fall. And we'll continue to receive support and information from the North Carolina Department of Public Instruction throughout the school year. When you look at their implementation timeline, which I have linked in a couple of slides, it notes that they'll be pushing out continuous information, documents, and support throughout the school year. And then, of course, we're committed to continuously updating you as the board and the community. And going back to that accordion effect, we'll be circling back. We'll go out to our schools with these refined documents, implementing them, getting our teachers' feedback, working with them throughout the year, and then coming back next summer to continuously refine that as we move forward. And then, again, we're committed to continue to keep you updated. That next slide, Laura. The July board meeting, we plan to come and give you some initial information and updates from the work in June, summer curriculum work that took place in June, and the additional supporting documents we got from the state, North Carolina Department of Public Instruction. We also plan to have an August board highlight on overall summer work, which is more than just operationalizing the social studies standards. That certainly is a highlight and a focus, but there's more that's done over the summer, and we'd like to share overall some of the work that our team does through the summer in August. Of course, with the revised curriculum and instruction resources, that website that Diane referred to, we're going to be working throughout the next several months to turn that into a forward-facing website. Diane mentioned all of the links. Might be hundreds of thousands of different links that we've got to update. And we just want to make that a user-friendly, forward-facing website with the goal of having that completed by September of 2021. And then we'll continue to keep you updated as we move forward, implementing the North Carolina Standard Course of Study, new social studies standards through monthly board updates and at school board meetings as would be appropriate. And then the last slide is just a couple of links for you as well as our public, links to the actual social studies standards that we've been sharing today, and also to that implementation timeline that you've heard Donna and Diane refer to a couple of times. And before I see if there's any additional questions or discussion at this time, I'll just throw it back to Dr. Grimsey, see if there's any more comments he'd like to make before we open it up for questions. Dr. Grimsey?
No, sir. Thank you very much. I do want to give my compliments to staff and for taking a very, very broad and complex task and doing your best. It still took over an hour, but I think that I hope the board feels as though we've delivered on the request to provide the board with a platform for further discussion. So with that, Madam Chair, we'll invite questions, comments, feedback from board members, and then ultimately the board's consideration next week of whether or not you feel comfortable endorsing the plan of work for the summer.
All right, thank you. Thank you to Dr. Locklear and all the staff that worked with him as well to prepare this. And just with a reminder that this wasn't specific to just to social studies. This kind of work goes on every time we have a change in curriculum, whether it's aimed at math or science or physical education. And this sort of in-depth work is routine on the part of our curriculum people. So with that, may I open it to questions for anyone who has one? Ms. Caldwell already.
I have one for Donna. Are we looking at new social studies books, or I should say online books now, or are we able to use what we have?
Ms. Gibb?
Currently,
Yeah, go ahead.
we have a 4th and 5th grade book. So we will be working on additional resources, definitely some specific things for K-3. Our 4th and 5th grade book should still be able to be utilized with this new standard course of study. And we'll just be working to continue to add more and more materials.
Because I know in middle school, they use the Discovery education online. Are they still able to use that and incorporate the new curriculum standards?
Yes, ma'am, they are. We
Great.
will continue to have the Discovery Ed textbook in social studies to use.
Perfect, thank you.
If I could piggyback on that,
Yeah.
Ms. Caldwell, Ms. Gephardt, or Dr. Locklear, in the forward-facing website that's in design, will that articulate the text materials so that parents and members of the public can view those?
Yes, sir. It will. Yes, sir, it will. Yep.
Okay, and so one of the things I think that I have had some discussion with a couple of board members on would be, you know, in this era when the state did cut textbook funding on the assumption that all of our online content would be free, and we have since learned that subscriptions to online content can be every bit as expensive as textbooks, but the state textbook money has not been restored. It may be helpful, not just in social studies, but across the board. What is the state of text material that supports the content, which supports the curriculum, which supports the state standards? Can you offer a general statement about that, and then perhaps where we might be able to help board members if they continue to have questions about text material? Where can you find that? Where can people find the text material that supports the curriculum?
Question.
I'm not sure I understand your question, Dr. Grimes. I
Where can
apologize.
people
Could you
find
repeat it?
out? In the old days, when we actually adopted textbooks, it was all very transparent. It was always out for everybody to see. In this era now where state funding has been cut for textbooks, how can the public and parents see the text materials that support the curriculum? Where can you go to find, where is the text material that people can find and view?
Well, currently, our curriculum resource website is inward facing. A lot of those links to some of those resources, whether it be primary or secondary resource, or whether it be open education resources, a lot of those links are only active for Moore County School staff right now. That's part of what we're talking about. We'll activate when we flip it to be a forward-facing website. When you're talking about Discovery Education tech books, so we're talking about the hard copy textbooks we have in 4th and 5th grade, or other texts we may be using. Those are always available. A parent can just talk to their teacher and ask about what kind of text resources are we using to talk about these materials, and that's a great conversation that parent can have with the teacher.
But in the future,
Right.
when we had forward-facing websites, it'll be more transparent, not just for parents who can get that information from their teacher, but it'll be more accessible for the broader public. Is that correct?
More accessible would be the right word, yes, sir. I think any of our teachers are more than open to share what they're using right now. Certainly no intention here to not be transparent. That's just, we built this website starting back 5, 6, 7 years ago to really serve our teachers, to really spotlight the work that our teachers put in each summer and put it together in a common place to support all teachers. So yes, sir, I would say that we'll work to make that more easily accessible, and that's the goal. In September is our goal to have that done, or at least have the first part of that done, and we'll continue to refine that as we move forward.
Thank you.
I think even generically, even just putting that sixth grade has discovery education, and there doesn't necessarily have to be a link to it, but just parents to know, okay, that's exactly where they're getting the information and studying from. I think that would be helpful as well.
Other questions?
I guess I might as well try to get into it, if that's okay,
Okay.
Madam Chairman. First of all, I wanted to thank the people here for giving us such a large overview of the way curriculum is created and the like. My concern is that my concern is that, for instance, we go through the stuff from Erickson, and I'm familiar with Erickson, and I'm familiar with the idea of knowledge versus understanding, and the idea that we're trying to get, instead of knowledge, we're trying to get understanding, and understanding involves the transference of knowledge. I understand all of that. But that doesn't quite get me to the problem with these standards. It seems to me, and somehow somebody correct me if I'm wrong, is that under the old standards, we were teaching concept-based instruction. At least I was, and I saw it when I did my little bit of teaching. Everyone around me seemed to be teaching that. In other words, doing things like Socratic seminars and the like. What do the standards have to do with inquiry-based teaching? Does anybody want to take that?
I'll let Diane. You want to dive into that? You're going to be I think the best expert to dive into that.
I think the biggest thing that shifts with the standards is with the concept-based and the inquiry is that it's not that list of names, dates, facts to memorize. And so you're correct in that that's the way we have been teaching, because the 2010 standards were written conceptually as well. If you go back to the previous iteration from 2003, they are very different because they were not conceptually organized.
I'm sorry, am I interrupting somebody who wanted to chime in? Okay. So in other words, so the standards, so the inquiry-based teaching doesn't have much to do with the standards, except we like to teach standards. In fact, we like to teach using inquiry-based teaching. My concern is that things like critical race theory, things like these new standards actually do less inquiry because they instead of asking whether people are marginalized, we say in fact we introduce words like marginalized people and things like that. But knowing that, let me get down to the standards themselves and my concern over the standards themselves. And I can't go through each and every one of them, but one of the things that you guys have done, for instance, for the first grade, and pardon me as my glasses fog here, learn about historical figures and their contribution to their communities. So in other words, I would expect that when I learn about Harriet Tubman, for instance, I would learn about her contribution to the United States, not necessarily to her community. And my concern is that the new standards emphasize various communities contributions to communities, that the kids are from differing communities, and don't emphasize that we are one group of Americans. Could somebody please comment on that?
I don't know if I could really comment on that, Mr. Levy. What I would say, what comes to mind when I hear that objective is that it may be a local historical figure or a local person within that's from your community that you would talk about and want to expose your students to because of the local historical context and impact on the local community. We certainly have some of those local historical figures here in Moore County, and we may want to be sharing that information and that background with the students. So that's what comes to mind for me. I don't know if I could really answer your question though.
How about Ms. Fay?
I think part of that is the discussion our teachers have when they unpack this and define community, because that's something we'll have to define. What do we
Precisely.
mean by community? Do we mean Moore County as a community? Do we mean North Carolina, our state, as the community? The standard talks about local communities and communities around the world. So we have to define that of what do we mean by community?
See, and therein lies, you've actually hit the nail on the head, which is, for me at least, which is the biggest problem with these standards. I believe that what the designers of the standards were talking about was not just my community as in Southern Pines or Pinehurst or something like that. I believe that they were talking about racial communities, LGBT communities, and the like. And while as strange as it may seem to think about talking about that in first grade, I can probably tell you that 3/4 of the inquiries I've gotten are on this very subject of what are communities and advocating, many of them advocating that children should learn about their communities and where and about where they come from in their communities, and not about the country as a whole, which leads into this idea in the standards, which constantly talk about marginalized peoples and marginalized communities, and the allocation of resources among communities. But you're quite correct when you say we have to define the term communities, and that's left up to the curriculum. And we don't, am I correct? We don't have a curriculum yet. Am I correct on that?
The summer is when they said they're gonna unpack it.
That is
Right,
No,
right.
it is correct. And the definition of community then would be part of that process of development. And it just goes to validate the fact that the standard doesn't mandate the definition of community, no matter what any scholar who might have sought to influence the process, the standard still affords that flexibility to the people that develop the curriculum at the local level, which would be our teachers.
Right, and I understand that. And luckily, with the old standards, we have the unpacking, and we know what the unpacking is, and we know how it's been unpacked. How are we to evaluate these standards and push forward with these standards until we have A, the unpacking, B, the what you called the crosswalk, and how are we to know what is actually going to be taught? Wouldn't it be a better idea so we'll know what we're teaching, that we develop these standards and the like this year and implement the new standards next year, once we have gotten from the state of North Carolina their unpacking, once we have gotten their recommended backup documents, their curriculum suggestions, once we have developed a curriculum, it seems to me that, that we're taking these amorphous concepts and rushing them into production without really knowing what they mean. And that's really where the public, because we represent the public, where the public is uneasy, because they see what is being done in other states and in other counties with this. And they're saying, please don't do it in Moore County. And other members of our board are saying, well, we wouldn't dare do that in Moore County. And the members of the public look to me and say, you represent us, trust but verify, as President Reagan might say. So what would be the harm in preparing all this stuff during the year and implementing it in '22?
In a sense, Mr. Levy, that what will be done this summer will be sufficient to get our teachers started this year, and that process will continue. And I do believe Ms. Gephardt and Ms. Fay have sort of set the table for that throughout the year. I would say whenever we have new standards, that first year is always sort of the first draft. One summer is not, although heroic work happens during that summer, it is not sufficient. And there is a process of continuing to refine the integration or the alignment of any curriculum with the new standards. We do believe that we'll have the crosswalks and the unpacking materials available from DPI in time for the summer program. As far as the work itself that needs to be done, we have confidence that we'll have that. I also, just for the record, because you've suggested previously about a possibility of a delay, I inquired with legal counsel, and he's not present with us today, but he's advised against that. That we should at least show fidelity in our efforts to align with the standards, and he can speak for himself, but the staff can't act we can't be ignorant of legal guidance on this, and it's not his impression that we can just ignore the new standards and proceed into the next year and assume that we can't. So I'll leave that with them. I didn't want Ms. Fay or Ms. Gephardt or even Dr. Locklear to be put in a position to answer that question. But as far as any other reasons why it might be problematic to delay our efforts, can any of you all add anything to what I just said?
No, sir, I don't believe so. Thank you, summed it up well.
I can add something, and this is just by personal experience. We've had to transition like that multiple times. A great example for me would be, and Ms. Gephardt, you can probably weigh in on this, is our math curriculum, where we were doing core, and then we slowly transitioned out of core into North Carolina math. I forgot what they call that now, but so we had to do that, and we've been doing that this year. So maybe some parents may see a core sheet because it has the core underneath, but that's just because we're transitioning and seeing what works and what doesn't work this year, and then by next year, hopefully, we'll have that all unpacked as well.
And precisely, that's my objection, because I don't believe that our students should be subjected to a work in progress. I don't think that we should be creating curriculum, an untested curriculum, while we are teaching them. One of the problems is it was brought up here. About our textbooks. I think Dr. Grimacy brought up about our textbooks. And we don't have textbooks anymore, or well, we have them in the classroom.
Not in the traditional sense.
Not in the traditional sense. That's correct. They're actually physically, at least in the high schools, are in the back of the classroom, and they're not issued to the students, and every once in a while, the teacher says, get out your textbook. And the problem is that in this inquiry-based teaching, we use primary sources. Primary sources, so that the public knows, are things like a newspaper article of 1826, and we would ask the students to read it and the like. So we have so many things in primary sources to choose from that it's hard for the public to even know what is being used in any given classroom at any given time. And one of the problems when it comes to history and social studies is the public is saying to us, we want to make sure that things like critical race theory are kept out. We want to make sure that we are teaching e pluribus unum. That not just, and that we are teaching also critical thinking, which is extremely, extremely important. But when you combine that with theories like critical race theory, you don't get critical thinking. You get, well, first off, we have to look at it from the standpoint of race, and then now we can talk about what happens, and the students aren't given the freedom of inquiry and much more free inquiry. It's as a matter of fact, things such as this, I call it the free speech movement, the Berkeley free speech movement of teaching versus the cancel culture theory of teaching, which is that there are certain things which we must first tell you must look through these lenses, and then and only then can you make any kind of inquiry. So I mean, I'm getting into the woods here. My problem with this whole idea, this whole concept, is that we are, in the words of Nancy Pelosi, passing the bill before we know what's in the bill. And I do believe that we need to make sure that we know what our curriculum is and not make the kids go through a work in progress. While I appreciate all of this, and I appreciate and I really do believe that we need to make sure that we have an inquiry-based system of critical thinking. These standards aren't it, and we don't even know what the standards mean until we get the curriculum, and we don't have the curriculum, and we're told that we're going to get the curriculum, but the curriculum can't come before the board before the curriculum is implemented. So the board has no understanding about what the curriculum is. And the people out there, when they don't have the information, what they do and what they believe is the worst. And it may not be the worst. It may be a very good system. But we have to get it before them first. So my position is that while I appreciate this, I think that we need to delay this a year until we can get the curriculum in place and then show the public the curriculum that we have and then justify that to the public and then begin teaching it. That's just my opinion.
Right.
So that's the reason why next time, and it may fail, I will bring up the motion to delay this 1 year.
Other comments or questions?
I just think we're gonna we need to trust our teachers to make age-appropriate content, and they're not gonna be deceiving and go out of a limb and say, oh, this year's is up in the air, so I'm gonna teach critical race theory. We're not doing that. They're gonna be teaching the standards that are brought upon them. They're not just gonna be second-guessing what they wanna teach when they wanna teach it. They have a schedule that they need to do, objectives they need to clear, and that's what they're gonna do. We're just not gonna out of a limb teach something because we think it's right.
But we don't
We're
even
teaching,
know
we're not
the
teaching
def-
perspectives.
Excuse me, I apologize.
No, you're fine.
But we don't even, the standard says communities, but we don't know the definition of communities.
Well, I think that's what we have
So how can
to.
we approve standards when we don't know the definition of the words that we're approving?
Well, I think that's what this summer's gonna be about.
That's what you have to allow our teachers time to do this summer, which is define communities.
Right, and then bring it before the board.
The board should not have to step back in. I agree with Stacy. This is where we trust our teachers to make those right decisions for our children.
Can't
They've been doing it
micromanage.
for years. But we can't micromanage every single question that comes into a school's curriculum. You're talking about an unthinkable task.
Well, no, I'm only talking about knowing what we are passing when we pass it. In other words, knowing what's in the bill, not just sending this amorphous thing that we just don't, why we even look at it. Just trust everyone. I do trust our teachers, by the way, and I believe our teachers do the best for our students, and I want to make sure everybody understands that.
The motion
But
that will come.
we're here for oversight, and our critical oversight is to represent the public, and that's something I think we need to do.
Well, the motion that will come before the board is simply the adoption of the state standards. Has nothing to do with the curriculum, because once we adopt the standards, then our teachers develop the curriculum. That's what we have, how it works. So it comes down to whether or not we adopt the state standards, which are really just the basic guidelines.
Well,
Mr. Hensley, I think, has a question.
I've been patiently listening and thoughtfully considering everything, but something that the chair just said made me speak up. So if the social studies standards are legally required, as the superintendent asserts, and I'm not challenging that, then why does it require a vote of the board to approve them if they're legally required?
I don't believe it
No,
does.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, Mr.
go
Hensley
ahead.
is correct. The chair misspoke.
I'm sorry?
Okay. The school boards are not going to be voting whether or not to adopt the standards, and he is correct. That's not what my recommendation was. Our plan for implementing the standard course of study, and even my motion is, it could be subject to refinement here. We have a plan that if I could just use an example that's been cited today, the question of first grade definition of community is something that the staff can report on at the July school board meeting. As a result of the staff's work, the plan of work, I've used the plan of work verbally today. What I'd like is because of the differences of opinion among board members, I think staff would appreciate an endorsement of its plan of work for addressing this curriculum, okay?
So-
And try not to put board members into a difficult position of deciding whether or not they endorse the standard course of study. I think that I'd like to have the staff in a position where we can proceed with the work, report back to the board, and then to the extent that the board has questions or concerns about that work, the board can weigh in at its meetings. I'm sorry, Mr. Hensley.
Go back to
ahead.
Mr. Hensley's question about the
Right.
standards.
Right, so now I've got a few comments, just based upon the presentation and the discussion here. So first of all, again, I always look at processes, and great process, very well thought out. I have some concerns and I have some concerns I'm going to address. I obviously like the increased visibility and transparency, taking stuff that used to just be inward facing and make it outward facing, because really, other than, protected things, personnel, we really shouldn't have any secrets, otherwise, as Mr. Levy says, people think the worst, and all of a sudden they're plotting and planning, and, they got a dungeon down there that they've, come up with these ideas. By the way, do we have a dungeon down there where we come up with plotting?
We're built on a concrete slab.
Okay, perfect. So, but let me get into my specific concerns. Again, I think it's an awesome process. Mr. Locklear mentioned continuous feedback to both the board and the community. It would also be nice, and I don't know how to do this, but to find ways that the community can participate. Obviously, they could stay abreast via the website, listen to school board meetings and come and talk, but, the school board meetings, but it'd be nice to find a way that they could participate in it, or at least provide feedback, as the things are developed. I think my big thought is this, and it really, and I think this will help answer Ms. Carter's. We can't micromanage everything. Of course we cannot. But let me suggest this. The State Board of Education, which is an appointed, not elected, oddly enough, I was sitting there contemplating this. The state superintendent is elected and has no vote, but the board is appointed but gets a vote, right? So it's kind of opposite of what we have here. But here's my concern. We have the State Board of Education, who was appointed and appears to have an ideological slant to their new social studies. And, well, it doesn't appear, they do have an ideological slant to their social studies. And they're trying to impose their will upon the Moore County school system. And obviously they have a legal basis of doing that. But as the superintendent said, we have a lot of wiggle room. We have, I'm going to use a better term, we have better discretion. We have a lot of discretion in how we implement our curriculum. And I could give examples, but people could think of lots of examples of where you have leeway. So I believe it's incumbent upon us not to micromanage, but to give guidance. And my overarching guidance would be, look, within the latitude provided, i.e. wiggle room, within the latitude allowed within the curriculum, we need to make sure that curriculum, to the greatest extent possible, reflects the thoughts and values of Moore County and its citizens and the judgment of the teachers. So that's it. That's my guidance,
Thank you. That is precisely what we hope to do, sir. And then we will stand in judgment with you all as that process progresses.
Correct. And the way we ensure that is through transparency and continuous feedback, and both the public and us pay attention to what's happening. And if we think, oh, well, things are going a little far one way or the other, then we just provide, hey, I think that, again, going to the definition of community, maybe we should consider this.
And to add to your comment, Mr. Hensley, looking at the implementation timeline that they provided in their slides, we know their work will begin in June, this summer, to where they will begin the summer curriculum workshop, to where they begin to identify all of the different components that they need to get back to their teachers. And as Dr. Locklear alluded to, that they would continue to provide us with updates as they go along. So it could be as simple as once the summer workshops are done and curriculum has developed to a point, then come back and see where we are. And sort of give us an update as we get into the school timeframe, just to let us know what that looks like now since they've had their workshop.
Other comments? All right, then.
Just one final comment. I too share Mr. Levy's concern that the implementation is too quick. I don't get the big hurry. Obviously it's mandated by the state. It's right there on the first slide of the link to the Department of Public Instruction's website, that it'll be implemented in the academic 21-22 year. But the following slide on the DPI's chart talks about professional learning opportunities won't occur until during the school year. So it's crazy because even the DPI's own slide, they only have 2 slides if you follow that link, one of them says, you're going to do this academic year 21, 22, but we're really not going to have the resources for you until August of 21 through April of 22. So they're really getting the cart before the horse. So I share Mr. Levy's concerns, maybe for different reasons, but I share the concern.
And I also would say that that resonates with an observation that staff has made and board members, veteran board members have been able to see, that that's not unlike previous curriculum rollouts. This is typical. One of the things you can keep in mind is that, as emphasized by the state superintendent, who has emphasized the degree of autonomy that local districts have had, and if those local districts vary from what the state thinks we should be doing, then that means that the state superintendent's statements put a little bit of the burden of proof on the state in a case like that. But I think that going forward, that professional development will contain a lot of ideas and suggestions rather than directives. That when you think of professional development from the state, it's not always directives. It's not always you shall comply. It's based on what we know about counties around North Carolina. Here are some best practices that have emerged from the work that we're familiar with across the state. It's that kind of professional development. So it's the sort of thing where we'll be able to learn good ideas from other districts, but it's not always sort of this professional development from the state is not always top-down, directive, compliance-oriented. Sometimes it's just a matter of good ideas and good practices. Ms. Gephardt, correct me if I'm wrong on that. Am I characterizing that accurately?
You are, sir.
Yeah, so I think that the foundation that our teachers build this summer, which will be unprecedented in its transparency. This will be the most transparent curriculum development process in which we've engaged, will stand as that foundation. And I like your idea. We have to think through how to technically pull it off, but how do we have a sort of just-in-time public review of information as it develops that people can ask questions about and comment on? We're going to work on that, see what we can do to create a portal for that. But meanwhile, I think that by the time we get around to that professional development next year, our local train will have gone down the tracks pretty far. And our teachers and our community, assuming we're as transparent as we want to be, are going to be finding a comfort level with this by that time, and it'll be incumbent upon the state to, give us some reason why we have to change unless it's a good idea. The other thing I do think I need to mention is that there have been some bills introduced in the General Assembly that would postpone the implementation of the new social studies standards. That's a wild card. If that happens, obviously, then we have that legal cover for delaying and taking more time. And I'm not opposed to that. We just need to have that legal cover, need that guardrail to do that based on the advice that I've received to date from legal counsel. But I think a lot of our teachers would like to know that if there's going to be a major change in what they have to do with their lesson plans, they're anxious to find out what that is so that they can get about the business of influencing it. So.
If I could just add one brief thing. The superintendent's pointed out that by the time the train rolls down the track, or I forget what the metaphor was, will have already been way down the road by the time we can get a chance for the people to weigh in, for them to be transparent. We're not talking about not implementing the standards as much as, and the more this discussion goes on, the more I'm convinced delaying those standards so that we can do them in a deliberate and careful manner, so that we're on the train when the train goes down the track. That's the most important thing. Just because the DPI wants to rush things doesn't mean that we rush things to the to what I believe would be the detriment of our students. It's always better not to rush things, but to do them right and give us time to do it right. And by delaying this and creating a good curriculum and having good input from the public, if that's what we'd like to do. And I think that would be a great idea. Then we have more confidence with the public, more confidence that we don't have some sort of, that we're not trying to replicate the more liberal ideas coming out of Raleigh. And we'll have greater support from the public.
Mr. Dennison?
Yes, as always, I do not like to make a decision unless I know what's going to happen. And in this case, I mean, there's so much that's going to happen, to wait till it's all done. I think with what the process we're going to use, that we'll be able to tell piece by piece what's going on. So we'll be able to look at it as we go along and make our comments then on, after when we get reports, when we get those reports, to say, okay, how does that sound to us? Do we really have problems with it? Because there's just so much involved. I cannot make a decision until I know what I need to make a decision on. And I won't know that until I know what people are thinking about doing, then I can discuss it.
And thank you. Any further questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Locklear, Ms. Gephardt, Ms. Fay. We appreciate all you have shared with us today. That was a most intensive look at a social studies curriculum, probably more so than any county in the state will get. So we appreciate that. At this
Very
time,
helpful.
I would like to run through the agenda for next Monday's meeting. At this time, what I have is that action items would be item A, the appointment.
Just 1 second, let me,
Okay.
okay, go ahead,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Item A would, to the appointment to the Board of Trustees will be an action item.
Are we actually going to appoint someone?
No,
Or
but
are
it will
we gonna-
be, we will have to make an announcement that we're accepting applications and.
And that's
yeah.
an action item?
Yeah.
Okay, all
Ma-
right.
Madam Chairman, I was it was my understanding that I was to work with you and the clerk and with
And we will
Sand Hills
come up with
Community
what
College
that
to come
is.
up with a process.
Right, and that's what the action will be about.
Okay,
Is taking
all
the
right,
process.
all right.
Item B, the schedule would be a consent item. Item C, the code of cooperation, and remember, that's only the top part of the page, will be a consent item. Item D, the reading of new and revised policies would be a consent item. Item E, the supplemental addition to school board policy would be an action item. Item F, the budget resolution would be a consent item. Item G, the audit contract would be consent. Item H, the child nutrition, with or without sweet milk, will be a
High fructose
consent,
corn syrup.
consent item. Item I, the bid results for Union Pines will be a consent item. Item J, Old Aberdeen Elementary School would be an action item. And item K, the social studies curriculum will be a consent item. I'm sorry, an action item, excuse me. So there would just be 4 items under action. A, the Board of Trustees. E, school board policy. J, the Old Aberdeen Elementary. And K, the social studies curriculum. Everything else goes to consent.
Fine with me.
All right? I'm guessing Ms. Potter will have gotten that.
Madam Chair, just make sure I understand. Tell me again what the board action items were,
The
please.
action items will be item A, the Board of Trustees. Item E, the addition to policy. Item J, Aberdeen Elementary. And item K, the social studies curriculum.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. That's what I had.
The rest are consent items?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
All right, and we've made it another 2 hours. Shall we take a quick break?
Please.
Okay, so we'll be back in. It's now 2:25. Well, let's try and start back 2:30-ish shortly thereafter.
Ed, you ready?
Ed, excuse me. Okay, we are now back online, so we're now going to proceed on to reports, information, and discussion. The first, the results of our Moore County Schools Risk Management Portfolio Analysis. So Dr. Grimacy, that goes to you.
Yes, Madam Chair, some months ago, at Mr. Levy's urging, the staff took on a process with Ron Allen with RRA Risk Management Consultant Services to conduct a analysis of all of our liability insurance coverages, a variety of other risk management portfolio items. And today's report is the fruit of that process. And you'll see we've taken away some pretty good plans, and I am going to defer to Mr. Cox to report out on that and how that's going to influence our actions with respect to these policies going forward. Mr. Cox, are you there?
I am, Dr. Grimacy. Thank you.
If you
very
take it
much,
away,
Madam
please.
Chair, board members, as Dr. Grimacy mentioned, we contracted with RRA Risk Management Consultant Services to do an analysis of our risk management portfolio starting back in February. Attached to the executive summary is a 14-page executive summary of the work that Mr. Allen and his team did. Essentially, and I'm not going to go through the full report, just going to do a summary. There's a first section that outlines the current level of coverage that we have. That was shared with the board at the work session back in February, an overview of the coverage we have. Mr. Allen details the coverage that we have in the report in the first section. He did not note any concerns at the level of coverages that we currently have. However, for the recommendations section, since it had been some time that some of the lines of coverage had been gone out for a formal request for proposal, he is recommending that we do an RFP process for most all of our lines of coverage starting in the 22-23 school year. There's not enough time to do an RFP between now and July 1 when most of the coverages begin. So that's why he's recommending do an RFP starting in the 2022-23 school year. I will note, as is in the executive summary, we did do a couple of informal bids where we reached out to other insurance companies that we know serve school systems and did a couple of bids on a couple of our smaller lines over the last 2 years that did not result in any changes of our coverage at the time. And while we're on insurance, while it's not part of this report, the board did receive information, I believe, back in the January school board monthly update on payments to the North Carolina High School Athletic the North Carolina High School Athletic Association regarding insurance premiums, membership fees, and so on. On Friday, we got notice that the North Carolina High School Athletic Association is now going to assume the cost for the catastrophic insurance coverage that all high schools had to purchase through them for covering their high school athletes. And that was about a $5,000 cost when you combine all three of our high schools together there. So at this time, I'm happy to take any questions related to the portfolio analysis, which is attached to the executive summary that you have there.
Let me ask, overall, we don't know whether it would be better to change our various coverages or not. We won't know that until 2022. Is that what it is? I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. That's correct. We won't know until we do an RFP process. He didn't note any deficiencies with our lines. His concern was, are we getting the best coverage for the best price? And he said an RFP would show that, but he did not indicate that we have any issues with the current coverages. It's just the concern of, are we getting the best for the dollar amount that we're paying at this time? And there's not enough time to do the RFP process between now and July 1 when many of these coverages are due for renewal.
So this was not an RFP process?
No, sir. This was just to do an analysis to determine what coverages we have. Did he think that we may be paying too much? Do we have deficiencies in our coverages? and those things. He didn't notice any deficiencies. And he just did indicate that it would be best to do an RFP process starting with the 22-23 school year.
If I could emphasize, the first thing I looked for, Mr. Levy, when I read through the report was, are we at risk? And that's what, I think, Mr. Cox, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what you mean when you use the word deficiency. The question is, do any of our coverages present us with any imminent risk that would compel us to proceed, even at this late date, to change a policy out of urgency as a result of some sort of risk that resulted from his assessment? Did Mr. Allen find anything of that nature?
No, sir. That's why he said continue the coverage for this year. That will give us plenty of time to do an RFP process for the 22-23 school year.
And we may get some better pricing, we may get some better premiums out of that, and we might make some modifications to coverage, but there was nothing that would compel us to act with urgency now.
That is correct. Yes, sir.
Does that help, Mr. Levy?
Yeah, it does, but I know we paid him a pretty penny for this, okay? In order to do this second process, which I guess the second process is going to involve going to various insurance companies, getting various bids and the like, is that what that RFP process is?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
In the next year, in the next
Right,
cycle.
that's gonna be next year, but that's gonna cost us another premium with him, right?
No, sir. No, we'll do that. We won't need him to do that. At least I don't think so. Am I correct, Mr. Cox?
If we choose to use him to help manage it, then it would be, but that's something that we can look to manage internally.
And that would have been additional, if we had had him provide that service, that would have been cost over and above what we paid him for this analysis anyhow.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
And,
Yeah, that's correct.
It'd be like any other bid process.
and what I didn't see is, other than what we knew already, the difference between going to a private insurer and and staying with the school board's, I don't want to call it insurance because
Trust.
it's technically not insurance.
The school board's trust, yeah.
School board's trust, and the differing exposures of those two things. He didn't touch this, did he?
Yes, he did, sir.
He did?
No, he outlined that in pretty detailed portion, and it almost read as though our legal counsel had written it.
No, he.
Mr. Cox, what page was that on?
I've got it here. I see it. But in other words, other than give us a legal analysis, which we kind of knew, it didn't sort of give us an analysis of whether it is better financially, given our risk history and given our potential risk history. Did you see what I mean?
Well, one way or another, that would still be a matter for a decision that the board would make 10 months out in advance of doing it early enough next year where that would be a relevant decision for the subsequent year. That's not, there wasn't enough here to justify rushing into that process just as we're beginning the new coverage year
Okay,
at this point.
So the bottom line is that this is really too late in the fiscal year.
For this year, but very informative. It's a good resource for us to have to guide our actions as we begin to, right after the beginning of the calendar year, as we get into January and February of next year, this study will guide our actions as we look into the subsequent fiscal year. And so for that reason, it's been a worthwhile investment. I think this is a very helpful guide for us for the future.
I guess the only comment I would have, and you know, I see it's very comprehensive as to what we have, but the weighing, I guess I lean more towards a commercial insurance carrier than the school board's policy, because a commercial insurance carrier does not leave us open to an amount beyond our policy limits. And if we, and the policy limits seem to be much higher than, the policy limits seem to be much higher in a commercial policy. And we've had some, I don't want to get into anything specific, but we've had, I think, some concerns this year, I'll put it to you that way, that sort of scared me in terms of our need for higher limits and better protections. Not that I believe that we're not doing a good job of making sure that, that everything is going right, but as you know, when you have a large organization, every once in a while you get some people who make either bad mistakes or do things intentionally bad, and there's nothing we can do about it except pick up the pieces at the end, because that's just inevitable. And I just want to be prepared for that. That's the only thing, because every dime we pay out for anything comes right out of the kids' education. That's my concern. But I appreciate Dr. Grimsey getting this resource for us.
Yeah, and there's nothing in the study that would restrict that conversation when the time comes.
Okay, so that's like January or something like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, when will you be preparing for the RFP process for, you have an order of those, Mr. Cox. When would be the time next year when that process would begin?
In talking with Mr. Allen, he recommends that we start a process, sometime December, January timeframe.
Very good.
And just to respond to Mr. Levy, I don't think, and I could be wrong this, I don't think the limits are an issue. I think they would be the same. I mean, we could certainly increase them if that's what, is the choice of the board with the commercial carrier. I think the big issue, or not big issue, big decision that the board would have to make is whether they want to give up your governmental immunity by using commercial carrier as opposed to the school board's trust. And that's something that can be brought back during that RFP process for the board to decide.
I might add, my understanding of the governmental immunity is you don't give up the government, and correct me if I'm wrong, because that seems to be what's in here. You don't give up your governmental immunity with a commercial policy, except to the policy limits of your policy. So that what happens is you still have those policy limits, and we don't have governmental immunity on many of our on many things which could happen. In other words, the governmental immunity is like a Kevlar vest with a lot of holes in it. And it's those holes that I'm concerned about, especially especially one of the cases which we dealt with this year, which could have been very, very concerning.
I'd have to defer to legal counsel on that. I know from my reading of the general statute, I understand you're attorney as well. From my reading of this general statute, I think it says that you give up your governmental immunity when you purchase a commercial liability insurance.
Actually, I
Luke could be wrong on that, so I have to defer to legal
direct you
counsel.
to the summary, and as well as to the statute. But the summary states in there, as well as does the statute, that your governmental immunity to the extent of your insurance, to the extent of your policy limits, I believe. But maybe we both ought to defer to the.
Yeah, let's defer to legal counsel on that one and
But
move
but
on.
I believe it's in the summary.
All right, Mr. Dennison.
Yeah, Andrew, I have a question. Since we had the pandemic this year and our kids were not in school a lot, What's the possibility of going back to some of our insurers who are obviously making more money because we didn't have instances that we had before of doing anything about it? I know that whole industry is in a flux because of what happened this year, so everybody's going to be changing stuff, but just curious.
Last year,
Slam or
when
none?
last year when school completely closed down and there weren't activities going on, some of our insurance did refund a portion of our premiums. Since school has been in place all year in some form, I don't think that would be a possibility for this year. But
Okay.
last year, they did refund, some of our insurers did refund or credit us towards a premium for this year's coverage
good.
when
Thanks.
school closed down in March last year.
And I have to add, I am glad to hear that the High School Athletic Association is going to dig into their $40 million trust fund.
41 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge.
The richest
State in-
athletic association in the country.
That's right, that's right. So at least it's a nice little gift to have back.
Oh, I would also like to add, and maybe you could hit our insurance agents with this, that we do know that as interest rates go up, the cost of insurance should come down, actually. So remind them that we know that little fact, that it tends to cost them less to insure when interest rates rise.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cox. We'll now move on to our summer learning opportunities, and
Yeah, if you could, Madam Chair, just to advise the board, the reason why I jumped up is we have a tornado warning in northern Moore, in the extreme northern stretch of northern Moore, and that we have asked buses to pull off and shelter in the process, and that does not affect anything other than the most extreme northern part of Moore County in the Westmore area. So just to be advised, if I jump up at any moment, and I'm looking at my phone, it's okay. It's me doing my job. But there is no imminent threat here, and we'll be advised if there is, and also if there's any other details, I'll share those with you. Mr. Cox, are you still on the call? Or are you still here?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, could you go ahead with item C, please? I normally try to keep these items clustered, and I see I got these divided. So while we have your attention, could you do that one? And Dr. Locklear, could you just hold for a moment on that? That way Mr. Cox can be released at that point. Well, excuse me, Madam Chair, with your permission, can we do that? As long
right,
as
so
we
we're
don't-
moving on to the district budget allotments for
Yeah,
marketing
yeah,
and
that's,
media centers.
is that okay? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's fine.
All right, and then that way, that organizes the work for our people, and then we've got Mr. Brath after that. So, Mr. Cox, could you please present what you have on item C, and then Dr. Locklear will follow up with you immediately thereafter.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Grimsey, Madam Chair, members of the board. This item is a repeat information of what was put in the April School Board Monthly Update related to school media allotments and marketing expenditures at the request of several board members. We have no additional information to share other than what has been shared in the Board Monthly Update and the executive summary itself here. I will point out that attached to the executive summary are both the school-based allotments to media centers and the expenditures for marketing. And happy to take any questions around those items if you have any.
So are there questions or comments? Obviously, this is two different subjects, so if we'd like to talk about the media centers first, why don't we do that, and then we can come to the marketing campaign. So are there questions or comments about the media center and purchases of books?
Yeah, I do have that. I see that the purchases of books vary so much in between schools, and they're very, very low overall. But I see things like a lot of zeros in some schools. Isn't there a way of making sure that, especially in our underperforming schools, that we get more money for new school books? And by that I mean making sure that the principals allot, in some cases, more than, say, $300 out of their funds. I see one here, $200, zero, for the purchase of new books. And I do understand that they find from time to time, some money in some fund, but when we get in a typical year, for instance, Northmore, it says in a typical year, zero.
That's additional funding, though.
No, in a typical year, zero additional funds. Or, okay, where am I looking at?
So at Northmore, they have,
Springs-
for their school year, $2,400 allotted for
Right,
this year.
right,
And it says in a typical year how much additional funding, and it says zero.
zero, and
And then they have a line item of $50,000 with donations and alternate funds that come in.
but it varies so much, and some of these schools are spending so little on new books. And we're in the reading business, and we need kids to want to read the books that we have. Isn't there a way to get more money, or to at least make sure that the principals use more of their money for new books for the media centers?
Mr. Dennison?
Yeah, Bob, we need to know how many books the schools are getting, not how many we're paying for. I remember 3 years ago, Aberdeen Primary, every kid went home in the summer with 25 books, and I know we didn't buy them. The Literary Council does, there are book drives, there are some right now. So if we knew, I think, there are just a lot more books than show on there. That doesn't tell you how many new books the schools got, and particularly the new Aberdeen and Southern Pines, of course. Well, Southern Pines had theirs, but Aberdeen, that was in the projected construction costs too.
Well, I'll give you an example, and this is not to say, I went to a particular school. I don't even want to say which school it is. It was an
That's the
elementary.
10-year one?
No, actually, it was a different one.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it was a different one. And I saw lots of books, and yet most of the books were rather dated. They did not reflect the makeup of the particular school. It just seemed to me that we needed more books that the children want to read, including things like graphic novels, which I understand are all the rage now. And I had to learn that a graphic novel is something almost akin to a comic book, but can be sometimes the classics. Could be Romeo and Juliet as a graphic novel or something like that.
How did you
Pinecrest
get
has
that
a whole
information?
class set of those.
Yeah,
Romeo and Juliet in graphic, whole class set.
right, right.
How'd you get that information on the
On the
books?
graphic novels?
No, on the books that you looked at the school. I mean, how'd you get the information that that's what was
I went through the media center and was pulling books
Okay,
out of
so-
the media center.
So that's what you did then, okay.
Yeah, in
okay,
other words, I went through the media center and would pull books at random
Okay.
to see what was reflected in the books. And a couple of things,
I was just interested, if you
Yeah.
were the one, that's fine.
I've always believed two things. Number one, that we should deal with the content of character, not the color of skin. But I also believe at the same time, our newer books should reflect the children that we're educating and their real-life experiences. So that's one of the reasons for the need for newer books and the like. My concern is that in some cases, the money is not there. Other cases, it's sporadic. And in some cases, in all cases, it seems to be uneven. And we need to make sure that all of our schools get new books. And make sure that they reflect the experiences of the children that are at the schools.
I think if we really had the time to go library to library and talk to our media specialists, we'd find out that their budget is most plentiful to continue adding, because it is a continual process. And I do know that at some of our libraries, it's a continual pulling from some of the shelves of books that have not been well received, or as you stated, Mr. Levy, are so old that nobody's picking them up anymore. But I just in some personal conversations I had with a media specialist and then with the bookkeeper at the school, she said when the media specialist walks in the offices and says, I really would like to order another set of the Harry Potter books, or whatever it might be, that the principal says, put the order in. And that it never happens that the media specialist is turned down. I agree with you. We can never have enough books. I think Dr. Grimacy's gone on record saying you just can't have enough books. I'm a book hoarder. But I think that we'd find that our media centers actually are very well stocked. And although it does look like the amounts are all over the place, from $100 here to $5,000, $6,000 at the next one, it's really something that it's not such that it's the same every year, but that needs are met when they do occur. And of course, you got bigger schools and smaller schools in here too, and so the need is a little different as well. And I can tell you now at Pinecrest that a lot of kids they don't want those hard copies anymore. They've gone the Kindle route. And those who are truly readers would just as soon have that little electronic device that they're reading on. But I think this is a great update for us, and something when we come back and we look at that per pupil expenditure that goes out to our schools and that our principals have to manage so carefully, because, they got to buy their toilet paper out of this too. And they've got, or not toilet paper, their copy paper, or their, the magic markers or the dry erase markers or things like that also come out of these same kind of funds. So they have really learned to manage it carefully, but they don't ignore those instructional needs that come in. So I think if we continue to look, and you and I have been out on some of the libraries together, we'll continue to look into this and see just how extensive our collections actually are, and whether they really meet the needs of the children.
Madam Chair, just for the purpose of time, I can just recommend that as we prepare for our item-by-item budget analysis
We'll
that
be
we've
looking
all
into
committed
this.
to do in the fall,
gonna say that.
it'd be very simple to conduct a survey of our principals and media specialists to discern
If
a
there
little
are
bit more
major needs.
detail than what this array shows, right? Yeah.
All right, so we'll be looking into that in October as we do our line by line. All right, the other part of this was the marketing budget. Mr. Hensley.
Madam Chair, I have one, actually I had three things, but two of them were already addressed. On the first item here, I noticed that parking fees were used to subsidize media centers. I believe, and I haven't looked this up, but when I read it 3 or 4 months ago, I believe the North Carolina law that allows parking fees is very specific, that those funds are only used to support parking programs. So I'm not sure that we're allowed to use parking fees in any other way.
Thanks for raising that question, Mr. Hensley. I'll look into it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just something that needs to be looked into.
Yeah, no, let me look into that, I will. Thank you.
All right.
Are we on to advertising?
Onto the marketing budget, yes. Now, Mr. Hensley, do you have a question about that one too?
I'll wait until it's briefed or whatever, or defer to Mr. Levy to start.
Okay, well, not to stop Mr. Levy, but does anybody else have any questions about the media center or the
I
marketing
was
budget?
just gonna say, it's all in here, so if you're really curious of what goes on and how much how much goes into it, it's in the monthly update, and then it's also, that was a great little printout as well. So, I didn't have anything.
All right, so,
I have a question on
Mr.
the
Hensley.
marketing, and I guess this is for the superintendent. Does this reflect all the money spent on marketing by Moore County Schools?
I believe so, yeah. Yes, sir.
I think I've seen, advertisements for Blend Ed in the pilot. I mean, I think I've seen printed and online advertisements in the pilot that are paid that are not reflected on here.
I saw that.
Just in the last couple months, I've seen it.
Actually, I do believe, hang on, let me get that, I'm still on libraries, I was taking a note on that.
Isn't it the
Right,
Choices?
we did a
I believe
quick
it's- I believe it's
transition.
part
That's-
of the,
Choices campaign, right?
well, it's, no, that would predate the Choices campaign. Hang on just a second, let me look at the,
I thought I saw it somewhere.
I
The
think
Blend Ed marketing was part of the Choices campaign.
oh, okay, yeah, and that, were there any Blend Ed ads that predated the Choices campaign, Ms. Murphy, or am I missing that?
I didn't quite catch that.
Were there any Blend Ed ads, like, for example, last year, that predated the Choices campaign?
Yeah, I think it's written up in the summary.
Okay.
We did a campaign last May that was originally supposed to start in March, but that was recorded in the last fiscal year.
That was in the
before
last
the
fiscal year,
expenditures
that's
for
right.
this
Yeah,
fiscal
that,
year.
okay, I'm sorry. It was in the previous fiscal year, right. So this is a snapshot of this year, and really, it's not too far off of last year. So it'd be very similar from year to year.
It's about the same.
Other questions?
Yeah, are you, I don't want to step on your toes. Mr.
Go ahead, I'm finished. There was just a quick transition. I'm not sure I'm really prepared to speak on this yet, but.
All right, the $12,957, which was reimbursed from federal funding, was that for marketing, or could that have been used for other things, or where did that come from?
I'll defer to Ms. Murphy. I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank on the narrative here. Ms. Murphy, or Dr. Locklear, the reimbursement from federal funding, which mitigated the need for local funding, which particular program qualified for that federal reimbursement?
The top two lines
Uh-huh,
was a teacher recruitment campaign.
yes, of course.
Each one is indicated reimbursed by federal funding.
Yes, there it is there. Mr. Levy, if you look up to the
About
first two lines.
$10,000.
Yes.
On First Flight 716?
Yeah, the digital marketing campaign at teacher recruitment, and the second one, the Chambers Lifestyles Relocation section, that also was teacher recruitment, and that's articulated in the narrative that accompanies this chart.
And when you say geo-marketing, geo-targeted digital media.
Yeah, that's all explained in the narrative, yes.
Was, that was specifically given to us by the federal government?
No, sir, no, that was allowable. Teacher recruitment was an allowable expense, and where we were able to maximize our use of federal funding in that case. Sometimes if we have some additional federal dollars at the end of the year, it's a good way to stretch our local dollars if we use that, if we're able to do that. Or strategically, for teacher recruitment, it's a very allowable and very justifiable expense.
And was any of this, was this our entire teacher recruitment campaign?
I'd have to defer to Dr. Alpenfels for some of the other things she does, but we really are, we're very lean when it comes to our investments in both general marketing and for teacher recruitment. That's an area that I think you would find that we could, it'd be nice if we had more money to spend on our outreach efforts.
Yeah, my concern is that, look, I don't believe in, I believe in affirmative recruitments of especially minority teachers. I do not believe in affirmative action. But this seems to be, I don't know why we wouldn't have rather than something done by First Flight, something for minority, some recruitment for a more diverse teaching staff, especially at Aberdeen Elementary. But that's another thing. The other thing that I'm concerned about is that this is all done by First Flight, which is part of the pilot. And maybe I'm wrong, but what portion of this was specifically targeted to people the ages of, I believe, I'd go for 20, something like 21 to 35, who would normally be expected to have a choice between private, public, and charter schools.
I would refer to the third to last paragraph for a general overview of the investments in teacher recruitment. But I will defer to if Dr. Alpenfels is on the call, there's a broader effort that has to do with reaching teachers, potential teachers of color and other employees. But for Ms. Murphy, could you elaborate on the paragraph that I had in the executive summary, that third to last paragraph? There is any further elaboration to what's been put in the narrative? Take your time.
So all of the First Flight campaigns are social media marketing and digital marketing campaigns using videos, photography, and those are distributed through our social media channels.
How are they targeted to our target audience? So in other words, I assume, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're the specialist. I assume our target audience is about the age of 20 to 35, who would have the youngest of children going into our system. How is this targeting those families specifically?
Go ahead, Ms. Murphy.
So the agency has all kinds of algorithms they use to seek out people with certain interests in Clark County schools. For example, Mr. Levy, you may have had an ad pop up on your Facebook page because you are a board member. You could have people that are Googling Clark County schools.
A board member.
A board member, okay,
And
all right.
pick up that algorithm and continue to market to them. For geo-targeting, we will often target bases around the country and around the world where we know they've gotten permanent change of station orders. And we will target those families that are getting ready to relocate to Fort Bragg. So that's an example of geo-targeting. We also track those folks that we put an ad in Sway, whose target market is ages 20 to 40, primarily women. And they click on the ad and we can track them all the way through to when they walk into one of our schools.
I thought that the summary said that specifically there were something like 657 inquiries, but they were not tracked. Am I wrong? Did I read that wrong?
No, no, that's not in the summary. There were inquiries not that many, but there were inquiries regarding the Blend Ed program. This is
Maybe
teacher.
it was-
She's talking about teacher recruitment.
Okay, all right, maybe we're talking at cross purposes here. She's talking about teacher recruitment.
Correct.
I'm talking about general
No,
advertising.
She's talking about children.
I'm talking about marketing our schools to.
Yeah, I think we're talking about the same thing. I wasn't talking about teacher recruitment.
Sorry.
Okay.
When we get so far in the campaign, but at the time that I recorded 650 leads, we had just launched that campaign. Those are pretty solid leads. We are pretty certain that those guys have a really high level of interest in Moore County schools, and we're able to continue to track them through their social media activity, their inquiries, their search engine for Moore County schools, things like that. Those aren't just, we're not,
Didn't the executive
looking for
summary-
hundreds of thousands of hits. We're looking for a targeted market to hit our websites.
Didn't the executive summary say they were not tracked?
There were 36 student or families that expressed interest last fall in the Blend Ed program specifically, that because we did not come back full-time in the fall, we couldn't necessarily know if they matriculated or not. So we've gone back and we are remarketing to that audience, and the early results this early in the school year are promising. But because of COVID, we weren't able to follow up on, and see if those 36 families matriculated.
Okay, so what, you said they have an ability to go to various targets. I know they have ability to go to various target audiences. What target audiences were looked at, were targeted? Which audiences were in fact targeted with this money?
For the marketing to potential students,
Yes.
okay, there's the marketing plan is linked from the executive summary. And that goes over how all that came about, how we determine our target market, how we, sorry, there's someone at my door.
It's in the monthly update too.
Wait, hold on one second.
Yeah, it was linked in the monthly update as well as to this one. When I read over this last one, it's highlighted on the electronic version, but also in your monthly update, there was a more detailed,
And you
deeper dive on
And then you
that.
can
I
click
read
on
all
it.
that, I just didn't
You can click on
see-
marketing plan. It's like highlighted.
Ms.
in
Murphy?
blue.
Are you all able to hear me?
Yes,
Okay. Is there any background noise or anything?
no,
You were breaking up a little bit, but
well,
Earlier you were.
Mr. Eklund is monitoring that, and it has improved since he started doing that. The question was identifying the target audience of the campaign in terms of families. And you had indicated that there was a link. Mr. Levy said he was familiar with that. If you could summarize the information that's in that?
So, we did some market research of homeschool families in Moore County to find out from them what they would find appealing to consider to come back to Moore County schools as part of the Blend Ed program. We had identified bases, the top 5 or 6 bases throughout the world where we receive a lot of families, and that we use to geo-target. I don't usually expose our entire marketing strategy in a public forum like this. Sorry, I feel it's a little odd, but there's a variety of ways we come up with our target audience and how the algorithms are built by First Flight. It could be anywhere from, interests that their Facebook feed might show they liked, or if they're on other platforms like Quizlet. Quizlet is a platform that we target along with some of our competitors in this area. Other apps and learning apps that we have school-age children that are using with their parents, we will target some of those. Does that give you an adequate initial response?
Yeah, I'm just, what I was trying to figure out was, did any of this stuff go to pay for Facebook, Google ads or Instagram ads?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, because I see in the executive summary it goes to the SWAY, but it didn't seem to go to Google and Facebook and places like that.
Well, again, I don't normally expose our entire marketing strategy in a public forum like this, but part of the advantage of the partnership with the pilot was that we could cross-market to Sway, and which we know is definitely part of our target. And we can track those hits from Sway all the way through to our website, all the way through to if they walk into one of our schools. That kind of thing. So it's a nice add-on. It's not the primary focus of the campaign. The Choices campaign had no print component. There was an advertorial that was part of the sponsorship, but we don't pay for print.
Okay, so it went on, you're telling me it did go on to Google and Facebook and places like that, and to Instagram and the like?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter.
Can I ask a question? Why do we care? She's marketing our Moore County schools. I don't understand why you care. Like, if it's Google, Facebook, Instagram, are you just trying to add up the money, or is it just you're just want to know, curiosity?
I'm trying to figure out whether we're efficiently using our money to get to target audiences.
Well, I think that's kind of her job to do that. I don't think that's our job to figure out the percentages and if we're targeting the right people. I think that's what the monthly update was, to determine if we're doing what she's doing. The marketing plan, you just click on it, it tells you the amounts of each thing that, she's tried to do. And I think if she continues just to do a monthly update and say, yeah, this isn't working or this is working, I think that would be sufficient enough for me, rather than trying to figure out on my calculator the percentages of each thing.
Well, it's sufficient for you, but
I know, but we've been here since 9 a.m. and this is ridiculous. I'm sorry, but I'm just ready to go. I'm ready to get all of our stuff. To me, this isn't something we need to worry about. This has nothing to be worried about. I think she's handling it well. We hired her for a position to do a great job, and she's doing it.
Madam Chair, if I might. Ms. Caldwell?
that's
Forgive me,
fine.
Mr. Levy. Ultimately, I sign off on initiatives, and since Ms. Murphy's been here, she has changed the direction of our marketing from being very paper-based and traditional to doing much more in social media. And First Flight is a vendor that is very diverse. It's not just the pilot, and it's not just Sway. It affords us with a lot of flexibility that's somewhat rare for a community that's our size. We're not like Wake, like Raleigh, where we've got all kinds of choices, or Charlotte like that. And so thus far, in the few years that we've been working with First Flight, it hasn't been very long, I think we've gotten a lot of bang for the buck in terms of our reach and what we've been able to do. Now, it could be because I'm traditional and I'm easy to impress, but thus far, particularly the response we got last year from the homeschool families, it was quite apparent that that our presence was going places where it needed to be, and in order to make us competitive for market share. I really like what we've been able to do with the small, rather modest investment that we've made, especially after when we had a more traditional approach. We actually had 4 or 5 people in the communications department. We're down now to 2.
Well, I don't want to say, I'm not saying anything bad or good about
No, it's
First
good.
Flight. I don't know much about First Flight.
No, I'm just giving you what
Right.
my justification was when I thought the direction that we've gone these last couple of years with this more contemporary approach to marketing. I feel it's got some early results that I think are pretty impressive, and I'd like to see it play out as we move forward.
That's fine. I believe that recruitment is one of the most important things we do now that we're in competition.
I agree.
With especially, and I don't want to belabor it too much, we're going to be in competition with people who are going to be able to take in a lot of the pre-K students. And we need to make sure that when people make a decision of where to go for pre-K, especially if the federal government subsidizes pre-K, that they should try to decide to go with Moore County schools. And so this is all, to me, this is one of the most important things we do for the future of the schools.
Yes, sir. So noted. Thank you.
And, but all the more important that we maybe not reveal all of our marketing tools to the general public who are also marketing, because I know I have ads from the O'Neill School pop up regularly on my Facebook feed because they're doing exactly the same thing. So, Ms. Murphy is able to work out a targeted audience. It varies from time to time. I know my daughters fall into that targeted audience all the time, but there are grandparents equally who, are on Facebook and get those same messages because there are a lot of grandparents that weigh in on where their grandchildren attend school. So she has very carefully analyzed who's listening and who needs to hear it. But again, I think it most worthy of noting that if we attract 1.5 children back to the Moore County schools, then we've more than paid for all the marketing that's been done.
That's a net gain.
A net gain,
Yeah, it's gonna be
right.
a net gain, right.
Right. And that's without charging them any tuition. So, if any further questions about the marketing and or the media? Mr. Henson?
I just have one thing for the marketing department to think of. Has Moore County Schools looked at trademarking our logos? And 2 points on that. If you look at the Blended and the Power Up logos and stuff, those are outstanding logos, and we should
Thank you, Mrs.
trademark
Murphy.
them.
Thank you, Ms. Murphy.
Yeah, that was a compliment. And I go to Walmart and I see, Pinecrest T-shirts hanging up in Walmart, and we should not necessarily to produce revenue, although that could be an option down the road, but we should protect, Moore County schools should protect their intellectual property and their logos. It really isn't that expensive in the overall scheme of things to trademark logos, and we should take a look at that.
Thank you, sir. We'll follow up on that. We'll talk about that senior staff and see what we might look at. Thank you.
All right, at this time, we'll move on to,
Actually, Madam Chair, it would be item B.
more?
Item B.
item B, okay.
Yeah, last week.
Oh, we gotta go
the-
back, that's right,
Yeah,
okay.
the staff last week referenced on several occasions summer learning
And
opportunities.
this one is exciting, having looked through the slides. Goodness gracious, our young people in Moore County are so fortunate to have all these options ahead of them for the summer.
Yes, ma'am. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Locklear and those that are assisting him.
Actually, Dr. Grimacy, I'm going to take this one along with
That's what
Donna
I get for
Gephardt.
not looking down at my notes. Thank you.
And there's another cute logo up there on Power Up.
Yes, speaking of the Power Up logo, let's talk a little bit about the Summer Academy. House Bill 82, the summer learning choice for North Carolina families, requires us to develop a summer learning program. So today we'd like to review those requirements in HB 82 and then discuss what the Summer Academy will look like and that learning opportunity will look like for Moore County schools. And then we'll share the budget plan for the program. Laura, if you can get the next slide, thanks. It was signed into law April 9th, 2021, the House Bill 82, and it requires all local education agencies to develop a program that provides in-person instruction after the conclusion of the 2020-21 school year. Priority for students will focus on students who are at risk as a result of the impact of COVID-19. Slide, please. We'll deliver 150 hours or 30 days of instruction required to, and we must have 5 hours a day of instruction each day. There'll be a pre-test and a post-test, a competency-based assessment at the beginning and in the end of the summer session for students K through 8. Our focus of instruction in kindergarten through second grade will be math and reading. For grades 3 through 8, it'll be math, reading, and science. There'll be an enrichment or an encore period as well. High school will look a little differently for 9 through 11, credit recovery, reinforcing instruction, and of course, subjects will be a focus, biology, math 1, math 3, English 2, and we'll also provide some additional elective course and supports.
Dr. Metcalf.
Next slide, please.
Dr. Metcalf.
We will be
before you-
providing meals. We're required to provide transportation. There'll also be a period of physical activity, recess, for physical activity. And we're also required in HB 82 to provide in-person social and emotional learning support. Not required, but one of the things we're going to do to take as an opportunity, because we'll be providing this, is support for our 6th and 9th grade student transitions. Donna's going to talk about that a little bit in detail.
Right.
And she's going to talk about how Power
Dr.
Up
Metcalf.
Academy looks like
Doc-
in Moore County. Yes,
Dr.
sir.
Metcalf? Dr. Metcalf?
Yes.
The chair had a question earlier, but but we were muted in this room, so if we could just allow her to ask a question.
And I could,
sorry.
I can hold that till later, but on the slide before this, where you mentioned the pre and post assessments, is that something that the MCS is going to have to develop, or is that coming to us from the state?
It will be coming from the state. They give us guidance on that. Donna's going to touch on that a little bit.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalf. If we'll go to the next slide of our Power Up Summer Academy, we are extremely excited to have 6 elementary sites that will host our K-4 students. Dr. Metcalf mentioned that our 5th graders will be going to their middle school sites, and that's to help with that transition. It's going to give them a huge boost of having the familiarity of the campus in which they will most likely be attending, or connections with other middle schools that they would have the opportunity to connect with. Our elementary sites are Aberdeen Elementary, where Pinehurst Elementary will attend, McDeeds Creek, where Southern Pines Elementary will attend, Bass Lakeview, where Cameron will attend, Sandhills Farm Life will host Carthage, Robbins Elementary will host High Falls and Westmore, and West Pine Elementary will host West End. The dates for our elementary Power Up will start on June 7th and end on July 22nd. We will have the week of the July 4th off so that our teachers can, just because that's often a busy time, and we want our teachers to have that opportunity to transition, as well as our students to have some time. Our hours are 7:30 to 2:30. For staff, it will be 7 to 3. They will work 8-hour days. And as Dr. Metcalf stated, the 5 hours of instruction was what was the deciding factor when our principals and teachers talked about Summer Power Up, is that if we had to be here 5 hours a day anyway, let's extend that learning and have strong, strengthened learning opportunities. We'll go to the next slide, Lord May. The middle school sites, Northmore will actually be the host site for Elise, Westmore, and High Falls. That's to give those opportunities to be in a very centralized location. New Century will host Cranes Creek, and Southern Middle and West Pine Middle will have their own site. Again, our 8th graders will attend the high school that they will transition to in 21-22. The dates for our middle school site are the same. They start on July 7th and run through June 7th and run through July 22nd. And again, the hours are the same for our middle school and elementary sites. I know part of what you're thinking about is, what does a day look like? So let's look at what the elementary and middle school day may look like for a student. And again, the sites do have flexibility, but the teachers will start their day with teacher planning from 7 to 7:30. From 7:30 to 9:30, the idea will be that our students go through blocks, because we want them to have exposure to move throughout the day a little bit and work with different teachers. So block 1 for me might be a reading block, where I am in there with my reading teacher. She's doing small group instruction. She's doing a whole group mini lesson. I'm doing some writing. Then I may transition from 9:30 to 11 to block 2, which may be my math block. So I'm really strengthening skills. Again, based on that comprehensive based assessment, my teacher can differentiate for me and give me some ways to move me forward and strengthen skills. And then my 3rd block might be a science block, where I will have my lunch and my physical activity period, but I have science where I'm able to take a deep dive and do some experiments and really do some scientific observations. From 2 to 2:30 might be an enrichment block, and this is where our encore teacher, I might have art where the art teacher and I get to explore some different artists and take a long period of time to draw some great pictures for my parents. Then 2:30 to 3 is teacher planning. The focus of the elementary and middle school day is that we are building in the longer blocks so that we can have small group and individualized instruction. So the idea will be that we may have stations of activity. So for example, reading is so critical to us, and we are very fortunate that we have a free resource that's open to all of our schools, and most of our schools are using this of Epic Books. So one of the stations might be where my students are reading books on Epic Books and taking a quiz on that. Another station might be a writing station. So while my teacher's pulling small group instruction, our other students are in there working on skills and stations that are strengthening their skills and continuing them in academic endeavors. Because a part of this is we call it front loading. We want to expose them to skills that we need to strengthen, but also to expose them into the standards that they're getting ready to move into to strengthen that understanding. Next slide, Laura May. Dr. Metcalf mentioned part of the requirement, and we know the social and emotional learning is so critical for our students. This is good, that in-person social and emotional learning where we have a guidance counselor who will potentially come into the classroom and be part of my small group instruction. She may have a small group of students that she's working with. She may pull out a small group to build and to work on some of the struggles that they may be having. For example, it might be that I'm not doing well with organization. So the guidance counselor may work with me to help me become organized and show me strategies to help me be better organized. Or when I sort of alluded to workstation materials with writing, I might have a writing prompt that just asks, what's a goal that you have in life and how would you go about achieving that goal? So that might be a writing prompt that I'm working on that day in my stations as I'm waiting to go meet individually or in small group instruction with my teacher. So the social and emotional, we will definitely have in different ways, but our goal is to ensure that our students are having their social and emotional needs met. If we look at the high school, I do want to note a change here. We will have a power up at all 4 of our high schools, but the difference is the start date. June 14th will be the start date for our high schools, and they will end on July 29th. That was to allow the transition for our high schools to finish graduation, and then to make sure that we're having and getting all of the students that we need who might need credit recovery, being able for the guidance counselors to reach out and have conversation and really get those students in at the high school who need that academic support for the school year, for the upcoming school year. Again, their hours are 8:30 to 3:30. 8 to 4 will be the hours for staff. But what does the day look like for our high school? Well, this is where there's a lot of flexibility. You heard me mention that our rising 8th graders are going to be at the high school, which I absolutely love, because they're going to be able to have opportunities to work with those high school teachers with courses that they would begin in the fall. So that transition and familiarity of content. We are also very excited to offer a Math 1 course remediation. Math instruction is so skill-based, and we've heard from a lot of our parents and students that because Math 1, they felt like they haven't gotten the solid foundation, and many of them are passing Math 1, but they just feel like over the summer they'd like to come and refine some of those skills. So we're very pleased to offer this, and this was actually one of the areas that the state really thought was a really brilliant idea, that we were stepping out to support all learners, because these are 8th graders who have completed Math 1 but just need that extra support. There will definitely be credit recovery. There will be an instructional elective That's a face-to-face elective that will focus, we will offer Success 101, which will include our social and emotional learning for our high school students. Success 101 is a course that looks at time management. It looks at how to help kids organize, how to help kids when they're taking 4 blocks versus being at school all day, every day, 4 blocks for a semester. What does that look like? And how do I manage the assignments that are coming in my direction? How do I map things on a calendar? In addition, we will offer face-to-face instruction on biology, math 1, math 3, and English 2, which are our EOC courses. We were committed to make a difference for our high school children, so we did keep class size at 1 to 15 so that we could have that individual and small group instruction to really try to meet the needs and close gaps for our learners. I've provided a sample of a day for maybe a 9th grader. They would start their day with English 1. They would have skills that we would be assessing. We'd give them data on where that student ended the year and where do we move forward with some English 1 support. Math 1, as well as earth and environmental science. And then at the end of the day, they would take their Success 101. These are just samples. These are just the opportunity to say that we are going to really empower up, work to meet the individual needs of our learners. And that's the most important thing, is that we are looking at how do we close some gaps. Defining our at-risk learners, we worked with, the legislation said it is up to the school district to define their at-risk learners. So we worked with our principals to define who is at risk in your building. For K-3, we took the definition of the Read to Achieve legislation, which is still part of the guidelines and part of what we have to follow for our 21 Power Up program. In the Read to Achieve legislation, it states that any student in kindergarten through grade 3 who is not on track to be proficient on our diagnostic assessment should attend, and they only, Read to Achieve aligns with reading, but we added that as math as well, because we give a K2 math assessment. In grades 4 through 5, we looked at students not passing math or reading, who are not currently passing math or reading, and I want to stress that. So as students have come back to school full-time, as they're gaining gaps and closing gaps very quickly, working in small groups with students, we are looking at those who are not passing at the end of the semester. And then we're looking at are not meeting grade level expectations on our universal screener. Again, grades 6 through 8, we have currently started our planning around students not currently passing science, reading, and or math. And in grades 9 through 12, we are looking at students not passing or on track to graduate and failing 2 or more courses. So our principals have started pulling their lists together, started giving us preliminary numbers, but we know that that could change based on how we support students from here until the end of the school year. On the next slide, we did want to let you see the current numbers of our potential students who would qualify for Power Up Summer Academy. In K4, we're looking at about 1,511 students, and that's out of 4,417 students. So it's about 34% of our students that are currently failing or not on track based on their STAR assessment. In middle school, which will be grades 5 through 7, we have about 800 students at this time who are qualified for Power Up out of 2,910. So that's about 27.5%. And then in 8th through 11th grade, we have about 1,033 students out of about 4,200 students, which is about 24.6%. I want to stress, as these are the numbers as of right now based on quarter 3, which was our last grading period. This does not reflect end of year, but due to the timeline of having to get information to our bus department by May 14th, we had to go ahead and start reaching out to families. So let's look at how we're reaching out to families to make sure that we're getting our students there. Parent communication is critical, and we must recruit hard. In the past, what we've noticed from our Read to Achieve camps is we get about 45 to 50% of our students who qualify attend. Well, we want 100%. So we're really looking at aggressive recruitment. We sent our first letters home on April 29th. This went home with progress reports. So we were sure that parents were going to receive the letter that states, you know, we need your child to attend Power Up Summer Academy. This is an exciting opportunity. We want to close those gaps. From that, we've also posted and will be posting information on school websites as well as the district. We also have had principals calling parents, leaving on the Connect message, school-based phone conversations, saying that this letter is coming home. Please look at this letter. And then the most important piece of this is our teachers and counselors are reaching out. So as they know that they've got a student at risk in their classroom, they've been reaching out all year, but they're taking time specifically now to talk to parents about the benefits of Power Up Summer Academy. So we're really trying to touch these parents through multiple ways so that we can make sure those kids are in our schools this summer. Additionally, we have on the next slide, you'll see just some specific pieces of the process. We have a dedicated email address that's just for Power Up. So all of those questions from Power Up come here, and we're filtering those questions and making sure we're working with principals and answering parents' questions. We also have a dedicated informational phone line where parents can call and get additional information or find out more. We have translated all the documents, and we have translators on call to work with our ESL families to ensure that we are recruiting and getting the word out about this to all of our communities to ensure that those students are going to definitely, hopefully attend, because again, their attendance will help us close those gaps over the summer with our dynamic, wonderful teachers coming in to teach. If we go to the next slide, you'll see that when I look at this, we've sort of said, okay, if we can get 60%, we're moving in the right direction. We want 100, but knowing that on past performances, we're looking at if we got 60% of our kids to attend, that would be about 913 K4 students, 480 5 through 7 students, and 620 8th through 11th grade students for a little over 2,000 students. And I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Metcalf because he's going to talk to you about what these numbers mean as it relates to budget.
Yes, thanks, Donna. So let's talk about budget a little bit. If you can go back to that last slide, Laura, I just want to hit on that again. As Donna said, we want 100% of those students who qualify or need the service to participate, and we're going to go after them. We're going to hunt them down. We're talking to each individual family, each individual student. Our schools are committed to that, and we're making an aggressive approach to do that. That being said, as Donna also mentioned, our experiences from Read to Achieve camps in the past, from previous summer school programs, though different than this, previous summer school programs that we've had, between 40 and 50%, 50% really on the high side, is how many would generally take advantage of those programs we've offered over the summer, even when we're providing transportation, even when we're providing lunch, for example. So we think that, we built our initial budget around 60% attendance. Although we want 100%, we do think this is an aggressive baseline to start off our budgeting around. We'll celebrate if 60% participate because that's so much higher than what we've had in the past, but we want much more of that, and we'll work toward more students being involved in that. So the impact at 60%, our initial budget, if you can go to that next slide, Laura, thank you. We'd need 165 teachers. We'd need 9 additional licensed staff. That would be your social workers, your nurses, and your counselors. We need 40 classified staff, some additional custodians, the child nutrition staff that we need to work the cafeterias. And we also need 14 site administrators to run the program That would be assistant principals who would be assigned to those locations to run the summer program for the duration of that program. If you go to the next slide. So teacher compensation. The compensation for a teacher, we did a lot of work on this. We had a lot of conversations with our region, with the other districts that surround us, how they were attracting teachers to participate. We want our best teachers to be involved, and we want to make it attractive to them to want to give up the time during the summer to work with our students. And so the compensation for teachers, their daily hourly rate, their hourly rate pay, plus $15 per hour. When we compared that to what other districts were doing, we're kind of in the middle. Some districts were providing more salary, more pay to their teachers, others a little less. We were right there in the middle. HB 82 does require some bonus pay for our teachers as well. So for example, if you're a national board certified teacher and you've signed up to participate in the Power Up program, you'd get your daily hourly rate of pay plus the $15 an hour. In addition to that, you'd receive a $1,200 bonus. The same would be true if you were a teacher in grades 3 through 5 who had previously received state bonus because of your growth scores, and you decide to sign up. Again, get the hourly rate plus the $15 per hour and the $1,200 bonus. Grade 3 teachers have an additional advantage. Any student who in the post-test meets the proficiency, they'll receive $150 for each of those child's accomplishment. That bonus pay is all required by HB 82. So we go to the next slide. Some additional staff compensation for our custodial workers. We will provide their hourly rate as well. In addition to that, they would receive $75 per week. For our cafeteria workers, again, their hourly rate plus $75 a week for their pay. Bus drivers, their hourly rate plus $75. Our site coordinators, our counselors, our social workers, and our nurses, our licensed staff receive $1,200 in addition to sign on and join us for the summer. So the impact of the budget. For our instructional staff, at 60% student attendance, we'd need just under $1.5 million, $1,496,561.92. For our support staff, that's $275,252.28. To handle the buses, which includes both the drivers and the mileage, $418,000. The supplies, which includes snacks, it includes custodial supplies, it includes school supplies that we would need, just under $90,000, $89,309.60, for a total estimate with 60% student participation attendance at $2,279,123.80. We would fund that in two different ways. We do receive some Read to Achieve funds that's less than we've received in the past, unfortunately, but we do receive some, and so that would apply to it. That's just under $250,000. The remaining amount would come from the ESSER funds that Dr. Locklear talked about this morning and last week, just over $2 million there to meet that $2,279,123.80 price tag at 60% student attendance. We've also included for you in your information a budget at 100% participation. As again, we're going for all students to being able to participate. We built the initial budget on 60%. At 100%, it comes in at $3,130,689.72.
It's about 800, just a little over 800.
That budget is available to you. If you'd like us to pull that up, we certainly can.
Dr. Metcalf, it's
sir.
about $850,000 more if we have 100% participation, and those are attached to the executive summaries.
Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
If you could just elaborate on that for a second. If in fact we got 100%, would that it appears on the handout that it comes from ESSER money, Based on the presentation earlier today, would that be ESSER 2 and 3, or was that ESSER 1?
Would be ESSER 2 and 3 funds, Dr. Grimacy. Noting on that 100% budget as well, we're required by that law as well to spend that RPA funding on the summer schools. So it's not a lot, it's a little bit, but that would also be in the mix there. So it'd be about 2.8 million in ESSER 2 and 3 funding.
Yeah, either way, we spend all of our allotted RTA money. It would be additional ESSER money. But this is another example of how the ESSER budget will have to be one that we continue to monitor, because this would be a case where we'd have to find $800,000 somewhere and report back to the board on where that money came from. But either way, we're gonna provide this outstanding summer program for all the children who are available for it, who are eligible and available. Madam Chair, happy to entertain questions.
Are there questions or discussion?
Just a report, not an action item.
Right. I did have one question. Dr. Metcalf, I noticed the extra money being paid for the National Board Certified Teachers, and you said that was a mandate from the state.
That is a part of HB 82. Yes, ma'am.
No extra reimbursement for those with master's degrees. The state has
No,
just
ma'am.
chosen
No,
to
ma'am.
ignore that.
No, ma'am.
That's a shame. Any other questions? Mr. Hensley?
Yes. I have two questions. The first question is, the one slide talked about total qualifying students, and it had the criteria that students would meet to qualify. So does that mean Power Up Summer School is only open to students that meet those criteria? For example, if you fail one subject in high school, you're not eligible for summer school, you have to fail two. Are those absolute requirements?
Do you
Or
want
is
to
it
answer
open
that
to
one,
all?
Donna?
Yes, I will. No, because one class could take you where you're not on track to graduate. So we're going to really focus on those classes that keep a student on track to graduate, like Math 1, Math 2, Math 3, Math 4. I'm just using those as an example. We know if a student did not pass Math 2, they're not able to go on to Math 3 until they've completed that Math 2 or don't have the skills. So we would definitely bring those students in. They were looking at, so if it's a core course that I need to graduate, you would come in. The other, you brought up a really good point. What happens if I don't meet the criteria, but I've got some skills that my parents want to try to send me? The law requires us to attend to at-risk students first, but then parents, if there's space available, they're able to then, will have other parents that could potentially have the opportunity depending on the space available.
And I'd add this, Mr. Hensley, to Donna's comments there. Our principals know their students very well. They've tracked these students all year and previous to this year, and so they know the students who need this service, and they're reaching out to those. They'll fill every available spot that they can fill, and so there'll be opportunity for students.
So is this a correct way to describe it, is that Moore County Schools is going to have X amount of capacity for Power Up Academy, and priority is going to be given to students who meet the criteria, and then if there's additional space, then it's available to students who do not meet the criteria?
I think that's a fair statement. We would work through the particular schools and their principals.
Okay.
And we don't want to discourage anybody, so if there's anybody who thinks they need it, and they haven't heard from anybody, speak up and advocate for your child, because there may be
Absolutely.
an opportunity that may not come across in the billing.
And have those dedicated email addresses and phone numbers been published? Because I didn't see them in the brief. Where can we find those?
We sent those in. Are you saying the email addresses to sign up for student?
Yes, ma'am.
Those went out in the parent letters. So the parent letters that went out on the 29th had the email address to sign up, or the form to sign up, as well as a bit.ly. that parents could click on to sign their student up. So if you would like those, we'll definitely provide those for you.
I've seen a lot of confusion on this on social media, really because I don't think the plan's been published or maybe, but anyway, yes, it would be nice so that parents have a dedicated email address or phone number to call if they have questions. I think it should be widely promulgated.
Front page of the school system website, I do believe.
Has it?
I know, I don't know that it does, but it needs to be there.
Correct.
So suggestion is, and just make sure I understand, that in addition to the letters that went to those that are targeted for the program, there should be more explicit information about the program for those that may be interested who did not receive that letter. Is that correct, Mr. Hensley? Did I understand that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So through our own platforms, through our website, social media platforms, the suggestion is that we push out this information to those that did not receive the letter. So if they want to inquire about it to see if maybe there'd be an opportunity for their child to participate, then they would know that they could do that. Is that achievable there?
Yes, sir. The plan was to put on every school's website tomorrow after we met today.
Okay.
So, and then my final comment is the disparity in bonus pay between the classified staff and the teachers. And please don't correct me on the math. I kind of backed into this, but let's assume we're paying $15 an hour bonuses to teachers, if I understood that correctly, and we're paying a $75 a week bonus to classified staff. And let me break that down, and please don't criticize my math, but I'm sure it's pretty close. So we're paying a $15 an hour bonus to our teachers, and we're paying a $1.88 hour bonus to our classified staff. And assuming that a classified staff person makes $15 an hour, $12 to $15 an hour, that's a 15% bonus if they're making $12 an hour. And assuming a teacher's making $30 an hour or $4,800 a month, that's a 50% bonus. So how do we explain the disparity in bonuses where we're paying teachers maybe 50 to 60% bonus and we're paying a classified staff a 12% bonus?
I think that's a legitimate question. We based a lot of our analysis around the bonuses based on what surrounding counties were doing. We're actually providing more to our classified staff than some of our surrounding counties. That may not be the best answer, but that's the truthful answer. We're very concerned about getting enough teachers as well. And so we need to be very competitive there, which is where the $15 an hour comes from. And again, we're in the middle of the line there with what surrounding districts are doing.
Well, I'm concerned about pay parity on the bonus and sending a message to our classified staff that we're paying you a 75% less bonus. Plus, teachers are also eligible for the state mandated budget. So I don't support any bonus pay where there's we're giving one group a 60% bonus and we're giving another group a 12% bonus. And if it was based upon performance, that's a different issue. But it just, I don't support it.
Mike, I have a question. What will our classified staff, excluding the bonus, be paid per hour?
They'll get their normal hourly rate.
So if we have a classified staff working, it's making $11.81 an hour,
They'd make $11.81 an hour plus the $75 a week.
Yeah.
But if
They all got $15, that'd make a difference.
Well, yes, sir. And so you've got classified staff that makes $11.81 an hour, which is about $400 a month, $480 a week. You give them a $75 bonus, and that's whatever, 12%. But then you've got classified staff that make $30,000 a year, and they're getting say they make $20 an hour, and they're getting a $75 bonus. Their percentage is even less as a percentage.
So noted.
Yep. So,
What, Dr. Metcalf, how many teacher assistants are anticipated as being part of the classified staff?
We've not included any teacher assistants. we're keeping the numbers down to 15 in a classroom or less, 1 to 15. And so we felt that the money was better suited for a certified staff member to work with those students. And so there's no teacher assistance included in this budget.
Thank you. Mr. Levy?
Yeah, I believe you're, and correct me if I'm wrong, my memory is fading. You said that there are about 26% or something like that of students in the lower grades that are eligible. You expect half of them to participate. Are the other half, are they going to be retained? And do we have any sort of retention concerns for a large number of students as a result of COVID and students not participating?
So I would say those numbers, when I looked at them, they're higher than our normal year. It's been a strange year, particularly at middle school. When we compared that to 2019 and 2020, we see that there's many more students who are struggling this year than in previous years. So it is a challenge for us.
Oh, yeah, I expect that.
I would say that this number of students and where they're at, there's still a month left to go in the school year. I would say that many of them will pull that out and pass those courses and be in shape to move forward. We will be strong about getting all of those students to participate. In terms of retention, that's a principal decision. There's many options that they have available, just alternative options that they have available to work with those students, even if they choose not to come to the summer program and get that extra service. Obviously, we want every student who's in jeopardy of failing or who fails at the end of the year to participate in the summer, and we'll work hard to do that. There are options that are available to schools that we've used in the past. For example, in some cases, schools have done a quarter where the student works. Let's say they are retained in 6th grade for a period of time. They're kind of in a flex period. They demonstrate that they can handle the work, and they move into 7th grade. There are some alternatives that we're looking at. But our hope is that the students will participate in the summer and make up that, and we won't have large retention rates.
And it is possible that we could have more retentions this year than we've had in the past. That's all on the table, but it's too early to tell at this point. And we don't go into this, trying to retain. We try to find alternatives to that, but retention remains an option.
Well, my biggest concern is that the most traumatic thing, in my opinion, that can ever happen to a child during a school experience is to be retained. Whether they realize it right now.
I agree.
Or
I agree.
they're going to realize it
I agree.
way up. My concern, I'm concerned with any student who is retained because I think, especially in the younger grades, that leads them on to being a 5'2" child in a schoolroom of 4'2" children, and it is really difficult. So anything we can do, everything we can do to keep from that ever happening to a child is certainly worth it to me. That's just my 2 cents.
Certainly that reflects the same passion that is, I'd say that our principals and teachers share that same passion.
And I appreciate that.
Any other questions or comments?
I just want to thank our team for presenting and very thorough with great information down to our budget. I agree with Mr. Hensley. I was going to make the same comment about our classified bonuses. So would just be thankful if they could just revisit that.
Second that one.
Yes, as General Grant often told President Lincoln, "Thank you, sir, I'll take that under advisement," but I'll take it under advisement seriously.
Well, I think most importantly, I will speak for the whole board here, minus Mr. Levy. I think that we will all find the money if the central office comes up with a more equal plan for the percentage of bonus, then I think us as a board will come up with the money to pay the additional money.
It's on the list.
And just because you said you wouldn't say something for me, I would agree.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman, while the board is in agreement, can we
Let's
move on?
Let's move on. Okay, so update on the upset bid process.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Barath for items D, E, and F. And Mr. Barath, are you with us?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you, sir. D, E, and F.
Thank you, Dr. Gramercy. Good afternoon, everybody. So the very first item I'm going to give you is the update on the upset bid process of the Old Aberdeen Primary School. Just all the information on the upset bids along the ways in the executive summary, but the highlights are this. Back in November of 2020, received our first offer. We now are at our 11th offer throughout this process. So you can see the list of who the initiating offers were, who the upset bids received from were, to get us all the way to our current published upset offer. Last offer received was $421,000. That is an increase of $301,000 from the very first offer made for the property. The upset offer is published. The closing of it will be May 13th at 4 p.m. The minimum offer that can be received is $442,100. When you look at the information, you can see it appears that we're now down to potentially 2 competitors bidding on it. That would be the Network Commerce Association and Drain the Swamp. Of course, there may be another one in the wings watching. We don't know, haven't heard any responses from anybody else we've worked with and reached out to. So right now, the process continues, and I will keep the board informed if additional upsets are received. Any questions regarding this process?
Mr. Barath, I'm sorry, I missed what your number was for the next bid to come in.
442.
The minimum offer to upset the current would be $442,100.
Thank you.
442.
Thank you. All right, move on, Mr. Barath.
Very well. Going on to the next information item. This is the Southern Pines primary appraisal and road closure update. As the board will recall, previously we had some issues to clean up out at the site, such as the road closures of Massachusetts and Glover Street passing through the property. We commenced with the process with the town of Aberdeen. Good news is on April 13th, the town of Southern Pines, I must have said Aberdeen, I apologize. The town of Southern Pines approved the petition to close those roads to the site, so that has been cleaned up. Also, the appraiser has been commissioned back in January to provide the work to develop a new appraisal that broke out certain portions of the property to be under consideration as units as opposed to a whole. They have not completed it at this time. They have found that as they continue through the process, new information comes up, which makes them reassess their previous assumptions of the property. There's a quote that they provided me to inform the board of this process and what they go through. The redevelopment of everything must be weighed against the costs, which must be weighed against retail, and all this weighed against improved values. So anytime there's an increase or decrease in just one of these items, it can throw off their entire premise for which they may be basing their analysis. So a new piece of information discovered while investigating another opportunity can also throw off the premise. So the process is intense for the site, investigation of facts, and sometimes new facts have a greater impact. So their goal is to continue to provide the board with a complete detailed assessment that considers all facts related to each and every parcel to provide a complete and comprehensive appraisal. We remain in communication with them as they fine tune and finalize this, and we will inform the board as soon as they are complete. Any questions regarding the appraisal process?
Just one, do we know what the new facts are, other than maybe the rise in construction costs?
For which part?
They said there are new facts which are happening all the time for Southern Pines Primary. Do we know what the new facts are, other than maybe just the rise in construction costs?
I don't know if, what the facts specifically are. They have not shared the detail of that. I did not try to get into that as
Okay,
part of their
that's fine.
realm of expertise as they evaluate. So I do not have an answer for that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Hensley?
I would suggest that if the village appraisers people are listening, that a material fact is that land on the exact same street, less than half a mile up the road, is selling for $1 million an acre.
And it certainly is being developed.
It is zoned differently, but the fact is that the land costs in that area are exploding.
Any other comments or questions? It will certainly be good to get this appraisal finished and in. We have people waiting to hear the results. Mr. Barath, you're still on.
Okay, and that brings us to the final item on the agenda from staff, and this is the update on school construction projects and also on the capital projects. I'll go through the update on the Pinehurst Elementary School project with you, and then following that, we'll continue the discussion on capital projects and the impact the ESSER funds have on supplanting some of the work. So to start off with here, we'll go right into the Pinehurst Elementary School construction project, which very exciting to say. We'll get to the detail in a minute, but it is scheduled for completion this week. So wonderful news with it. If you would go to the next slide, please. Again, you can see how the front has taken shape. The canopies for the drop-off are in place and receiving their final coat of paint. Landscaping, paving, striping of the lot is completed in the front. So you can see how it's really starting to take shape and truly is looking more and more like a school every day. Next slide, please. This is looking at the main entry. They have some landscaping to finish up around it, and in the front, you can see the pedestal where the restored cupola will be placed out there. It should be on site within the next week, so that'll be exciting as well. And just beyond is the front entry. This is a view down the parent drop-off pickup canopy where you can see they're finishing up the paint of the structure. Next slide. Looking out the back, where they began the installation of sod. This is from last week, Wednesday. They are much further along now today in the installation of the sod. And you can see the basketball court off to the left. In the foreground, the semicircular shape was the swings. In this slide, you can see the back of the gymnasium, and in the foreground there where the climbing structure for play will be placed. Next slide. You've seen the pictures of the classrooms in the past. This is just to say here that one of the notable aspects of this photo is the removal of the inspection of quality of work, where we put tape on the walls with notes of deficient work. And so in this room, they have gone back and completed the remidification of all those items. So very, very nice spaces, near finish, and the commons area off in the hallways being completed as they complete their testing and closing off valves above the ceiling. Next slide. Media center, carpet is now installed. All the ceiling tile is in place, beginning to complete their final touches there. The cafeteria, the installation of the ceiling system, light fixtures, the acoustic panels are complete as they finish their painting in there as well. Next slide. This is the serving line. All the equipment is delivered and being hooked up and tested. Next slide. As is the main kitchen area with all the equipment being delivered and installed and tested. The gymnasium, the flooring is now down. Acoustic panels are up and in place. Painters are finishing touch-ups in various locations around it. Next slide. So again, right now, they're at 99.7% done on the construction timeline. The substantial completion date is May 5th. The tentative ribbon cutting we announced last month to the board is August 19th at 10 a.m. That is subject to change depending on legislation from the state about possibly moving up the start of school. We will keep the board and everyone informed of any changes to that date. The contractor is at 93% paid to date. They will have another application for payment coming soon. And the project deficit increased a little bit to $951,332. Price increases mostly across the furniture, FF&E items there. However, we are still working on purchases and may see that come down again later as opposed to up as we begin to get closer to wrapping up all for the occupancy of the building. I'm going to pause there. That is the update for the Pinehurst Elementary School, and it's near completion. So I want to give the board if there's any questions you want to ask regarding that project before we move on to the capital projects.
So any questions about Pinehurst?
I have a comment. If you go onto Facebook at Pinehurst Elementary's Facebook page, she has tons more pictures as well. And it's just really great to see all the excitement of like the parents are responding, and it's just really great to see. And it looks like a hotel, a totally different school.
It looks nice.
Yeah.
But I don't envy those teachers having to pack up again
I know.
and
I
move
know.
back. So
I'm
hopefully
sure they're
they'll
excited
breathe
about
a
it,
little
though.
bit more. Yeah.
They're very excited.
Yep. Mr. Bareth, do you include in the rest of this the necessary changes then back to Rassy Wicker Park?
The changes to Rassy Wicker are considered inclusive in the total bond package, yes.
And so those will get underway this summer as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
But that doesn't add to the deficit because that's already covered in the budget, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
I believe we can move on.
Moving on to the capital projects. So this is where we'll get into discussion regarding the ESSER funds and the work that potentially are supplanted by it. But I just want to give you a brief update on the project review. You've seen this page before where basically we summarize our funding availabilities. So not much is different than the last presentation on this. The changes that happen are on the bottom part of the page regarding the sale of surplus properties. We now have closed on the Southern Pines Elementary School sale. That was $1,546,400. And to date, with the Aberdeen Primary School offer of $421,000, that has increased our estimated range from previously presented because the offer on that school was less. So we saw a slight increase in the projected revenues to a range of $6.4 to $8.6 million. So this is just a recap of that to reflect just those recent cost increases that we received regarding the closing of Southern Pines and Aberdeen Primary. On the next slide, this is going to be information that you saw a little bit in the ESSER presentation, but we'll go over a little more detail here. The supplemental capital projects, which were funded by the county commissioners one-time allotment of the $2.136 million. In that, two projects, one at A-Lace Middle School and at Carthage Elementary School, are eligible for the ESSER 1, or ESSER 2 and 3 funding. So they're identified in red at the top, and they total $594,000. All right, going to the next slide. The capital projects budget that you've seen and approved for implementation, we noted on the ESSER presentation the projects that were identified as eligible for ESSER funds, and those are detailed on these next slides in red. So in the first slide, again, you can see all the projects in red, which would be eligible for the ESSER funding. The items not in red are those that would not necessarily be available for ESSER funding. Going to the next slide, you can see the continuation of that for items, and you see some more items that are not in red that, again, would not be eligible. So when you total up just these two slides, the items in red are just over $2.8 million, and the balance of the remaining projects on here is now $1.9 million. Going to the next slide. These are items that were on the priority capital projects. If you remember, it totaled about $8.9 million. Going through them, you can see the last two items are eligible for the funding, and those are the tracks at Pinehurst and at Northmore, totaling just over $2.2 million. Now, the next slide is where we're going to take a look at here and see how these funds are differentiated. So, again, from the supplement received from the county commissioners, there was $594,000 that can be supplemented by the ESSER funds. supplanted. From the capital project budget, just over 2.8. From the remaining priority projects, 2.2. When you total those up, it is $5,703,200 that is available funding that the ESSER capital supplanted. Now, as I've noted before, there's remaining projects. We still have on the capital projects, the 1.9 million, and on the priority projects, just under 1.4, for a total of $3,323,700. So that reduces the burden tremendously. So we have the sale of the Southern Pines Elementary. We have the range of the potential revenue from the sale of the other schools. So just from the sale of the schools, you're looking at just under $2 million to just over $4 million. Our focus of discussion is on the $5.7 million and options for the board to consider and provide direction on the use of that money. Go to the next slide, please. So the $5.7 million, and these are just options to put out to the board for discussion. There may be options 4, 5, or 6 even. But one of the options would be to set the funds aside, let them continue to accrue, and continue the implementation of the deferred capital needs schools over the next few years. Just like the plan that is in place and the requested additional funds every year to add to it to begin to try to catch up within the cycle of it. Another option, option 2, is that at the 6 gyms to find a way to use this money to start those improvements. The 6 gyms have a total cost of just under $12.7 million. The county bond premium remaining funds. Now, the county, when they sold the bonds for Aberdeen, for Southern Pines, and for Pinehurst, received premiums. They were just under $11 million worth of premium. They've dispersed about $2 million to us as part of that one-time amount. The remaining bond premium is $8,630,987. So if we were to apply the complete $5.7 million of the supplement, then it would leave a need of $6,986,000 from this premium fund, which would leave $1,644,987 remaining from the bond premium. Not require 100% of it. Another option is to use the $5.7 million and apply it towards the replacement of Carthage Elementary School. This is a topic that's been discussed with the board previously as far as the needs of that campus and that school to let it be sustainable and continued use for education for the areas. You can use the funds to begin the establishment of the temporary site and the design fees. You remember at Pinehurst Elementary School, there's a temporary site that had to be developed and used, and then we would also be able to use the funds to go towards the design. So here's just 3 options to put out there. Again, I'm certain there's more as the board continues the discussion on this topic. And so this was a lot of information in a brief period of time presented to you. And if you have any questions that I can assist with, happy to.
All
I
right.
have one question about Carthage. With all that money, we still couldn't build anything. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, sir. Couldn't, when you, repeat the question, yeah.
Carthage Elementary School, if we used all that money, all we would have would be a design and we still couldn't build anything. Am I correct on that?
Now, you'd have the temporary campus because you would have to swing the students off site in order to build on that current site.
That's under the option as we presented, but that, like Mr. Let me emphasize, Mr. Barath and I just shared these options for the purpose of conversation. That we're nowhere near a recommendation on anything. And we're trying to build on things we've heard board members say. And just different things we've heard. So we don't want to get too far ahead of you all on this. But the only thing that you would get at this point, as far as if you wanted to go down the path of a new Carthage Elementary School, one option is that you use a temporary school, put the children there for 2 years, clear the existing site, rebuild on the site. It's not as easy as it sounds, but it's an option. And then the other thing is that you would acquire property someplace else and you would build there and you would save the money on the temporary school, but you'd also incur some expense with purchasing the property and running utilities to it and that sort of thing. So it ends up being a little bit more expensive doing the temporary school, but it's not a total wash one way or another. So the answer to your question, again, Mr. Barath's presentation is only looking at what we call the 5.7 million supplant. That's all it is. And what you might want to do. So you could hold it back, use it for lots of small projects over the next few years. That's option one. Number two is you take it, pool it, talk to the commissioners, and consider a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to really get after these gyms, these overage gyms, and modernize them and really do some nice work there. You'd need to partner with the commissioners to do that. Or as you continue conversations with the Carthage Town Commissioners and the county commissioners about the future of Carthage Elementary School, we offer this money. We don't even have a design for Carthage Elementary School. We're not far enough along to say that. So we'd need to hire an architect and do that kind of work. And that would require some upfront money, and that's another option you could consider. And between the six of you here and Mr. Holmes and the commissioners too, there may be 3 other ideas. But it's unusual. It's the first time in 7 years that we've got $5.7 million and we don't automatically have to pay a bill with it. It's there. We can pause, take our breath, talk to the commissioners, and look at some of these other opportunities. So did I answer your question, Mr. Cleo?
I believe.
Somewhere in there, did I?
Certainly that Carthage Elementary School item is enticing, but
Yes.
we would still need to find a lot more money.
Yeah, we need another $20 million or so.
At least.
You know.
That's-
At least.
That's what I was trying to get at.
At least, yeah.
If I heard that correctly.
Yes, sir. And with prices going up, I'd say you're probably already at least in the mid-30s over the 5.7
Yeah, I
to
just
get the
need
whole
to get a
thing
better
done.
understanding of that. Excuse me. Excuse me, I apologize.
And no matter, if by chance there was something that fell together and we could build a brand-new school, any school, Carthage in this case is the conversation. You just don't snap your fingers and do that. There's going to be a process. You're still multiple years. Even if you decided today, you can't do it that quickly. It's going to take some prep time to get there. And so whether you're going to go to a temporary school or not, we're still going to need the existing Carthage Elementary School. I would say it's reasonable, Mr. Barath, correct me if I'm wrong, but at least 2 or 3 years. And we have got to invest in that site. There are certain things that are going to require high-cost remedy just to use it for another, 2 to 5 years. We've got to invest in that site. We can't just let it languish while we're deciding whether or not to replace it. So something's got to happen, and that's why if you look at your ESSER funds and you look at this 5.7, you're going to see Carthage, it's not being ignored. We're investing in that existing facility as it is, just to make sure that it's an appropriate environment for children to learn in over the next 2 to 5 years, at least.
Madam Chair, we've taken some tours of various schools. I think if you could arrange a tour, from some of us, I'd be interested in a tour of Carthage Elementary, especially not just the tour of the classrooms and the classes, but a physical plant tour.
And we'll look at the library books.
Yeah, we'll look at the library books as well. Yes, ma'am.
I did have a question, Ms. Barath. On the chart, you listed 8.603 left in the bond premium fund.
Yes, ma'am.
For some reason, I thought there was more there than that amount.
I got those numbers from the county's reports on the bonds in the expenditures and revenues.
Okay.
If
'Cause
it
other
is
than the-
different, then it would be maybe something on a different document, but I get a monthly update from them regarding those.
Maybe I'm wrong on the amount with which we started there, but I know we've used the 2.1, which was advanced from the bond premium, but isn't that the only amount that we have requested?
It
Yes,
is,
by
Madam
the-
Chair. If I
if I
could,
can-
if I could, Mr. Brath, I've spoken with the county manager about this and just tried to be very cautious and respectful in our conversations. We've just limited ourselves to the documents that we have, so any guess as to any difference between anything you've seen, and we're going with what we understand to be the official documents of what they have. And clearly, there's enough money there, if we were to partner, that we could come up with enough money to address the option of the gyms if the commissioners wanted to. And Mr. Brath and I are being very careful with how we say this because it's extremely premature. It's just good news for the community that the ESSER funds have enabled us to have 5.7 million available for local capital, local school capital. And that's an unusual situation for us to be in. Our situation regarding capital and this backlog of maintenance is changing dramatically with this ESSER money. And we're going to come very close to not having any backlog in the next 2 to 3 years. We'll still have expenses going forward, but we're going to do a very good job of making up a lot of that ground on those deferred projects.
That's excellent. Good situation to be in. Any other questions for Mr. Brath? Well, thank you, Mr. Hensley. has
The
one.
only comment I would have is, in regards to Carthage Elementary School, is if there's apparently conversations, I know the Carthage, Town Board or whatever it's called, passed a resolution, wanting a new school. And there's obviously some level of discussions going on, but I think that sooner rather than later, we should engage them to set some ground rules, to set expectations, because, based upon, the 3 schools that we've built, the temporary site at Pinehurst Elementary, moving everyone twice. I mean, we have all kinds of lessons learned. So I would recommend that, I'm not setting a timetable, but at some point we need to engage them and set expectations as to what we are not willing to do or what we think is reasonable and not reasonable.
And we are, this Friday, Mr. Hensley, it appears as though we're finally going to have a meeting that's been rescheduled numerous times. It'll be the first time that we've had representatives from the town and the county offices and our office since the shutdown last year. We had a couple of meetings last year right before the stay-at-home order. And so we're going to have this meeting this Friday just to kind of get everybody's perspective. And what you've just stated is, I think, the desire of all parties is to try to get a sense of where everybody's at, where we want to go, how do we get there, and then from there we can build a plan and engage the broader board and figuring out where we want to go with that. So none of these are urgent. I just thought that on the aftermath of our presentation of the ESSER 2 and 3 funding plan, that it was a great opportunity to highlight this $5.7 million as an opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to lean forward. I mean, we have this great opportunity to take care of this unfunded maintenance, and we can wipe all that out and put it on a program where we can take care of all that. Then we can start talking about building a school at Carthage or wherever. But setting expectations is going to be very important.
Thank you.
All right, other questions for Mr. Brath or comments? All right, then that wraps up our agenda items. I had spoken with Mr. Levy and then spoke briefly with Dr. Grimacy about addressing some emails that a lot of us have been getting about the mask mandate as it applies to children outdoors. And obviously, as we experience wearing a mask all day long, it's not necessarily your choice, but something that we are doing because it is required. And we know that things are changing. So I asked Dr. Grimacy if he could comment briefly on mask wearing for children outdoors, where we might be headed. what's happening with the schools at this point?
And Madam Chair, neglected to mention, she just told me this 10 minutes ago. And
Right,
that's the
but
reason
you're-
why I
it's-
ducked out the door to see if Dr. Powers was on the call, and which
It's
he
called
is.
impromptu speaking.
Right, that's correct. And you've done a very good job of putting me in a position to speak in an impromptu way. But it's really simple. And it's also, what I say right now may change in the next 2 or 3 days. As everybody knows, Governor Cooper announced new guidelines for mask wearing outdoors last week based on updated CDC guidance. And there's always a delay between the governor's announcement and DPI and DHHS interpreting that for schools. And so we're in that couple of day period here, about a 1 week period of that delay. And so as of today, children are required, everyone is still required to wear masks outside if they're going to be within 6 feet of each other. And so at the school level, you can go to a school and you'll see children running around with masks, and you'll see children running around without masks. And for the most part, the pattern that defines that is just what the space is where the children are playing and what the teachers in the school's experience has been with the degree to which they've stayed separated from each other. So if they're in a more confined space where it's not practical for them to stay 6 feet apart, or the principal and the teachers have discerned that they just can't keep them apart, particularly boys, they like to grab. And so you may see children wearing masks, and you go to another school and they're spread out a little bit more, you won't see masks. That's the current status. Now, of course, indoors, everyone's got to wear masks except when they're eating. And we, even though we know we're compromising physical distancing, we still try to keep 6 feet of physical distancing in accordance with the guidelines. Now, as of this week, there could be a change to that, and we're obviously leaning in, and to the extent that the governor is confident that our children, who are, almost exclusively unvaccinated, will be safe in accordance with the CDC guidelines. We're anticipating that we'll get some flexibility that we haven't had. Now, do I have your permission to check with Dr. Powers?
He's online now, he's with us.
I know. May I ask him his opinion on what I just said?
Right, and I want you to also touch on mask breaks.
Oh, yes, mask breaks. Well, I can go ahead and say that now. Yes, we do encourage mask breaks. Teachers can just take them outside. I mean, there's a lot of ways that schools do that from school to school. And if a parent doesn't think they're getting enough mask breaks, just call the principal and find out, what the circumstances are, because it does vary from school to school on a number of different factors. But mask breaks definitely are encouraged. Yes. Dr. Powers, how did I do? Did I leave anything out, or did I mislead everybody?
No, sir. You did an excellent job, Dr. Grimsey, and we do fully expect that DHHS will come out with the updated version of their toolkit likely tomorrow. Once they do that, we'll have the opportunity to review it and see exactly how the governor's new order pertains specifically to our schools. And at that time, we'll communicate that information to our principals and begin to follow that guidance at our schools. So we do anticipate that will happen this week.
Happy to answer any other questions, Madam Chair.
Mr. Levy, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm very, very happy, Dr. Grimsey, that you told us that, because I've been receiving lots and lots of emails about masks and mask breaks. And I did some research, saw exactly what you repeated, which comes directly from the toolkit. Personally, I would love to have no masks outside at any time, and do even more than that. But I understand that the toolkit is enacted actually into law by the legislature. In other words, the legislature authorizes the DHHS to create a toolkit which must be obeyed by the schools, and getting out the word that it is not simply a gubernatorial decree. But all that being said, I would hope that you would reiterate to the teachers to give mask breaks. Because when I was touring one of the schools, I saw a bunch of kids doing, little kids, doing calisthenics. They were certainly 6 feet apart, in fact, probably more. And they were all having masks. And I inquired of someone as to why, and they said, well, that's just the rule. So, you know, it's a big school, different people sometimes don't get the message. And I will, for me, I will do what you say and encourage people to call their principals and encourage teachers to give mask breaks as permitted by the toolkit, even though many of us would like to see many fewer masks done. We do have this responsibility to obey the rules because, you know, quite frankly, if we expect our children to obey the rules, I suppose we have to obey the rules too.
It's my hope that there's been a few that are asking our principals to break the law, and I really hope that that we can all be a little understanding.
None of us are here to break the law. Many of us are here to advocate that the law ought to change.
That's right.
And,
That's fair.
And that is the American way of doing things. But in spite of what my preferences are, or in spite of what someone else's preferences are, just like, you know, we obey the rules here in the boardroom where we are 6 feet apart, and most of us who want to be vaccinated are certainly vaccinated. We do obey the rules even though we don't like the rules, and that's what we model for our students. And isn't that the part of the ethics of the board, that we model for our students the conduct we expect our students to do?
That's correct. Let me also clarify just very quickly before the chair shuts me down. Adults are required to stay 6 feet apart at all times, with and without masks, in schools for the time being. And that one I'm also certain will eventually get reviewed. But that's another one of those things that some people who want us to move a little bit faster need to understand, that we still are supposed to keep adults 6 feet apart in schools. And with so many of our employees vaccinated, I'm anxious for a time where maybe we can see that get relaxed in relative short order and be respectful of it, but maybe not so clear. So these meetings become a little easier to manage.
And I will also say that I will personally do, so everyone knows, I will personally do everything I can, and I know others will as well, to try to get these masks off our face as soon as we're assured that we're acting within the law and we're acting safely, because liberty is important, and liberty is what we strive for.
Yeah, I'm trying to envision about 540 seniors seated on the football field at Pinecrest, all 6 feet apart, so that they can be without masks. I don't know what they're doing with that, but it'll take a lot of space to spread 500-plus children out.
As long as we can all be together, I'm looking forward to it.
It will be a wonderful day.
Anything will be improvement from last year.
Wonderful day.
Yes.
Yeah. All right, that brings us to board comments. Mr. Levy, would you like to speak first, or you want me to go in alphabetical order?
Well, I'll go ahead and speak first, and because I want to speak in the spirit of a positive note. I made one prediction to the press in an interview, and that prediction was that we would pass our $25 million unanimously. And I was right on that. One of the things that I hope the public understands is, yes, we do have a lot of differences of opinion on this board, but when it comes to the students, everyone on this board, I believe everyone to a person, is trying to do the best for their students that they possibly can. And when we do things like spend $25 million unanimously, we know we're doing the right thing. And maybe we'll have some air-conditioned gyms on top of that, and maybe even in a few years, a new Carthage Elementary School. But we will still have our disagreements, and that's a good thing, because that's what democracy looks like. So on that, I hope a high note, I hope we can all end this very, very long meeting on a high note. I think we've done marvelous things today. And I also want to thank our staff and Dr. Grimacy for doing some very, very arduous and meticulous work, because it certainly took a lot of work to do what they did in these presentations. So I thank them very much, and I thank the administration, and I submit.
Yes, I want to say I'm very excited about our plans for the elementary and secondary school emergency relief 2 and 3 funds. I think it's great. I believe the utilization of these funds will show the difference additional funding makes on our student performance, and hopefully indicate to the General Assembly that to continue funding these additional resources will benefit our student achievement, especially for our lower performing schools in the near future. And thanks to all for your time and presentations, and to the board members for their comments and questions. And everybody have a good night.
Thank you. Mr. Hensley.
I just have a few comments. I believe today the board did exactly what we should be doing. We covered business items and we made decisions. We listened to staff proposals and we gave guidance and intent, which is the role of a board. An important thing that we did is we're not shying away from important and contemporary societal issues like we want our students and staff or faculty to do in the classrooms. We're addressing and discussing them rather than ignoring them. I look forward to what the public has to say about these topics. I know this, and this is for everyone, the staff and everyone on the board. I know this is time consuming, but I personally think it's time well spent because it makes sure that everyone's informed. It's transparency. We're not leaving the public to speculate. The public knows that we have good plans and has confidence in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Obviously, Mr. Holmes is forfeiting his
Do you have any
speaking tonight. Ms. Caldwell.
I just wanted to say that we did have a great productive day, and thank you to everybody that worked on all those presentations, and Dr. Bob, thank you too as well. I did have a speech written. I am going to hold off on that due to, I think, we all kind of learned from that lesson from last week. So I'm going to hold off on my comments for that. But I will say it's time that we do work together to get things accomplished. We all bring something unique to the table, and I think working together, we would be a powerful force. And lastly, no one mentioned it yet, but it is Teacher Appreciation Week. So please just say thank you. That means the world to them, just a thank you. That's it.
Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo everybody's comments on just having a great work session today. Awesome presentations, as always, from our staff who presented today. It was on target with everything that we needed within the presentation, down to the budget dollars. That was just great. I think we're all absolutely on the same page with where we are with our capital dollars and our capital projects. It would be great, as we discuss next steps with capital, to define exactly what the extra dollars will take care of. I know so many in the communities have expressed a desire to get air-conditioned gyms. But that's for another day. I just appreciate all the work that has gone into today's meeting.
Thank you, and it's been a long one. I'll have to join with Ms. Caldwell and Mr. Levy in saying we've covered and discussed a lot of very difficult things today, but we've done it well, and it is, of course, always a benefit to have give and take with regular agreement and occasional disagreement. We must agree to listen to one another and to accept varying opinions and to move on from there. I also want to offer my apologies for the chaos of last week. I didn't intend to be emotional about this, but whether it's due to my poor leadership or to the fact that we're not always willing to listen to one another, it's not the role models that we need to be as we present ourselves to the children of Moore County. They deserve better. We can do better. And I ask your support, each one of you, as we go forward to realize that we are the adults in this equation, and we must work like the adults in this equation. And we must continue to do our best for those young ones who are counting on us. So words can never be taken back, whether they're said in a board meeting or on the radio or in an interview with the pilot. So we need to think more carefully before we speak. So thank you for this very good meeting. Mr. Dennison, another comment?
No.
Okay, you.
Madam Chair,
another
I move the
motion-
meeting be
comment
adjourned.
there, yes. The motion has been made by Mr. Dennison, seconded by Ms. Thompson. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries 6-0.
Has
Thank
anyone
you.
opposed to this?